if that makes any sense. It's, yeah, I know it seems a lot, but
So you're saying that, at least based on what you see and believe, that the universe will eventually crunch back down on itself, and because time is infinite, all of the matter will eventually come back to this point again.
yeah, that's correct. Yeah, yeah. I think it's I know that it really depends on the person, right? Because sometimes I feel a bit guilty, but like I personally, in my opinion, that I've had a really good life. So do you know what I mean? It's really comforting to me. That's another reason.
It's comforting to you to know that you'll live the same life again.
Yeah.
Do you think that that it will be the same life, that everything will be exactly the same, fall in the same place, that is?
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. It really depends because a lot of like scientists say, you know, due to like randomness, like, you know, like how it fluctuates, like quantum. Um, so it really depends. But I'm like a what's it called? The determinist. I don't know if that's how you say it. Like, you know, where everything's fully determined. I'm pretty sure that's what Einstein believed in. Like, you know, where everything's like really determined. So I think that it's all like set in place.
So what, you're saying it's set in place, not that it
Yeah, like
is reactive. That my understanding of determinism is that it's more of everything has a cause. So causes are
mhm.
going to lead to effects. Every choice, every moment comes from all of the antecedents before it. But that would be more of a like potentially predictable if you had all variables. But essentially, it's a things are determined by what came before. Are you saying that you believe in a predeterminism, that things are going to be a certain way
Yeah,
necessarily?
yeah, I think it's all set. Like, I believe the laws of physics are all the same, you know, and they don't change. Like, do you know what I mean? And I think once the big crunch happens, it's basically all set. Do you know what I mean? And it all adds up again, everything to mathematically.
You're saying mathematically it's all going to add up again. It's all going to come back around again. It's all going to be the same again.
Yeah, yeah, because I believe time's like a circle. So
Why do you think time is a circle?
Um, because I think that energy has always existed. I don't think that something come out of nowhere. That's why, you know, it goes with the big crunch.
Does it have to be a circle to have always existed?
I think so because you measure time by something, right? So I think in a way it would make time infinite if, you know, if energy's always existed, unless time doesn't exist at all. It gets really complicated, don't it? So, but yeah, I definitely question my beliefs. I don't, you know what I mean? Sometimes I think I'm a bit, do you know what I mean, biased towards it because I want it to be true, but
Why do you want it to be true?
just because I don't know, I know that like my life's had like there's been, you know, some bits which ups and downs, if should I say, but for the most part I've had like a really good life. I've got a son and everything. Do you know what I mean? And um, it just, yeah, I would love, you know, be able to come back again, be with my son again, and it's just something I hold like close to me, really comforting.
Would you want things to play out exactly the same?
Yes, I
As
would.
far as your want goes, not your
Yeah, I
belief.
would say the same. Yeah, because then like I can be with my son again and my family. You know, not just my son, but my family and close friends. And
How would you know, like, that it is again?
um, I don't, to be honest. I think like that our memory resets because you know what I mean, like that's why we wouldn't know about it like now. So we could have potentially had the same life again. Like we could. I mean, I think that's probably why deja vu as well. That might be like a glitch.
A glitch.
Yeah, I find that interesting as well.
Have you ever looked into what actually causes deja vu, or at least what
Yeah,
neurologists suspect does?
no, I know. Yeah, like I said, I'm like a very sort of like science guy. I know they said it's like a glitch in the brain, but you know, I still like to think of it like that.
I see. If um, if you were to find more evidence that, say, the cyclical model didn't necessarily entail a repetition of events, but just an expanding and collapsing universe that arranges itself in all different manner of ways, would that cause you to question your belief that you'd be coming around again?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Because like about a few years ago, like my theory, I was questioning it quite a lot because, you know, it's only recently they found out dark energy, like they have proof of dark energy weakening. So do you know what I mean? You know, I know they have to look into it more, but like for a long time I was still questioning it quite a bit because they were talking about it expanding like accelerating at a fast rate, right? So I was definitely in that position where I was questioning it quite a lot, and even so now I question it. I'm like, do you know, do we have enough proof? And so
If you had enough proof to confirm your belief, how would it change the way you live this life?
um well, at the moment I try to live it like the best life possible. You know, I think of it as being true, like you know, uh, I kind of like think of it being true. So that way, do you know what I mean? Like I try and live the best. But if I did find out it is true, I don't. I don't know. I mean, I try to be the best person possible. You know, I'm always like, you know, like try to be kind towards others and stuff like that. But I think it's important as well. I think like it can help a lot of people because you know what I mean. Like if people know like about that theory, I feel like people, do you know what I mean? It was kind of like, you know, people should be nice anyway, obviously, regardless. But do you know what I mean? I just think it helps a lot in a lot of ways.
How does it help?
It helps because I just feel like, you know, like if we like if your life occurs exactly the same again, you know, obviously you would want to enjoy your life as much as possible, and um, like I said, you should be treating people like kindly anyway. But you know, sometimes like you know, if you get into an argument or stuff like that, it helps by thinking, you know, maybe I should have, you know, been different in that situation, probably a bit. Do you know what I mean? Not as got as mad, or does that make sense? Do you know what I mean?
I think so. Um, so you're saying it can benefit you, or others by making them consider that they'll have to do this again and again.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's it.
Do you think that it makes a difference how somebody thinks about the future if things are predetermined?
Yeah, definitely. I think you know, it helps in a lot of ways. Like I guess it can it can help people kind of achieve their dreams in a way as well, because you know if they think, do you know what I mean? It'd kind of like drive them to do stuff, because if it happens like occurs again in their life, do you know what I mean? Then it would probably like, you know, they would probably want to achieve that so they can experience it again and again.
Can it be harmful? Can you think of any reason why this belief
Um,
might be detrimental to anyone?
yeah, I can understand, you know, from other people's viewpoints, because not everyone's going to have the best life, right? I mean, there's going to be people in situations where they're going to, you know, experience sort of like, you know, um, bad sort of events and stuff like that. And I completely understand that. That's why I said sometimes I feel like, of course it ain't going to be fair on everyone, but I meant, from my personal experience, it helps me. So that's why, I just try and think of it, like, because it helps me a lot.
Do you believe that there is any kind of overseer, guide, or God to this process?
No, I don't. No, I don't really have much faith, to be honest with you. I don't believe in like a conscious creator. I think of the universe more of a creator what's not conscious. I just don't I don't think there's enough proof for there to be, do you know what I mean, a god or a higher power. Which is why I said like I kind of like reflect on science where, I look at what we have, like, with dark energy and the big crunch and what, the ultimate fate of the universe, but I can't really find a faith for a higher power.
What do you think might convince you that there is some kind of God?
Yeah, that's a good question. Unless, see, I would say that if I had my own experience with something, but then again, I would kind of go to the science and I'd think it was a hallucination or you know, I kind of like how people have like a vivid dream or hallucination. So I think it would take a lot personally. I don't think there's really much what would convince me, if I'm honest.
Imagining there was something at all that could convince you that a God exists, just that one created all and would like you to worship it, but you know nothing else of it, just that it does exist. Would you worship it just for that?
See, even then, like, I mean, see, I'll be straight off honest with you. Like, like I guess it really depends on the religion, but like, a lot of people like with religion, they say like hell exists, and I don't really see how a loving God could create a hell. So it would be kind of me like worshipping just because I wouldn't want to get sent to a hell, rather than me actually, do you know what I mean, finding like love or actually wanting to.
Can you think of something that would make you actually want to worship or at least respect a God?
Um, like I said, only in a way where like I wouldn't want to be like sent to a hell. But other than that, I mean, unless I actually understood like his morals and like the idea why he actually created us. Like if he, do you know what I mean? If there was a good reason why, like why we're here, and you know, I think that's probably the reason.
So if he provided you a good reason for existence and
Yeah, I'd say so.
a reason for things being the way they are.
Yeah, I think that would probably be why if he gave us a good reason. Probably I'd understand it then.
So a God that could prove itself to you and give you a good reason might be able to earn your at least your respect, if not your worship.
Yeah, I'd definitely be open to that. Yeah, if he gave us a good reason why we existed and why things are the way they are. I mean, it's going to be like it would take a lot because like there's still like I understand there's suffering in the world, and I don't understand why a loving God would create like animal suffering, or I'm not going to say like human suffering because people will say free will, but like I guess natural disasters, animal suffering. If there was a good reason why, do you know what I mean? I might, but I don't see. This is why I said it'd be hard to convince myself because I don't see. Do you know what I mean? Like how a loving God could create a hell, or how religious people say.
I do. Do you? Does it matter to you if a God exists at all?
I think it does because it. I mean, it depends. If there was consequences, like if there was a heaven or hell, I guess it would. But other than that, I don't think it would if there was no difference. It depends on the outcome of, what happens after we die, right? Other than that, I guess you have to accept it, right? This is how he created us and how he wanted the universe to work.
Does something like a God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
I don't, I don't. No, definitely not. I mean, I find enjoyment in like lots of things, you know. And like I said, I personally don't believe in a god, and I have a lot of hobbies, and I just find enjoyment in a lot of small things as well. So I don't think it matters if a god exists or not, because I don't quite believe in one, and I have a good life.
Does your belief in a cyclical universe have to be true for the belief to be meaningful to you?
No, because I'd still enjoy the things in the moment. Obviously, it would make it a lot more better, but I would still have, you know what I mean? I'm one of these people where I enjoy the life as best as I can right now, and then I'd rather live I'd rather live to 60 and have a really good life. And do you know what I mean? You know how people like really healthy and they'd be like, oh, I live to like 90, and they don't have as good life. They might, do you know what I mean, not eat as what they want and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? I'd rather live to like 60 and have a better life. So no, I'd say that I enjoy things in the moment.
I appreciate your answers, Alien Impact. I don't know that I have any more questions for you, but I
No,
really
that's
do
okay.
appreciate you.
I appreciate you having me up and listening to me, and me sharing my experience. That means a lot.
Absolutely. I hope that you keep asking questions, and if you find more answers, bring them back. I'm going to want to question those too. But thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Take care. Appreciate it.
You too. And I need some big W's in the chat for Alien Impact. Definitely able to question his beliefs, though a very different belief set than we're used to questioning. I did enjoy it, though. I do need to make sure, before I go changing anything, that I thank Enki Bubs, Morgan Le Fay, and Birdies for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know, well, if you can question it. And if you can, well, then I want to know what it is and why you believe it. I don't know who was next for sure, but I think...
Hi.
Hello, Jocelyn. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
I do. I'm a Christian.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I've read probably 90% of it.
And do you believe the stories you've read from it to be true and literal?
Yes. Majority, of course, there's some, parables and symbolism, but majority of it, yes, I believe for it to be literal.
So the 6-day creation or Adam and Eve in a garden, those are true stories for you?
Well, I definitely, so you know how there's another Bible verse that says 1,000 years is like a day to God? Maybe 7,000 days? I mean, yeah.
Not quite sure. I think you're meaning a verse that a day is like 1,000 years and 1,000 years is like unto a day.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's what I meant.
So does that
1,000
mean,
years.
which way does that go?
I think it depends on the application, because there's definitely other Bible verses that could be similar and different.
Sorry. Do you think that's meant to be literal, the 1,000-year thing? Since it does say it both ways. Then 1,000 of our years is a God day, or is it 1,000
So I think that God created the Bible. Sorry. I think God created the Bible. Okay, I'm coming. I think that God created the Bible to be studied. I don't think he created it to be easy to read on purpose.
So
I think
God, who says that he's not the author of confusion in the Bible, made it confusing on purpose?
not necessarily confusing, but meant to study.
I see. In studying the Bible, Did you happen to find some reconciliation for the contradiction between the first two chapters?
What do you mean?
Well, the six-day creation gives a very particular order of events. Light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, and then man and woman. And then the second chapter, okay, the second chapter begins with man, and then plants, and then animals, and then a woman. So which order of creation is correct?
Honestly, I've never really paid attention to the order.
I see.
Yeah.
So if you were to find that contradiction in there, how would you begin to reconcile or question it?
Well, I definitely have. I'm not gonna lie, Genesis to me is one of the most boring books, which I know is not the case for most people. So honestly, when it came to Genesis, I wasn't super interested.
Does it matter if it's contradictory?
So I don't think that. I think I would probably just have to think about it for some time.
Perhaps you should do that. And maybe another time you can come back and I'll have questions for you. But it sounds like you're a little busy at the moment. So appreciate you, Jocelyn. I do.
Alrighty.
If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking for a contentious conversation. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Braden Timothy says, sometimes roots on the tree faulted and were rerouted. Are we writing poetry, Braden? It's a little early for poetry. Hello, Insomnia. Good to see you. Rerouted. That's where my brain went, Kira. That's why it seemed poetic. Well, I do have a couple of requests here. I'm aiming first for new guests, so if I don't recognize your name, I'm more likely to bring you up right away, but do stick around if you've been here before. Good chance I'll get to you soon. Like old Mick, whose name popped right up under my finger as I clicked to bring someone else up. How's it going, old Mick?
How you doing, Batman?
How drunk are you today?
Hey, I'm doing grand. I'm a bit. You know where I am.
I can tell. I appreciate you, old Mick. I would ask you questions, but I think we both know where it's going to go right now. Maybe a little later, another time, okay? But I do appreciate you a lot.
Seriously.
Cheers. Get some water, too. Don't forget that one. Okay. I'm pretty sure this guest has been here before, too. So I see a new name in queue. But do wait around. I think I will be getting to a new guest soon. Void, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Well, they didn't mention God. I got to think about this. Yes, I certainly do. I don't have a specific belief in a God, but I do believe there is a higher power that has kind of architected everything. You know what I'm saying?
Not quite, no. What do you mean
No?
architected?
I think there's a grand designer, of the universe. That's just my opinion. That's just like a little tidbits that I collected throughout my experience in life, my 33 years. I don't really hard believe on any kind of anything, really. I got my certain beliefs that I'm not really going to share because it's kind of personal to me. But like,
are you drunk right now?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
What are you drunk? Why are you asking everybody? What's up with you?
It sounds like you might be. I'm just not interested in entertaining drunken conversations since they go nowhere. So, you said that you believe in an architect or a creator of everything, a designer. What is it that indicates
something of that sort?
I wasn't quite finished asking the question, so I'd like to finish asking the question. What is it that indicates to you that there is a designer or this? Okay, so one more time, and I'm going to move on. What is it that indicates to you that there is a designer or architect of everything?
Now that you're putting me on the spot, the hot seat, it's really hard to say, but there have been so many instances in my personal life, connections between, nature and myself. And I know it sounds ridiculous from your perspective because you seem like a really analytical person. I really can't say on the spot. I'd have to kind of take notes and kind of write down and present like a hypothesis for you. But like on the spot, I'm just saying the synchronicities and
what
everything.
What is synchronicity?
You don't know what that word is?
What does it mean to you?
Synchronicities, when certain situations just kind of sync together and you have a meaning in one situation and it ties into a meaning of another situation.
A meaning. So the meanings.
Here's an example.
So are the meanings meanings to you, or are they meanings?
I'm sorry. What's your question?
To everyone.
Why are you trying to tear me apart?
I'm not trying to tear you apart. If you notice the prompt on the screen, it says, can you question your beliefs?
But the question never said anything about God, so I'm
conversations go better without being drunk. I'm going to move on to the next person who doesn't seem to be that way. Before I do, we're going to enjoy just a moment of silence because it's nice. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue or tear you apart. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why? Mad to be mad, says Thrayle. What crowd have you tamed? They all think they are better than everyone. I have no idea what you're talking about. What crowd? What crowd thinks they're better than everyone? You mean the best audience on TikTok? No way. I don't think they're better than everyone.
Hello?
Hello, Dylan. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, sir.
And which god do you believe in?
Well, I believe in God. I believe that the Christian God talks about other gods in the biblical sense. He says in the first commandment that we shall have no other gods before him. So I think yes.
So you think yes, what? Multiple gods exist?
Yes, sir, yeah.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No, sir.
Is the Christian God your primary God that you'll have no others before?
Before I believe in other gods, but before them, yes. No, I think God is my primary God, yes.
Why haven't you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I've tried. It's a little complicated. I read KJV, so it's a little complicated more than others. But I was raised
Like
on
KJV.
Because I feel like it's more concept, more derogatory, more blatant.
Derogatory.
Sorry, more sorry, not derogatory, more blatant than the NIV.
You think it's more blatant in Old English?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
With circuitous language.
Sure. Yeah.
How is that blatant? What does blatant mean?
More. How do I explain? More direct, I guess. It's more direct than the NIV. Let me say that.
How is it more direct than the NIV?
Well, because like you have the Bible's translated in Greek and Hebrew, right? That's the original text, correct? So King James Version is the older version of translating that than the NIV. NIV is more makes people, even me, understand, or anyone else, more modern times. Let me say that. You know what I mean?
No, not quite.
Okay,
so you haven't read the Bible all the way through.
Well, I've read a lot of chapters.
Sure.
But I will not say I've not read like chapter by chapter. No.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
Not literal, but sure, yeah.
Not literal. What do you mean?
Well, I wouldn't not literal like the concept of the spirit, right? You know, it's not literal. It's a concept of the mind.
I see. What about the 6-day creation? Is that literal or is that something else?
Well, I would believe that's literal as well. As in God, yes, it's in 6 days, but in God's time, yes. Yes. It's not in my time, your time. It's in God's time, right? 6 days is nothing compared to Him.
6
right?
God days, then.
Sure, yeah.
But it's 6 God days in that order.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Then in the next chapter, Genesis 2, it gives a new order of creation. Which one is correct? Is it the one from Genesis 1 or the one in 2?
I don't know what you're speaking about. Can you explain, please?
Sure. Genesis 1 gives the order of creation as light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman. Yeah. Genesis 2 gives the order of creation as man, plants, animals, woman. A new order. Okay. Which one's correct?
Well, did you know that the Bible is not in chronological order? Did you know that?
I don't think that answers my question about the orders given in particular chapters. So when says that the earth was...
No, I'm sorry. No, it does, because it's not chronological order.
Can you let me finish what I was saying? Because in the first chapter, it gives the order of plants, animals, and then people in that order. Plants, animals, man, woman. Yeah. In Genesis 2, it gives reasons for things being in a new order. So it says that before there were plants, because there was no man and no rain, or no rain and no man, that he makes a man. Yeah. Before there were plants, he makes a man. Then it says, because he's alone, it is not good for him to be alone. I'll make him a helper. And so out of the ground he makes the animals. before making Eve. So the new order given has reasons for those things to be in that order.
Mm-hmm.
So is it that it's just chronologically out of order? I think.
Yes, sir, yeah.
So why would it be chronologically out of order in the second chapter, right after the first chapter gives the order? Are they written by two different people?
No, sir, no, not in the Old Testament, no.
So chapter 1 and chapter 2 of Genesis are written by the same person?
Well, the 66 books was written by, I think, I want to say 12 people.
I'm asking about just these two chapters of the first book.
All right, yeah. I understand. But, yeah, I mean, it was written by man, of course. It had to be, right?
Do you know who it was written by?
No, can you lie me?
Can I...
By who it was written by, or?
I'm sorry, why would I know who it was written by?
Well, you asked me the same question. I don't know, so do you know?
Right, but you believe it to be true, so I'm asking
Sure.
you if you know who even wrote it.
Sure, yeah. I think by the 12 disciples.
The 12 disciples would have written Genesis.
Of course, they were
the disciples who followed Jesus, who followed the Old Testament, including Genesis. They wrote Genesis, his followers.
Yeah, sure, yeah. 100%, yeah.
Dylan.
What? Is that crazy, or?
Did you understand that? How would the followers of Jesus have written the Old Testament that Jesus followed?
Well, because what do you mean? Sorry.
When do you think the Old Testament was written?
About 6,000 years ago.
When do you think Jesus died?
About 6,000 years ago.
Okay, Dylan.
Yeah.
Are you inebriated right now?
No.
Okay. I would highly recommend you look into the history of the Bible. I'm not saying you're going to find a clear answer, but you're definitely going to find out where the mistake might be there.
Okay. So, well, I guess my answer to that is...
I'm not understanding how Jesus would quote the Old Testament to get his followers to follow him, and then they would go on to write the Old Testament. Do you understand how that doesn't quite make sense, Dylan?
So it's like John,
please
right?
do.
Yeah, right. So you have John, right? He created the New Testament, or some of the New Testament, right? But he was foretold by God, this is the New Testament, right? So what's the difference between him saying, hey, this is the New Testament, this is what you're going to write in the future, and this is the prophecies that are going to be foretold, right? Other than the past, right? He's going to tell the same past as well.
Sorry.
Right?
Jesus is going to... I'm really confused now. So Jesus is going to tell his followers to write the Old Testament
No.
that has his prophecies about him.
Sure.
So he's going to tell his followers to write the Old Testament so they can prophesy his birth.
Sure. If you want to say it.
Dylan, that doesn't make any sense. Dylan, are you even paying attention to the words coming out of your mouth or the conversation we're having?
So I'm sorry. So
are you?
Sorry. So if they cannot predict the future, they cannot write what was happened before.
Why would they be predicting the future, Dylan?
Well,
how is that the future,
did,
Dylan?
Brother.
Holy
what do you mean? No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I think you're confused.
No. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, maybe.
So, Dylan.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The question was who wrote the Old Testament. You said Jesus' disciples, his 12 disciples,
Yeah.
would have written the Old Testament that includes the creation, the Torah, the laws,
Sure.
the supposed prophecies of a Messiah, and Jesus's followers are the ones who are writing this, the prophecy about him.
Creating the world, yeah, sure.
Oh my God!
Is that bad?
Anything? It's not bad. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense, Dylan.
So it's not. So all right. So it's nonsense. Okay.
It's
so,
nonsense. You're saying the people after Jesus wrote the prophecies about him coming.
100%, yeah. Can I?
I don't know if you can form a coherent sentence that'll actually make anything you've said make any more sense than it does, but I'll let you try before I move on to a new guest who's clearly not altered.
Okay, I'm not altered, but okay.
Uh-huh.
So we have the future, right, in the Bible, right? Prophecies foretold. They were foretold by who, right? Who foretold those prophecies? That's my question to you. Because these prophecies have been fulfilled. Multiple prophecies.
Name a prophecy.
The Red Sea.
The Red Sea is a prophecy?
It's dried up multiple times.
I'm sorry, the prophecy is the Red Sea. What prophecy is there about the Red Sea, Dylan?
Oh, shit. Well, look it up. I can't tell you the exact prophecy, but there's been, let's see, there's 99, there's been a bunch
you just
of
sound like you're making a bunch of shit up, Dylan. I'm going to move on to somebody who actually can think through a sentence before saying it.
All right.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck to all of humanity that interacts with that. What the fuck? Good ear, Ghost Bane. Dark Knight. I don't know. I'd expect NPCs to be better programmed than that. Oh my. If anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief and forming coherent sentences, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I don't see how he didn't understand how ridiculous what he had said was. I know, old boy, he didn't get nearly anything correct. It's not even about being correct, it's coherency. How do you yeah, I just can't understand how you can come to that conclusion that his followers wrote the prophecies about him coming. How did his followers write the Old Testament? Old Bo, sorry, old Bo. If you hadn't made that comment, I probably would have kept on doing it too. Watch, I'll do it again. remember. For Bo's sake, I'll remember. I don't think this guest is quite going to load in. You're welcome, of course, Nolan, to try again, but we're having some connection issue there. So I will hold a seat for you for a moment, in case you want to try again. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on up. Wow, it was loaded for you. Well, it wasn't loaded on my end. Trackdale says, any way you could get more volume on your mic, Thrayle, please. I'm old. I mean, I could bring it closer. Is that better? I will try to keep that in mind, Trackdale. It's another cold night in the studio, but not quite as cold as it has been. So I guess there is that. Got that going for me. I can feel my fingers. And Nancy's not quite loading in either. While we wait for Nancy to load in, maybe she will. We'll give her a minute. But we can all tap the screen, share the live. If you haven't already, don't forget to hit the bent little arrow down at the bottom right corner of your screen. And it gives you a whole plethora of ways to share the live. My personal favorite are the repost or add to story, but you can also copy the link or send it to a friend or use one of those other services that it offers to share the live out. Yep. She loaded right off the panel. But there's still a seat there if anybody does have a belief and can question it. Pretty easy combination to meet. Have the belief, be capable of questioning it. If you can do those things, then go ahead and request on up. And I'm thinking if this one doesn't load, then maybe it's on my end. Yeah, I see them too, but I don't hear them. Whale Shark, are you there?
Hello?
Hey, now I hear you. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Brother, wait. I'm sorry, but like, I have a question.
Did you mean to request up here?
Yes, but like,
Okay.
I have a question.
I see. Well, it doesn't say question the questioner.
Oh. Sorry?
Did you request up to question your beliefs?
Yeah.
Can I get your age?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2007. May 22nd.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm Christian.
Can you pull the mic away so you don't breathe into it every time you exhale?
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No. I haven't read the first page.
You haven't read the first page. Why would you believe something you haven't read?
It's just like, I'm pretty sure, like, I listen to, like, audiobooks of the Bible. So,
You said you were born in May 2007.
I said 22nd.
Okay.
Why?
Oh, apparently I'm doing better math than some of the people in the comments.
Oh.
So.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, like, I've listened to audiobooks and, like, I'm pretty sure I heard, like, probably, like, I don't know, like, like, I want to say, like, 2 or 3 or 4 pages.
So you've only read a few pages of the Bible. Why do you believe it?
It's just, like everybody around me believes it, so it's just, like, I just believe it.
You
So, like,
just believe it.
Yeah, like, I believe, like, there is, like, a higher being, like there's gods and stuff like that. Like Greek Greek mythology.
I'm sorry, what about Greek mythology?
I'm saying, like, I believe, like, there's gods like that.
Why?
And, like,
Gods like Zeus and Jesus.
yeah.
How does that work out?
I think it works out good.
Really?
Really.
Why do you think that those gods exist?
Because, like, so, like, for Greek mythology, there's, like, this, I'm sorry, I just keep reading the comments and I'm like, oh my god. So
The comments will mess you up every time. I'm finding out why it is you believe what you believe. You're saying you believe multiple gods like Thor and Zeus and also Jesus. They all exist.
Yeah.
Do the Olympic gods live on a mountain in Greece?
I think. Yeah.
They do. Has nobody ever climbed that mountain?
I think.
We don't
Maybe.
have helicopters that can fly that high.
Right.
And we haven't seen gods there, or have we?
No, but, like,
So why would the gods live on a mountain?
I don't know really. Maybe they, like, live, like, you know how, like, people say, like God lives in heaven and, like, heaven's all the way up there.
Up there? Like space?
Yeah.
So God's an alien?
No?
Oh, God's just a space-dwelling something.
Yeah.
And then the other gods live on mountains. Sounds like you might be a little busy for this conversation, Whale Shark. Had to mute out for a moment. I'm going to go ahead and move on. I think maybe if you read a little bit of your texts and you find we'll see if you can question your beliefs. Oh, it wouldn't let you unmute. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. I definitely didn't mute you. But we do have a few more people in queue, so before I bring one up, thank you guys for tapping us up to 27,000 likes. Appreciate all the taps, all the shares, of course. All that helps get us out to the FYP, and maybe get a few more people who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. He was just up, Kira. He was. And he said Jesus' disciples wrote the Old Testament. Hello, Mac. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Of course. It is 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I don't. I don't subscribe to any form of religious scripture or structure, for that matter. I think it leads sheep in the right direction that they desire to be. For me personally, I always ask people to entertain the notion of the afterlife in the sense that you don't know what exactly is guaranteed afterward. And so I encourage people to exercise the idea of this, and this is...
So I'm not asking for a sermon, though. I was just asking if you believe in a god or gods, and you're saying you don't.
That's precisely it. Sure. I mean, if you want to be objective, yes.
I don't know what that has to do with objectivity. So you're saying there's no creator, no intender, nothing answering prayers, as far as you know.
I think you subscribe to the same idea, yes.
Fascinating. I don't remember saying what I subscribe to, Mac.
You and I have spoken before.
Okay. I speak to a lot of people. So, why did you request up?
Striking conversation with an old... with an old conversation that I've longed to have. With someone that I know can actually hold one.
I see. So can you question your belief?
Well, belief is a construct. Belief is subjective.
Belief is a construct. Belief is subjective. That doesn't answer my question. I'm going to go ahead and set you down, Mac. If anybody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, and the capability of hearing me say this segue over and over again has the curiosity or the courage to question their beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I would say, Mac, if you want to just chit-chat, there's a Discord, Linktree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. It'd be a great place to have those kinds of conversations. Hello, intellect. Present. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in God.
Which god do you believe in?
The Trinitarian God, Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I've read a majority of it, but I have not read every single chapter, no.
Do you believe the stories from the book to be true and literal?
I believe them to be true, yes.
So the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve as the first two humans, those stories are true.
Wasn't it 7 days? Right.
If you include the day of rest, yes.
Yes.
So you believe those are true stories, that's literal?
God, with God, nothing is impossible.
With God, nothing is impossible. Fascinating. So you believe it's true that he created things in a particular order in 6 days?
I would agree with that statement, yes.
Do you also believe that he created things in a very different order in the next chapter? How do you reconcile the different orders?
Okay, so I don't remember the differentiation in order in the next chapter.
Sure. The first chapter gives a distinct order of light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman. Notably, plants, animals, man and woman. In the second chapter, it gives a new order, starting with man, then plants, then animals, then woman, with reasons for each change.
Could you hold on for just a second?
Sure.
Thank you.
Are you reading the chapter? So,
Reference.
okay. Yeah, so you'd look at chapter 2, verse 5 would be where.
Let's floating window. So I can keep talking.
Mm-hmm. And while he does that, everybody, thank you for 28,000 likes. Appreciate y'all tapping the screen. There's enough of us in here that if we all tap just a little bit, I bet we could bring that number up to 30 in no time.
Where does it start to say the order? I'm looking at it right now.
Genesis 2:5. Before there were plants, because there was no rain and no man, he makes there were plants, he makes a man. It goes on to say he plants a garden, and then it's not good for man to be alone, so he makes the animals. And then when Adam can't find a helper amongst the animals, he makes Eve. So reasons are given along the way for this new order. Man, plants, animals, woman.
I can't really say I know why the order is different.
I can understand. I'm not expecting you to give me the definitive answer, just kind of how your mind reconciles the difference here. If this is a difference, a contradiction, does it call into question either of those stories?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Does this contradiction call into question the truth of either of those stories? The six-day creation or Adam and Eve?
If I'm to believe it, I would say no.
You're saying if there is a contradiction given between the two chapters, then it doesn't call either of the chapters into question?
No.
Why is that?
Because there's a reason why it's written in a different order.
Can you think of what reason that might be?
Since I don't know the answer, I don't presume to try to explain it.
Since you don't know the answer, why do you presume that it is true?
Because God is true.
What do you mean God is true?
It was by inspiration of the Holy Spirit that the Bible was written. So Truth
You
is
say
spoken
that,
throughout
but
the
what does
Bible.
that mean? You're saying something that you've been told before, but what does that mean?
It means that men talked to God and God inspired them to write the Bible.
How do you know that men talked to God and that they didn't just write things down that they wanted to?
Because I've experienced it.
You've experienced what?
The man God, Jesus Christ.
You've experienced Jesus?
Yes.
Like you've met him in the flesh?
I wouldn't say in the flesh so much as...
What do you mean you experienced Jesus?
Like his presence?
What does that mean?
Maybe this is hard to explain to you from like a... If this...
If it's hard to explain, is that my fault or yours? Is it possible you can't explain it because you're trying to explain a feeling? Is that what it is?
I would call it more than a feeling.
You say it's more than a feeling. What is it that you're describing then?
I describe it as lining up with the truth.
That's something you might say to convince people that you're saying true things, but what is it you're actually saying?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to cause any kind of confusion here.
You're saying that you've experienced Jesus. I'm asking you what that means. You said you felt his presence. I asked if it's a feeling. You say it's more than a feeling.
Well, so I would say it started out as a feeling, but then as I progressed, it became more noticeable as a functional way of living, like a way to live, more than just a feeling.
What? A way to live? The presence, the feeling of something being present or someone being present is a way to live?
Well, like being guided by him.
Guided by who? Your feeling?
Jesus.
How do you know it's Jesus?
Because it's in line with him, like in line with what he says, like in line with...
How do you know
the
what
commandments.
he says?
Because of the Bible? Because you read the Bible and he says what he says in the Bible?
So you're saying that you have a feeling that is in alignment with what the Bible says, and if you read the Bible, it fits, it feels like that's what you're feeling, is the commandments.
Yes, it lines up with that, yes.
So what's the 10th commandment? Is that part of your feelings?
I can't recall them at the moment.
Then how do you know you're feeling the commandments and not just things that make you feel?
Well, it ends up being more towards like knowing the sins, the 7 deadly sins, like even just
where
within
are the
that
7
bracket.
deadly sins in the Bible?
I'm sorry, I think I'm causing you some frustration. I apologize.
You're not causing me any frustration. Where are the 7 deadly sins in the Bible?
Actually, don't. See, that's actually... It's like sort of a, like...
Is it just something someone decided one day?
Well, thou shalt not covet. So stealing, is it right? Greed.
Thou shalt not covet. Is that about stealing?
Well, there's an
It's
envy.
coveting.
It's envy, actually.
And it just says covet. Thou shalt not covet what?
Thy neighbor's things, I think, if I remember correctly.
Things belonging to the neighbor, like his wife and his slaves.
Oh, why don't I remember the 10 Commandments? Oh yeah, thou shalt not covet thy. Yeah, is the 10th commandment.
It's don't covet your neighbor's wife and slaves, right?
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
And
That.
are you redacting the Bible? What does it say?
Well, this is Exodus, or maybe I'm reading it incorrectly.
What does it say? Thou shalt not covet what?
Well, you just don't covet anything. You don't.
What does the Bible say? Why are you avoiding answering what's on the page? You're redacting the Bible to protect the Bible. Does it need your protection? What does it say is the 10th commandment?
Let's go to the exact words then. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't trying to be inexact about it. I apologize.
Oh, you had Exodus open. I thought you had it.
I don't have it fully memorized, no. But
oh, I thought you were reading Exodus.
No, I just searched it up, the commandments. But before that, when I said covet, I just remembered it. I guess I don't somehow. 23:17. Redacted. 20 Exodus 23:17. Yeah. I will say I wouldn't say I'm fully equipped with this, so I kind of just jumped right in. But oh no, this is the start of it. This
is it?
We're not 3. Huh?
Are you sure?
Oh no! I
no. These are great
back
commandments. We should definitely read these commandments. 23:17 for some reason says 3 times in a year shall all your males appear before the Lord God. I think that's finishing something else. But then 18 goes on to say, you shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, or let the fat of my feast remain until the morning. The first of the fruits of your ground you shall bring into the house of the Lord your God. You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk. These are commandments. Are these the commandments you were talking about? You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk.
Where's that?
That was 19. Verse 19 of 23.
Exodus
23. You said 23, so I went ahead and turned it
20.
Yeah, 23:17 was 3 times in a year shall all your males appear before the Lord God. I don't think that's.
You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall cover your neighbor's wife.
Exodus 23:17. Are you really sure you're reading 23:17?
17. Or no, 2017. 20.
That's 2 chapters prior. So these are the new commandments.
The new?
Yeah, the ones in 23.
These are the 10 commandments that Moses took down from God on the tablets.
And then he broke the tablets and had to go back.
Well, they didn't.
So
that didn't get rid of the. That didn't
the
get
new
rid
commandments.
Of
the new commandments include the one about boiling a kid or lamb in its mother's milk. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Have you read Exodus?
Doesn't seem like I read all of it. No.
Seems like you're missing some parts if you didn't know about the other commandments. Do you know how many commandments are there in the Torah?
Quite a few, I imagine.
More than 10, right?
Yeah, but the 10 are the main front of the commandments. Like they're
the main front.
Well, not the front. Sorry, that's a weird word for it. the main, like it's the grit, the you don't, it's what everything is around, like the meat of it, if that makes any sense, I guess. And now I'm speaking too much. I'm sorry.
Intellect, is it possible at all in your mind that the Bible could have errors within it?
Maybe only what do you call it? Words here and there.
Words here and there.
Not the whole message.
Not the whole message, but words here and there, like the creation order being mixed up from one chapter to the next.
I don't know about a wording error. It might also just be a translation error too, in terms of
sure. So if you were to
the
study
way
the Hebrew,
you read the whole language.
If you were to study the Hebrew and find, for instance, that contradiction we mentioned earlier in Genesis 1 and 2, if you were to find that it were still contradictory in the original Hebrew, what would you say about that if there was something contradictory?
Well, I don't believe the Bible to contradict itself. So
if is a hypothetical. So if there were something contradictory within the Bible, would that cause you to question the truth of the message?
No.
Why not?
Because there's no if for me. You're adding an if.
So you're ignoring the if. You're not capable of engaging a hypothetical question. That's unfortunate. Can you question your beliefs, intellect?
Oh,
So I'm guessing not. Why would you request up on a panel where the topic is, can you question your beliefs, if you can't?
Well, I wanted to see what we could go over.
But can you question it? Like, am I wasting my time talking to someone who's going to ignore evidence or questions or contradictions to just say, I believe it because I believe it, and no question will ever
well, then
get
I
me to consider
apologize.
anything?
I apologize for wasting your time. Then you have a good day.
Are you saying then you can't question your beliefs at all? I just want one. I just have one question. Why can't you question your beliefs?
Because that would be like dismantling my trust in God.
Why do you trust God?
Because he helps me?
How do you know he is helping you?
How do I know he's helping me?
Yes,
because
how do you know he is helping you and that it is not you or some other God or some other random circumstance leading to what appears to be help?
I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, let's see. Let me think of an example. I'm sorry. What's a good example of him helping me?
That's all right, intellect. I'm not asking for an example of how he helps you. I'm asking if you could even consider for a moment. But you've already said you can't question your beliefs, so I won't push any further. I hope that you take care. I hope you keep asking questions, or maybe start asking questions, and consider the possibility that you could be wrong. Maybe not even you, maybe some of the people who've told you what to believe.
Well, no, I believe that I can be wrong about things. I believe I can be wrong about things.
You believe you can be wrong about things,
for sure,
except things about Jesus or God.
Well, no, I could say I'm wrong. I would agree I can be wrong about those things. That's mainly what I would want to be wrong about, so I can learn more about it. Otherwise, if I thought I was right about everything, how could I learn?
Can you be wrong about the experiences that you attribute to Jesus? Could those be something other than Jesus?
It's been so much, it's hard to say that it wouldn't be him.
So you
Like,
can't imagine that it could be anything other than Jesus.
yeah.
Can you give me one example of Jesus helping you or changing something in your life that makes it hard to consider that it's not him?
Changing something. Well, it's definitely made me closer to my family.
So you are closer to your family.
Because of him, yes.
Do they believe in him?
They do, yes.
Could it be that you are bonding over a shared story?
I would say it's because of him. But
the same way a family that all enjoys the wizarding world could say that they are together because Harry Potter, because they share a story they enjoy.
no, it's been tough. It's been tough for me with my family, and it actually has been difficult for me to consolidate certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And it was only because of him that I was able to do that.
You say only because of him, only because...
Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be friends with my family anymore.
What did he do?
Make me less judgmental.
So you changed your mind.
Well, I was rather judgmental, and I realized that. Mm-hmm. So I tried to stop being that way.
How does that... I'm sorry, how does that go back to Jesus? What did Jesus do to make you less judgmental?
Well, he made me aware of it so I could stop being it that way.
How did he make you aware of it?
His light?
What do you mean, his light?
Well, being exposed to his uncreated energies.
What do you mean, uncreated energies? What is energy? That's where I can't, it's... How do you differentiate what you're saying happened between you having a change of mind based upon your thought process involving Jesus, if you will? What's the difference between you changing your mind because you decided to, based on feelings, and Jesus sharing his inner light?
Well, that part is different. That was not necessary. Well, so the inner light, the light would be, part of it is feeling, but then the other part of it is just noticing more of yourself too. So not even feeling, but so much as seeing. I guess you could call that
introspection.
Seeing more of your problems,
right.
But then, yeah.
So what is the difference between you introspecting based on your feelings and Jesus sharing his light so you see your problems? How is it you're able to tell the difference?
I don't know why I didn't quite understand your question. Forgive me.
How are you able to tell the difference between Jesus sharing his light and showing you your problems and you getting a feeling and introspecting on your problems? How do you know the difference? While you think on it, I'm going to say thank you to Chi-Town, also Enki Bubs, Heather's Descent, Jace, Danny Grax, and 96. Thank you guys so much for helping with that goal. I appreciate you. It's all right, Intellect. I appreciate you. Be more questions. How is it that you know the things that you claim to know about Jesus or the Bible? Are they things that you've read, or things you've been told, or things that you just felt and decided?
Well, I mean, I've read. I do read for sure. I don't just listen to people. Though listening to people is what brought me back to God. It was before I even read not that I haven't read a bit of it when I was younger, because I was raised within the faith at one point, but I was separated for a rather long time before I came back about 6 years ago. So I'm 38, right? So I separated around like I was 11 or 12.
And it was listening to people that brought you back.
Yeah, it was sort of it wasn't even like, it was like half-heartedly. It was like my parents wanted me to go back to church, and I was like, I don't know, playing video games or whatever, staying, I would stay up late and not, sleep in on a Sunday like most people would do, right? And
I don't know. I don't.
Well, I sleep on Sundays.
Myself.
Huh?
I said, I don't know. I don't sleep in myself. My hours are all over the place.
Oh, man. I'm sorry.
But, so you're saying that you didn't go to church, you didn't feel like it, and then your parents talked you into going, and you decided to listen while you were there. And so you listened. And
No, see, that's...
So what is it that brought you back?
God? Because I went back to the church kind of half-heartedly.
So I'm noticing that a lot of your answers are questions. You ask them with an upward inflection, question mark at the end, as though I'm going to have the answer. I think
that was, I don't,
yeah,
I didn't intend that to be like that. Maybe that's just how I speak. I don't.
Okay.
Because it's happened before with other people.
Okay, intellect. I'm going to move on.
Oh, I'm interrupting.
I appreciate
I'm sorry.
you. Yep, repeatedly ad nauseum. So we're just going to move on. I think that you can't question your beliefs, and I think it's really sad and scary, and I think you should probably look into doing that. Maybe question yourself as to what actually brought you back, what it is that holds you there, and how certain you really are that it's Jesus that you're interacting with. And maybe look into that contradiction I asked you about. Yeah, why would you interrupt to point out that you're interrupting unless you're being a troll? Unless you're being a troll? But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I don't want to debate you. I just want to see if you can question your beliefs. Yeah, Celeste, this is your chance to shine if you're capable of questioning. Unless, of course, this guest sticks around and is capable of questioning. Hello, Duck. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 37 male.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I recently discovered Pastafarianism.
Okay, so are you saying that you believe in the flying spaghetti monster, or that you just recently discovered it and wanted to share?
I recently discovered it, and I lean more towards that than anything.
You lean more towards that monster as revealed by a great pirate Mosey, and that you should follow his 8 condiments.
I guess as a philosophy or ethics, I would probably say I believe in science the most.
So you don't believe that there was a flying spaghetti monster as revealed by a pirate?
I like the costume.
Mm-hmm.
The way to celebrate the faith.
Mm-hmm. You like wearing a colander on your head?
Hey, it is what it is.
Why don't you believe in a god?
I've had a terrible life, and I hate the idea that somebody was in control of it.
So is it about belief or is it about dislike?
It's probably a long-term ethical dilemma.
A long-term ethical dilemma. Interesting. I was wondering, do you lack belief in a god, or do you just carry resentment for one?
That's a good way to put it. Resentment would definitely be my choice of the two.
So you resent the god that you believe exists or don't believe exists?
I believe there may be something greater than myself. I'm not sure what it is. But,
Why?
Well, in the greater scheme of things, you kind of just hope for it. I don't really have a steady belief in anything, you could say. I've just meandered through life. No religion, no greater understanding, just science and math and staying out of trouble and trying to avoid pain.
Does it matter to you if a god exists or not?
No, not really. I wouldn't even care if the void was the answer after this.
Can you think of what would convince you that a god exists?
He would have to appeal to me in some way, physically, or maybe, that's a really good question. Huh. What would he have to do, huh? He would have to pass a series of tests that I arranged in my head the moment of meeting. I don't feel it'd be easy to pre-plan that arrangement. It's like saying if I could meet an alien, what would I do? In reality, I'd probably just jam up and not do anything. I could tell you I'd be awesome, though.
Mm-hmm. Why did you request StepDuck?
Well, I hit random chat, and mostly it came through here, and I heard a few things that was kind of cool, and I just requested to see if I can join the conversation and put any 2 cents into any questions you may have. Or
I see. Well, I am looking for believers who believe in a god and can question their belief in a god. It sounds to me like you either don't believe or don't want to, and I'm not. Yeah, I'm not convinced that you can or can't question one way or the other. And really, I guess it just boils down to the question of how do you critique your own worldview?
I'm a pessimist for sure, but I try to be an optimist with everything I got. I went from being angry most of the time to trying to be a pacifist. I'd say I tried to maneuver ethically through life, with or without a god or a hell to motivate me. But I mean, I like the idea of gods. I like the stories, the epic tales.
Mm-hmm.
I want to believe, but honestly, I feel if there is a god out there, it'd probably be more a threat than a friend.
What kind of God would you want to worship or respect?
A cruel one.
Why?
Because that's what humanity deserves.
Okay,
humanity is
well,
cruel.
I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did. I think I'm ready to move on. Maybe there's a believer in Q who's got the curiosity or courage to question their beliefs. And if that sounds like you, then go ahead and request on up. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief. Hello, Demamo. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 31.
I'm sorry, how old?
How are you?
I said, how old were you? I didn't quite hear what you said.
I'm 31 years old.
31. Okay, and do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe that there is God,
Which god?
the creator of all things.
Which creator of all things?
The whole universe, including all the physical and spiritual beings.
Yeah, which creator of all the universe and spiritual physical beings?
Is Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yeah.
Is that the god of the Bible?
Not only the God of the Bible, but the real God.
You say not only the god of the Bible, but the real God.
Yeah, the God of the Bible, you may call him, but he's a real God.
What does that mean, real God? As opposed to a fake God?
Yeah, if you search for the existence of any supernatural power, finally you reach Yahweh.
If you search for the existence of a supernatural power, you will reach Yahweh.
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Because throughout my lifetime, you know, I have a question when I was a child, where I came from and why I'm living and where I will go.
Mm-hmm.
So when I am searching all that is around, I discovered that there is a creator of all.
You say you discovered there is a creator of all. How did you discover there is a creator of all?
Yeah, once we have evidences that are written before us.
Evidence written before us.
Yeah, so based on those informations, you know, I read and I act. So finally, I discovered that Yahweh is real God.
You discovered that he's a real God. How?
Because when I pray, I find my answers, and when I see what He did before me.
You say when you pray, you find your answers. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean in the Bible, as you read, you know, God can speak in dreams and visions.
Is that what it says?
Yeah, the God is spirit, so you can access him through spirit. So
What is spirit?
Human is made to be spiritual.
What is spirit?
Spirit means something that's living in spiritual realm.
What is spiritual realm? That doesn't help me.
Yeah, it's a world. Just like this physical world, there is a world beyond this physical.
Why do you think there is a world beyond?
Everything, the existence of everything is from that spiritual world. And
You
that's
say the
what the
existence
Bible
of
says.
everything is from the spiritual world, but why have you decided that?
Because when you read the entire Bible from Genesis chapter 1 unto Revelation.
Oh, so it is the Bible.
Not only the Bible, I discovered later.
So why do you believe the Bible?
Because it really happened in my life. Because I'm seeing
the Bible really
dreams.
happened in your life.
I see dreams, and they come to pass.
Are you a prophet? Are you saying you are a chosen prophet of God?
No.
Then why do you believe your dreams to be prophecies or visions from God?
Because as the Bible says, at the last time I can pour my spirit on my children, and they can see visions and dreams. Because of that.
Where does it say that?
Yeah, on Acts chapter 2.
In Acts chapter 2?
Yeah, and even in the Old Testament also. It's a prophecy of the Old Testament, written on Acts chapter 2.
I'm sorry, there's a prophecy of the Old Testament written in Acts chapter 2.
It was fulfilled in Acts chapter 2, and I am among the children of God.
What is the prophecy that was fulfilled in Acts?
Yeah, it says at the last time, at the last time, God can pour his spirit on his children, and they can see visions and dreams, and they can also, all that calls upon the name of the Lord can be saved. It says.
You're saying whoever calls upon the name of the Lord can be saved. That doesn't tell me that your visions are from God.
No, because I believed in Lord. So
because you believe in the Lord, then any of your visions or dreams are from God?
No, I mean, because the Bible says once you believe in Lord, you become the children of God. Is faith. The greatest thing in life, even not only in spiritual, even in this physical world, the greatest thing is faith.
You're not actually answering my question, and now you're just kind of going on a sermon. What was the question you're responding to?
Yeah, you are asking me, how do you know that your dreams are from God?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How do you know?
So my answer unto you is by faith.
By faith?
Yeah.
What is faith?
Faith is just believing something that you don't see.
So just believing something you don't see.
Yeah,
do you do that with everything or just
they come
God?
To happen. Mm-hmm.
Do you do that with everything or just God?
I can do by everything. I can do in everything, but spiritual things can happen.
So you can take anything on faith?
No, but the Bible says you cannot please God without faith. That's why we can have a faith first.
What is the reason for your faith?
The reason is that you cannot access God or please God without faith.
You say you cannot access God or please God without faith.
Yeah.
And so you use faith, which you call believing in something you can't see, to believe in God without seeing.
Yeah, that's why I said once.
Do you use that for anything else in life?
Yeah.
You do use faith for other things?
Sure, yeah.
Can you tell me what else you use faith for besides God?
For example, when I'm doing, actually, even before my faith, when I'm doing things on earth, I can believe that I can do them and bring them to reality. For example, when I wanted to have degree I wanted to just do something good. First I can believe.
You wanted to do something good, something you knew you could do, something within your ability that you've demonstrated you could do.
Yeah, but after
How
my
is that?
phase,
How is that believing without seeing? If it's something that you've demonstrated you could do.
because without believing something, you can't have a full confidence to
So
bring
I
them
don't think you're
into
hearing my
reality.
question. I didn't ask how it's believing. I asked how it's believing without seeing. If you have evidence that you can do a thing, like be good, so very vague, then how is it that you can call that faith if you can evidence that you've done it before?
Yeah, first you can imagine and see your capacity. Then you can move to do that.
So to clarify, Demamo, just to make sure, can you question your beliefs?
Yeah.
Interesting. What does that mean to you?
For example, as you said, when I'm doing things in life and put my face, sometimes you can fail, you know. So you can question your progress or phase because you say they can
Okay,
do
so
it.
you can't question, just to clarify, you can only question your faith and how strong your faith is or how real your faith is. But you can't question whether or not the God actually exists or if the Bible is true or not. Those things are unquestionable to you.
You know, after I have belief in God, because even when I fail,
Are you saying those things are unquestionable to you?
always I question because one thing I learn, you know, is having fellowship with the Creator of everything. So spiritually, you have to be awakened, and if your spiritual fellowship with Lord may be not good, so the progress is or your faith in God to do something may fail because without
Okay,
fellowship.
so your faith may fail in a God because it's not strong enough. I'm not hearing you say that you can question if the God exists or not, or whether the Bible is true or not. So I think what I'm hearing, Dimamo, is that you have a dogmatic belief that God is what you assume it is, and that you can't be wrong. But you can question your faith, and if your faith is strong enough. But that's not what I'm doing here. I'm saying if you can actually question the belief itself, and it doesn't seem like you can. So maybe another time you'll be more interested in it. Maybe you'll go and look into some better understandings of what it is that you believe.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I don't have. Actually, have a question on the existence of God, but maybe I can further deepen my understanding to
I
discover
think that'd
new
be a
things.
great idea to look into that deeper. And maybe another time I'll have more questions for you. But I appreciate you coming up to Mama.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been an interesting evening of unquestionable believers. So far, I don't know that we've had a believer up that can question. Had a couple of non-believers come up who seemed to be maybe capable, but a lot of walls put up. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Am I lonely? I mean, I haven't had a single questioner request up yet, so if there are any questioners that are eager to join the panel and get their questions in, I'll probably bring one of you up soon if I see you in requests. Look at that. You say something and you get two of them. It's a twofer.
That you said that because I was literally requesting up as you said that. But I was requesting up, I have something for you, like an actual thing.
Oh, a thing.
Right. Not a belief. A lack of belief. But
A
questionable one. But a questionable one. So every night I come in here and I sit down here before I come up here and I try to come up with some semi-ridiculous but like reasonable and questionable belief to present to you, and I can't ever like come up with something good enough. I mean, the divinity of curly fries was okay, but it wasn't that great, like, let's be honest. And so tonight I was doing the thing that I do, which was sit down here and try to come up with some belief for you to question. And I thought, like, well, why can't I ever come up with something? Why can't I come up with some belief of some sort? It all seems silly. So that's what I got.
Trying to come up with a belief seems silly.
Yeah, like trying to think of something that actually seems reasonable feels silly.
I wonder why imagining your own answer and trying to insert it into things where you don't know the answer would feel silly.
Well, when you say it like that.
I was gonna say, and these beliefs that you're coming up with, are they actually doing anything for you?
No, I'm just trying to come up with something interesting to question, but
What makes something interesting to question?
I don't know. All kinds of things are interesting to question.
I think that's a good question. I think that's a good question to ponder on. Yeah. We have a few people in queue. Not sure if any of them are still here, but I think this one's been waiting the longest. And if they're a ghost, then I'll click the next one. Hineo says, I have faith that there is no belief interesting enough not to question.
Completely agree. Even if
the way that's worded, I have faith that there's no belief interesting enough not to question. Why would
the double negative makes it a positive?
Well, not necessarily. No belief interesting enough not to question raises questions. I think I
Hold on, wait. Okay, hold on. Now that you broke that down, now I'm questioning it myself. Oh no.
It's the interesting enough not to question part that has my
That's
brain going.
that's the part where I'm getting stuck too.
Or to not question.
No belief is interesting enough not to question.
Does it mean that there's a certain, like, level of interesting where hypothetically questioning should stop?
I don't know, man.
But there just isn't one that interesting. I know he changed it, Malia. We're still, yeah. We're still kicking the original version now. We'll get to 2.0 here in a minute. It's actually more like 1.2 since he just swapped 2 words. I think.
Wouldn't that be 1.1?
1.1, yeah. Look at that, we've got a guest. Hello, Edward. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I have actually. It's my own understanding or perception of it. And yeah, I believe in an infinite consciousness of reality.
Infinite consciousness of reality.
Yeah.
What is consciousness?
It's a conscious state.
Can you define consciousness without using the word conscious?
Aware of something.
So
Or the ability.
awareness.
Yeah, or the ability to be aware of something. Yeah.
So consciousness is the ability to be aware of something.
Yeah.
Of anything. So if a microorganism is aware of one thing, is that consciousness?
Yeah, in some form. It's the ability, the ability itself. Yeah.
And you believe in a universal consciousness that is it a single consciousness that is in all, or is it just the universe has its consciousness and we have ours?
I think it's a single consciousness that exists in everything.
You say everything. Is it also in inanimate objects?
What is inanimate objects? Is it like
a rock?
Yeah, exactly in everything. Yes.
Why would there be consciousness in a rock?
Because I think that the ability to be aware collapses it into reality. So what I'm talking about is the wave collapsing.
A misunderstanding of the double slit experiment, I see. So have you actually looked into the double slit experiment?
Maybe not too deep, but...
Do you think it's possible that if you looked deeper, that it might collapse the function of your belief?
It could until I believe in something else. So until I believe in something. So
fair enough. So you mentioned this collapsing of the wave function. I assume you were referencing the double slit experiment where they say that the observer collapses the wave function. And so you're saying that awareness means that everything is observing and collapsing wave functions into reality.
Yes, a stone.
Any difference to you if what was tested in that experiment was not a consciousness from a living being observing and collapsing wave function, but an interaction of an instrument collapsing the wave function? And
actually, I would still believe what I believe, I think, no matter what the experiment may, but it makes sense to me as I see it. For the reason that it gives me at least it is because it gives me a sense of stability or of my existence. Or of
so
my
it doesn't matter if it's true or not, as long as it gives you a sense of psychological stability.
I think it, because what is true, I think depends on maybe what you believe. So that's why I want to hold on to that. The belief creates. Actually, I want to know what is true, and what I think is true is that anything can become true in the realm of the mind.
So I could believe in leprechauns. Does that mean that leprechauns would exist somewhere?
Yeah, at least in your mind.
Is that a healthy way to interact with the world around us? To live in your mind of fantasy?
Yeah, in a sense that if reality is a expression of mind, is like the collapse of the wave into particle, then I think living in the mind is a very empowering thing.
What does collapse of the wave into particle actually mean?
When you observe something and what you see it as, it is what it becomes, because you see it in that way.
So if I look at, for instance, there's a case of water in my studio. I'm looking at the case of water. If I imagine it is a leprechaun and believe it is a leprechaun, then it will become a leprechaun and lead me to a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow.
At least in... well, it will still... If you have the power, if you have come to that level of being able to manipulate matter by your mind, then it will become whatever you believe.
What makes you think that we can manipulate matter by our mind?
That because we are doing it all the time.
You say we are doing it. You
Yeah.
say we are doing it, but that is based upon your belief that observation collapses wave functions into reality.
Yes.
And that is based on your understanding or belief that a collapse of a wave function creates something as real or generates it into reality. That also is based on your understanding or belief that the double slit experiment verifies that wave collapses are a result of conscious observation, which it sounds like a layered sort of, what's a layered kind of object? A kind of sandwich of sort of assumptions.
Yeah, I could also believe differently, but then it wouldn't give me the same benefits of my experience. So I think the main reason why I believe what I believe is because it gives me a sense of power and influence over my experience, like a positive influence over my experience. I think that is the reason I believe what I believe.
Because it feels like it gives you some influence over your reality.
Yeah, it gives me stability at least, some kind of positive stability.
Is this stability genuine if the belief is in error?
No, then it's not, then it's just like delusional, but I think it doesn't matter because of if it's so that delusion creates, then it doesn't matter. It's just subjective anyway.
I see. Is it?
That's, yeah.
I have to say, Edward, I can understand most of what it is you're saying. The thing that I'm getting hung up on, the thing that is kind of causing me any kind of trepidation about questioning even, is it seems to me that no matter what is presented, what alternative or question is posed, you believe what you want to believe because you want to believe it, and anything at all that seems to cause you to question it is shoehorned into the belief as the mind creating its own reality, which really is the essential sort of bones of the belief, isn't it? Just that you create reality with your thoughts. And so no matter what it is you think, well, that will just be you creating a new reality. Do you know what the word unfalsifiable means?
No, I don't know.
So when we look to falsify something, it's the ability to disprove it, right?
Okay.
So if something is unfalsifiable, that means there's no ability to disprove it. Now that may sound like a good thing. That may sound like something that's stronger and better because it can't be disproven by definition. But what that means is that there's no avenue to test, to understand, or even see if it's true.
Actually, I have also a sense of openness for possibilities. I can observe what I believe. Yeah. So it's actually, I also think that it can be kind of limiting to not be able to question or to falsify or to, like, you're completely sure about something and that excludes all other possibilities.
Well, I understand that you want that openness, but the way you're presenting this belief certainly seems as though you have closed yourself off to other alternatives. It seems as though you said that it didn't matter what the double slit experiment showed, if it was instruments or a mind that collapsed the wave function, because you would then believe that that is the mind creating that reality.
Actually, I may change, if not now, I may change my perspective on that because, of course, I think rationally, truth matters more because it's truth, and then nothing else matters in comparison to truth. Yeah.
Does this belief give you comfort in some way?
It does, actually.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's possible that you might be, whether intentionally or not, defensive of your belief so that you can keep that comfort?
Not necessarily. Actually, I think it's good to be able to feel discomfort for the reason of coming closer to truth. So I could also just be fully open and receptive to truth, whatever that may be. Maybe I'm already know the truth, or I just believe. I don't know, but possibly I could be open.
Do you think it's more important to believe what's true or what is beneficial?
I think it's more important to believe what's true because, yeah. Actually,
there's an interesting way to phrase that question. I have to thank Legion for that. I usually ask it very differently.
Because I think what's true will last in comparison to what's not true. So that's why I believe that truth is more important than anything else.
Do you think it's possible that that there is some way to actually, let me back up. What do you think right now is the best critique of your worldview?
My own experience of it, actually, because I have seen that my state has determined a lot of things in my life. So that is it's experience, basically.
So that would be a support of your worldview, something that helps it. I'm looking more for what do you think would be a critique? What is your best?
Yeah, It would maybe be the double slit experiment, or yeah, something like that.
That would contradict your worldview.
Contradict? Sorry. I think I misunderstood your question.
That's what I was asking. Is what would contradict your?
Yeah, what would contradict? Yeah. If I would discover the contrary proof or evidence somehow, if I could go beyond my experience and see the objectivity of something, maybe.
I see. Short of going beyond your own experience and gaining some sort of objective perspective, which sounds like an oxymoron in my brain. But if you were to able to do that, know better than what you know now.
Yeah.
But since you can't, do you think that maybe looking into something like the double slit experiment deeper than you have, to see if there is a consciousness involved, or is it instrumentation? Do you think something like that could cause you to question if there was no consciousness collapsing waves in that experiment?
It's kind of, maybe it depends on how deep I go into the study. Like if I really go all the way, I don't know what I would discover, but if I would discover that my belief is just a belief, it's just a delusion, of course I would just change my mind, because I would of course want to admit that reality is something far more important. But if I would discover that, yeah.
Do you think the things that have bolstered your view, your experiences, you said, of things following your mindset, could just be your mindset giving you a perspective that lets you see things in a positive light? Could it be entirely psychological and not you manipulating the world with your mind?
It could be. I think it could be, because we can. I don't really know yet. I need to think about this.
I appreciate that. I don't know is a great answer, and I love that you'll take some time to think on it, Edward. I don't know that I have very many more questions for you, and I've probably robbed Kat of most of hers, but if you've got any questions, Kat or Morgan, this is your chance.
I do not.
Yeah, you did steal all my questions.
I did. I counted 3 at least. I'm sorry.
But thank you.
I know.
I appreciate you, Edward. Thank you for coming up and demonstrating an ability and a willingness to question your beliefs, at least a little bit of it. So I hope you keep questioning and maybe look into that experiment. Maybe there is something there that could contradict or even support your belief. Either way,
sure.
I hope you keep asking questions.
Yeah.
Take care.
Thanks.
Big W's in the chat for Edward.
Question stealer.
I know. I needed so badly to have a good conversation.
I know. Yeah, 7 lemons down there. Question burglar.
I thought you were a god burglar, not a question burglar. Shoot.
You know what, though? That just means that I ask fantastic questions.
It does.
All that is.
It does mean you ask fantastic questions. Let's see. I'll let you pick, Kat. Since I burgled your questions.
I really hope oh god, the one I picked might have been a ghost. And I was really hoping they weren't, because that was like the best prospect, I thought, but we'll try that one. Oh, that one's not a ghost.
Nope.
Do you want me to do? Oh, no! Look what I did.
Now we got two of them. Well, Alistair's got
Wow.
background noise. And
Oh,
Zach,
and
Zach, can I get your age?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
Huh?
Alistair, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Let's begin.
No. Let's end right there.
God, and those were the ones that looked like they were actually good prospects. That's saying something.
Oof.
Oof. That's what it's saying.
It was that or Master Debater.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, that was. Let's see. I've got a couple that might be in a different. Yeah, these might be private accounts. So let's try this one. I'm sure that one's a child.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Lyoko. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And what god do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God, Catholic God.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
Yes.
Is it? Yes. So you believe in a six? I'm sorry, no. Are you drunk?
I believe there was a man that was thoroughly devoted to God, gave himself up, turned over the tables in the Pharisees' temple, and wanted everyone.
I didn't ask you directly about Jesus yet. So I just asked.
Not who I mentioned.
I see. I see. So, do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal was a question I asked. You chuckled, you said yes, and then no, and then started down this. Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal? You can say yes or no, or throw some in between, maybe some, maybe all. There's a mix, whatever your answer is. But if it doesn't
somewhere in between. I like to think that there was someone that legitimately thought of all of humanity.
Are you drunk?
No. No, I'm just crazy.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe bats are birds?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you believe bats are birds? It's a question from YouTube.
I'm sorry, see those words again?
Are bats birds?
Bats? No, bats are mammals.
Thank you, Zebulon, for the question. Do you believe that the Earth was created in 6 days? Or is it the universe that was created in 6 days? Or is it neither?
I think the creation myth was a clever analogy for early Scientological explanation of the universe. I don't really believe that the universe was created in 6 days. I think it happened with the Big Bang and a lot of the molecular fission, fusion, all that things.
Do you believe God created it?
No.
So you don't believe God created the universe?
Nope.
Do you believe God created Earth?
Maybe yes, maybe no.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Do you believe that there is a God that answers prayers and demands things of you?
Yes to the first, no to the second.
So there are no commandments, no decrees, no directives from this God.
Well, that's rather reductive.
Are there commandments, decrees, or directives from this God?
Well, you certainly seem to give them to those guy on the Mount Sinai.
Do you believe that story to be true?
Don't have any reason to doubt it, as far as I know.
You have no reason to doubt that a man freed a nation of slaves on his own with the backing of a supernatural deity, and then climbed a mountain to speak to a burning bush and carved laws into stone. You have no reason to doubt that. I wasn't there. You weren't there. Is that not one reason to doubt?
Well, I wasn't there. Don't have any reason to believe it or disbelieve it. So
then why do you believe it? Are you getting drunker?
Well, here's my thoughts on it. If the world had to legitimize the rejection of slavery, the honor of one's neighbor, legitimizing, like, we were all each other's neighbors.
How does the Bible legitimize the rejection of slavery?
I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about even the Old Testament, where the Jewish people escaped from slavery,
only to turn around and set up laws about how to keep slaves, not just specific laws for keeping slaves amongst each other, but keeping slaves of people from nations around you.
Sorry, in what passage?
You don't know about the slave laws in the Bible.
In what passage?
There are several.
Quote them to me. Go ahead. I'll look them up.
Do you have your Bible handy?
Quite handy. It's called the internet. I can look up any passage that you quote to me that says that slavery was endorsed by the Bible or the Quran or the Torah. Like, we have all this on.
Why are we suddenly condescending? Hold on.
Yeah, it's really weird. The condescending hostility from somebody who claims to have read his Bible and doesn't know that there are slave laws.
Well, I read the whole Bible in boot camp. There was no passage in the Bible about slavery.
Why don't you get Exodus 21 ready?
Oh, Exodus. Exodus, you mean the one where the Jewish people freed themselves from slavery from the Egyptians?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and pull up Exodus 21?
Lots of Exodus tonight.
Oh, we're just right in the next chapter. It just comes down from the mountain here.
This doesn't apply to Christians. No.
Why doesn't it apply to Christians?
Because Jesus came forth to set us free from the Old Testament
He
laws.
came to
That's
fulfill
why
the
we
law,
can
not
eat
to abolish it.
That's why
What does
we
that
can
mean?
eat shrimp.
What does I come to fulfill the law, not abolish it mean?
Oh, so all the old slavery laws should be in force.
Well, that's what Jesus said. He said he came to fulfill the law, not abolish it.
No, he came to fulfill the law in terms of like forgiving the sins. Not
So
in
he only
terms
came to fulfill some of the law?
What law is being fulfilled here?
This is so.
How did we
This is so
decide what laws Jesus came to fulfill and which ones he was doing away with? Like, where was that decision made?
So what kind of law do you think he was set forth to absolve us of?
How drunk
I think
are
when
you?
he came to
How drunk are you? Scale of 1 to 10.
Y'all keep coming back to my fucking intoxication. That's
Because
not...
you're intoxicated, and I don't tolerate intoxication on the live, at least not drunk, slurring, circular nonsense, because you don't even know what you're saying at this point.
Come back when you're sober, brother. We can have this conversation then.
Drink some water, catch a nap. We might still be live. Great questions, Kat.
Thank you. I've learned a lot about my Bible in the last 6 months or so.
He didn't even read Exodus 21. He just decided it didn't apply.
We didn't even get there.
I think there's other stuff going on there, guys.
Yeah, probably, possibly. And maybe another time he'll be more open to questioning his beliefs. Let's see. Looks like that one's a ghost. Hello, Ivy.
Hello, host, and hello, everyone.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm already 25 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes. Yes, to answer your question, I believe that God exists.
Which God?
God. God itself. The provider, God of providence, God of benevolence.
Is this a particular God from a particular practice or doctrine?
I'm not saying anything. Like, you focus on what I've said. I believe in God.
Which one?
There's no which one. I believe in God.
There are many different.
Why don't you just proceed with another questions?
Excuse me.
I'm not an
Because
Egyptian. I'm not an
Eileen,
Egyptian for
stop.
you to ask how many gods.
Okay.
There's only one God for.
You're not gonna just yell over people and
The
argue
fuck
with
are we doing?
questions. That's
What is
nonsense.
happening?
Grow up.
Holy shit.
So childish.
What was that?
That was like all of 3 seconds.
I don't know if it was a record. It was pretty quick. Which god? I've had several crash outs on which god. It's been a while.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a pretty big one.
Not just are there 4,200 different gods. Do you know how many different traditions and faiths and beliefs just call it God and nothing else?
Right. If you're actually open to questioning your beliefs and doing so in a respectful way, then go ahead and request up. But I'm going to go ahead and clear the queue for the moment, just in case there's some accidental tap-ins or something like that. Now, you all know, if you can respectfully question your beliefs, then go ahead and request back up. But if you're just going to argue and yell and try to talk over people, you're not going to last on the panel, and we're not going to fight you. You're just done. I'm not interested.
Okay.
Actually, WWE SmackDown God Edition, so.
Welcome back, Eileen. Are you going to be a little more respectful this time?
I am respectful, okay?
Okay, but you weren't, so we're going to try again, but we're going to ask the same question. What God do you believe in?
I believe in God, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit since I'm a Christian.
Okay, see, that would have been very helpful when we said which God. So you believe in the Christian God. And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
Do you believe all the stories within it to be true and literal?
I don't believe that you might interpret it in literal way, but I believe that you must interpret it in a metaphorical or hyperbole way.
I'm sorry, a metaphorical or hyperbolic way?
Yeah. Not in a literal way.
So it's not literal or true then?
Mm-hmm.
So the earth wasn't created in 6 days in a particular order in Genesis?
Yeah, in
That's
Genesis.
not true. Is it not true?
What is your question again?
Is the creation story in Genesis true or not?
I cannot confirm that it is true, but I believe in.
Do you believe it to be true or not?
Yeah, I believe. Since I'm a Christian, yes, I believe in it.
Then you believe the earth was created in 6 days in a particular order.
Yes, I do believe in it.
And you believe the Adam and Eve story, that those are the first 2 humans.
Yes, I believe in it. The Adam and Eve.
And you said that you've read the book, right? You've read.
Yeah, I read the Bible.
Mm-hmm. Does it matter to you that those 2 stories contradict each other?
How can you say so?
In the order presented between Genesis 1 and 2.
Mm.
The order given is light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman. And then in Genesis 2 it says that the man comes before the plants and the animals, and then the woman comes after. So is one of them not true?
In my own stand, I believe that there is a first cause in everything. Like the tree grows from a seed, the rain falls from the clouds, and so on. So therefore, if the universe itself had a beginning, so it must have been caused by something outside itself. So something that is not bound by space, time, or matter. So the first cause must be uncaused. Something internal,
Did I ask you
something
about
powerful.
first cause, start of the universe? Did I ask that?
Yeah, I just add it up since you've
Are you
mentioned
just
the
kind of
Genesis.
are you ignoring what I asked you then?
No, I'm not
What
ignoring,
did
but
I
I'm
ask
answering
you?
it. Does it contradict, right? You ask me with that, so I just
I didn't
provide the
quite ask,
supporting.
does it contradict?
So what is your question?
Interesting, so you didn't listen.
I listened
Are you
to
interested in questioning your beliefs, or are you trying to debate or prove God? What is your purpose of being on this panel?
Why aren't you listening to the questions that are being asked?
I am listening to the question. I just provide
I just
the
asked you one, you
supporting.
didn't answer it.
I already answered it, and you're not listening
Why
to me.
did you request to be on this panel?
You didn't say anything at all.
Because it was being in your banner. What is your belief, right? Why do you believe? It was being indicated here in your banner. What is your belief? So I just.
It's also indicated, can you question your beliefs?
Why would I question my belief? You asked me what is my belief, right? So I just answered.
So are you capable of questioning your beliefs?
In my own stand right now, I don't question my belief because
Why
that's
not?
my belief. Because that's my belief.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
No is the answer.
Good answer.
I mean, I think she was just reading comments at that point.
Whether she was reading it
Just
or
letting
saying
Forrest
it,
answer her question.
great answer.
No worries, Forrest. She just wasn't here to... She wasn't here to question her beliefs. She crashed out in like 3 seconds the last time, so... I'm surprised she made it that far.
Mm-hmm. But anyways, if you have a belief in a god, gods, or higher power that you can question and can be up on this panel respectfully, please request.
Yeah, like anything that you've seen since me and Morgan came up, don't do that.
Don't do any of that, please.
None of that.
And that's perfectly fine, Cassidy. You can hang out down there and not question your beliefs. Totally fine.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're welcome to watch if you can't question. I'm not here to force you to do that. Though if you are going to watch, it'd be awesome if you tap the screen, shared the live. Did I share the live? I'm sure I did. I shared on one, I didn't do the other. Well, that was unnecessary.
Happy birthday, Tab.
What was that?
It's Tab's birthday.
It's Tav's golden birthday.
Oh, is it? Happy birthday, Tav.
Bro, you gonna mute me the whole live? I ain't know nothing about that shit, bro. I wasn't yelling, just using capital letters. My bad, dog.
Can I get your
Y'all
age
cool
for
with that?
TikTok
I'm sorry.
TOS?
Huh?
Can I get your age?
I'm finna be 40 this year, bro.
You're fixing to be
So I'm
40 and
39.
you're spamming in caps.
Bro, I don't know the TikTok rules, my boy.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything
All I
like
wanted
that?
to know was what I typed, bro.
Okay.
My boy,
W
my
mods.
boy. I can't even say that. My boy.
Well, he's fixing to be 40.
Oh, come on, you ain't never been fixing to be anything. Come on. Thrayle. High branch style. I didn't buy them. I should have bought them.
You didn't buy the beans?
I didn't buy the beans. I should have.
Somebody else is going to buy those beans.
I'll go back and buy them tomorrow.
They'll still be good. Be there.
I cannot believe they have the ranch fucking style beans. That's a new addition. Those have never been there before, I swear. The cat's been trying to talk to you for like the last half hour, and now there's time for him to talk to you, and he has turned his back to me and is pouting.
He's got nothing to say.
He's already eaten, so he's literally just been trying to talk to you.
Hey, cat. Check your headphones.
They're not on backwards, okay?
They are muffled.
They're very muffled, which is why I asked.
That might have been a little bit defensive, but there's a reason.
It's okay.
Is this better? Okay, so the reason I was kind of okay is one time I had my headphones on backwards, and then Thrayle always asks me if I have my headphones on backwards. And last night I was like, no, they were just on backwards one time, except for last night when I was like
I
getting all
know.
defensive about it. They were also on
Oh,
backwards.
I know.
I don't know.
I was here. I watched the whole thing.
Fucking two times.
Hey, third time's a charm, right?
I couldn't believe they were on backwards again last night. Like as I was getting all mad about it.
Hello, Messiah. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I'm gonna guess you didn't mean to be here. It's usually what the instant teacup means. If you did, go ahead and request backup. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to burgle your gods or make you look like a fool. I really just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Is it still freezing cold?
Yeah, very.
Exceedingly.
I probably
Earlier
should
today,
go back to the warmer facade.
so earlier today, so it's been like not that hot lately. And earlier today, like yesterday and today, it was like really hot, like it usually is. And earlier I was like, oh my god, it's like 10 a.m. and it's so hot already. And then I was like, I should not be complaining because everybody else is literally freezing right now. So I felt bad. So sorry you guys are freezing. Oh look, there's Blueberry.
Such a sweet little bean.
Is he not in the cold one?
No, he is too, I think.
Yeah, he's got icicles hanging from his wing.
Yeah, he's just cuter, not frozen. Yeah, look how much cuter he is.
I love how Blueberry has claimed the leprechaun's gold. That's fantastic.
True to him's nature.
It is a very dragon thing to do.
Very much so.
What is a dragon thing to do?
Well, steal gold.
Hoard gold.
Can you tell me what's not a dragon thing to do?
Share gold.
Share gold. What use does a dragon have of gold?
I don't know if it's useful, but they like it.
That would be a very long conversation that we don't have time for. If you believe in dragons or
You're trying to escape. This is what they do. But you might have gotten lucky. Hello, American bully. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I hope you rest well.
Kira says it warms their blood.
Maybe they did mean to be here. Can you hear us, American bully? Did you mean to be up here? Hello. Well, we can't hear you at all, so I'm going to go ahead and set you back down.
Kira also says that they use the gold as bait to pull in their food, which is men.
Uh-huh. They're very lazy hunters.
I can understand the bait. I don't understand how it would warm their blood.
It doesn't.
Isn't it usually cold to the touch?
If I remember correctly, it has to do with a mineral that they're supposedly lacking.
Where would that lore come from?
Oh, you know, only the best and most accurate book in the world, Dragonology.
The cat just let me touch him with no food involved.
I wish I could just change the facial expression of Thrayle.
You need to make backgrounds with different like the same background with just different facial expressions, so you can do that.
Oh my. I already have so many to scroll through. I had to delete certain pictures and duplicates today just to make sure that I could still get to the one with
Get to the right ones.
Uh-huh.
You have a problem, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
And that problem is called questioning beliefs. If you have a belief in a god, gods, a higher power, or something else like that, request up. Especially if you can question those beliefs. We're not here to change any minds or take anything from you, though if you give us things, we're not going to be mad about it unless it's insults. That's not going to go so well for you. Happy birthday.
Hello, Tav. Did you mean to request up?
What? Oh, no, that was my mistake. But hey, anyway.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you. How's everyone doing?
Oh, we're doing all right. Just, you know, the usual. Waiting for a believer with a belief that can question it.
I don't know what to say.
Maybe this is one. Hello, year one. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Alright, I'm using another account of my woman, so I'm here. Never mind.
I didn't catch a word of that.
Uh-huh.
My ear kind of hurts from that.
No. I keep trying to place any of those words and
My auditory processing delay, none of that was words. That was just noises.
maybe he speaks Voynich.
Maybe. Ooh, get him back. Get him back. We need to translate the manuscript right now.
He does want to come back. We can try. I thought I heard that. Kira, and they're requesting back up. So what I'm gonna need, year one, is a one in the chat if you're actually here to talk about the topic. But whatever I just heard didn't sound like a sober
I'm being asked
person.
if I read the Quran. I'm flabbergasted, to be honest.
Did you read your Quran, Tavim? From beginning to end in Arabic?
In
Not
Arabic?
English, in Arabic.
Multiple
Not the English
times.
translation.
Yeah. No, in Arabic, multiple times, from start to finish. I do it like once a year. Ramadan's coming up, so I have to do it in Ramadan, so I'm gonna do it again. And it is a perfect guide on how to be a slave. By the way, yeah. I'm literally flabbergasted. Like, Ask me if I read the Quran? Come on.
I was gonna say, I feel like he's like our resident Quran, not expert, but like subject matter expert at least.
It's fair enough if you didn't know. You just haven't been asked that in a while. Unless it's a Muslim trying to argue with you. I think I recall Malia saying that they were a recent revert. I could be wrong, though.
Yes, Greek Orthodox.
She is. I'm sorry, go ahead, Morgan.
That would explain why there's some curiosity there. Yeah, I don't think you were a believer in Islam when I interviewed you, Malia. So it is interesting that you now believe it. I would want to question that, I think. Oh, we lost audio on the YouTubes.
I asked her once to come up to have a conversation about it, and she said she's intimidated by you.
I think we've got the audio back on YouTube. Hopefully you guys can hear me over there. Well, I mean, I understand being intimidated. I would just ask, certain questions. If you'd like me to ask fewer, I'm sure that Tavium and Morgan and Kat all have questions too.
I always have questions. It's just a matter of if I can get them from my brain to my mouth.
I have that trouble sometimes.
And to answer Zebulon over on YouTube, no, the TikTok cannot see the YouTube chat. You're special. You get to see them. It's like being the invisible man. But I do read your questions from time to time, or turn your comments into questions.
Sometimes my main... If you believe in hadith, I have a few good ones to you if you want. But let's not get into that. Sometimes my problem with the questions could be, when I'm on an Arabic panel, I think of the questions in English, and then I try to translate them into Arabic. And when I'm here, I think of the questions in Arabic, and try to translate them into English. It's very confusing sometimes.
Is it more believable in English?
Questions? Sure.
I meant the Quran.
Oh yeah. Remember that they were 1 degree better verse that I've shared multiple times here? In English, there's parentheses that says, but they also have their own rights.
Oh.
So
They just add that.
Yeah, there's a lot of addition in English and bad translation, and sometimes on purposely translated into a different meaning to lessen the blow.
Gee, I wonder why they did that. It's almost like they recognized there were problems. in the perfect text that couldn't be improved upon.
True, true. We can't improve it unless we do, you know?
I see similar things happen with Bible translations. Trying to fix flaws and soften certain decrees.
Sometimes I tell my friends to just copy the verse in Arabic and put it in Google Translate and see the difference. And by the way, the Google translation, with all its flaws, is more accurate than people translate in the Quran. For some reason.
That's actually not a bad idea.
I was reminded of a really good hadith yesterday. So, the hadith, I don't know if you know what hadiths are, but they're oral tradition of sayings from the Prophet himself. It's usually complementary to the Quran. You get some meaning of some verses, sometimes you get the context of some verses, sometimes you get other, like, rulings and decrees aside from the verses. One I blocked from my brain for a good reason. I was reminded of it yesterday. Says that there's 3 things that cut off your prayer. Cutting off prayer means you have to stop right there and start over again. You go do the whole wudu and then pray, start all over again. So 3 things that cut it off, especially when they walk in front of you. You have dogs walk in front of you. Want to guess the third, Thrayle?
What is the third?
Woman.
Of course. Of course.
Astaghfirullah.
Why wouldn't it be?
The specification of a black dog is hilarious. Like what? A golden retriever can't break my prayer, but my wife can?
Well, look at that. All our waiting paid off. We caught ourselves a believer.
I was gonna say, I don't think Rav rhymes with cat.
But we got a believer.
That's true.
Real life believer.
Very,
Kind of.
yeah, I was gonna say, that's so funny. I was just having a conversation with my my colleague. Joel's here. I'm gonna do it.
Hi, Rev.
What's that? No, I was trying to invite him up here. Joel's been ignoring my guest requests. Anyway, I wanted to say that I think that I was speaking to my colleague earlier, and I'm taking a group of students to an aquarium nearby, and the role that I am meant to uh, play is to facilitate the conversation between Judaism and science. And for me, this is so easy, but I wanted to sort of get some feedback, and it was really helpful to sort of be so confirmed in my well, obviously, like, it's good to be pushed, but it's also affirming to have colleagues and friends that that are willing to engage in conversation that's productive and amenable. Anyway, how's everybody else doing?
Did you get to talk to the Hebrew Israelite earlier?
I missed the vast majority of that. I only heard the beginning of it.
That's the
But
second one in 2 nights that you've missed. You slept through the one here last night.
Oh man.
I know.
We were all very sad that you were not awake.
To be fair, I mean, well, I guess if it's helpful, I feel bad that I was not there, but also I feel like I've spoken to my fair share.
I mean, you were there. You just weren't awake. You were on the panel.
Ain't that the way it goes?
I mean, it's okay, Rep. I always sleep and not get the Muslim guests as well.
Kat, did you
Rob,
want
it's
to
Tab's
ask me that?
birthday.
Whose birthday?
It's Tab's.
Oh, happy birthday. Many happy returns.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, this would be a great time to ask you that question. If hey, Thrayle, can I question Rob's beliefs?
You want to question a believer's beliefs while they're on my panel?
I know it's a ridiculous question,
way.
Yeah, I mean, go for it.
No way.
but okay. So earlier that you said that a prophet's job is to comfort the afflicted and afflict the comforted.
Correct.
What does that mean?
Sure. I mean, essentially what it means is to hold the mirror up to society, which is to say, to acknowledge those that are most vulnerable and to point out the ways in which the people who are, to point out the ways in which people who are upholding systems that are forcing people to be vulnerable. Like, I'm trying to figure out the most efficient way to say this, but basically to comfort those who are affected by systems and are made vulnerable by those systems, and also to push those people who are creating those systems that are forcing people into vulnerable situations to realize the ways in which they are making those people vulnerable and are responsible for doing that.
So, in what way do prophets live, and how is one? If you were a prophet, how would you do these things? Like, why? I feel like that's not the colloquial understanding of the word. So why? How did we get here?
Sure. Well, I think that people have look, I think the way that Christianity understands prophecy and perhaps Islam, I'm not exactly sure because Islam, by my understanding, really only has one prophet that is truly Muslim. And I'm happy to be corrected, but my understanding is that, like, while I think Islam states that every other prophet prior to that was a Muslim prophet as well, but like the reality is that there's only one Muslim prophet. Anyway, so to answer your question, like if we look at the Hebrew, is that accurate, Tev?
Yeah, the last one was more accurate. Everyone is a Muslim until proven otherwise. That's Islam.
Yeah. Okay, so just looking at the Hebrew Bible and the Jewish perspective, the role of the prophet is to sort of reflect society back onto itself. And so I think blanking on, I think it's Isaiah 28, but that to me is like the paradigmatic. There's this text where Isaiah is reflecting on the fast of Yom Kippur, which is the Day of Atonement. And he says, "Is this the fast I desire?" No, this is not the fast I desire. The fast I desire is to break the bonds of wickedness and to shatter the shackles of society, and to feed the stranger and the widow and the orphan, uh, and to create a more just and verdant society. That's the kind of quote that I think of as sort of the paradigmatic prophet. So in the same breath, he's saying, "I see you, who is vulnerable, and uh, like I see you. I'm bearing witness to your suffering, and I see you, who are uh, the ones who are contributing to their suffering, whether knowingly or unknowingly. And what are you going to do about it?" And to ask another way, what are you going to do about it? Jeremiah talks about the mountains being made low and the valleys being made high. Um, and you can understand mountains in a number of different ways. You can understand valleys in a number of different ways.
You said that a prophet was to comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that quote originally about journalists?
Is that true?
Yeah.
I love it.
It was a
I think that's
satire meant to poke at journalism and their meddling nature, but they actually, like, it kind of fits. And
yeah, I think that journalism at its best should be to comfort the afflicted and afflict the comforted.
it's also been used to describe art.
I think that art at its best should afflict the comforted and comfort the afflicted.
Is that saying that prophecy is like art, or is it like journalism?
I think that journalism and art are like prophecy. I mean, just from the standpoint of chronology alone. But I think that you are able to sort of peer behind the curtain and document from a sort of clear point of view.
Do you think prophecy is like prophets actually prophesied? Like they actually predicted things before they happened in a...
That's precise. Sorry, Thrayle. Yeah, that's precisely the conversation that was happening before. No, I don't think that that's the role of the prophet. I think that that is a uniquely sort of Christian expectation. And like, I think Christianity needs that in order for its own traditions to be made true. But in reality, prophets are speaking to their contemporaries. It would be absurd for them to speak. There would be no reason for them to speak of things that are hundreds of years in the future. And the only time that it would even appear that they're speaking in the future is from an apocalyptic sort of perspective, which is to say that it's not safe to comfort the afflicted in their current moment, and so they have to do so in a way that it's speaking about either a distant past or a distant future, not in a predictive way, but in a way that is subversive, secretly subversive.
So, are you saying that no prophets actually predicted even their near future, that they're not actually predicting things?
Yeah, I don't think that the prophet's role is to predict things, but rather to speak truth to the moment at hand.
speak truth to the moment at hand.
Mm-hmm.
Are they doing it necessarily by speaking truth?
I think so.
By the way you had described them and the way the maybe it's my own brain making the connections, but I was hearing it almost as if it was like a satire.
I don't know if it's satire necessarily. I bet we could find some great instances of satire. Like I think Esther is a great example of satire. I think you can look at apocalyptic literature as satire. I think that is actually a fine. I think it's like a little bit darker than satire, but satire can be dark.
Well, meaning to speak truth to the power at the time in a way
Without the
that is
power knowing.
subversive.
Yes, I think that's accurate then. If that's how you're defining satire, then yes. I just think of the Daily Show as satire, like I think of satire as being comical or funny, usually. And I think that there are definitely moments of funny satire with the prophets.
I've
But
actually done an interview on this panel once with a practitioner of the bardic arts who describes satire in a much more broad way of being anything that is speaking a truth to power in a way that is also either entertaining or thought-provoking.
that in that way, I think that that's, sorry, yep, I think then, yes, absolutely, satire. I think almost maybe even primarily satire.
Okay, Rav, I'm actually very curious. I have to ask. How do you guys interpret, like, in the Jewish tradition, how do you guys interpret the Bible? Or the Old Testament, at least?
That's a broader
Literal,
question.
metaphorical, hyperbolic?
I would have to ask
Let's go with
specifically, like,
Genesis.
what? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I think it's important to remind everybody that you have two Jews and you have three opinions. There are, I think that most Jews, so there was a rabbi in the 9th century, you may have heard of him, Maimonides, who said that,
Yeah, I know.
yeah, he said that if you are reading the Torah and it does not align with scientific reasoning or thought, then you're reading the Torah wrong.
I see.
So that's sort of the framework that I'm entering into this with. And so if I were to ask an Orthodox person, if I were to ask them, how old is the universe? Or if I were to ask, like, if is the universe 14 billion years old? Most people would say yes. And then if I were to ask, and is the Genesis creation story of 6 days true? They would say yes, it is true. And I would say, how do you square those things? And they would probably take a step back and say, it just is. Like they would not even like they wouldn't even engage in the contradiction piece of it. Personally, I would say something like, um, um, most stories give the moral at the end of the story. And so the 6 days of creation is sort of like, I use this example all the time now, but it's like the vessel that carries the end of the story. The 6 days are so irrelevant to me. I mean, irrelevant in the sense that like all of the universe is amazing and how it unfolded is also amazing. And also ancient peoples who are engaging in Mesopotamian myths. We can talk a lot about it, but there's a lot of depth to it beyond just this. But the ending of the story is that God needed a day of rest. That's the most important thing. And so it wasn't so much that the universe was created in 6 days as much as it was that God needed a day of rest. And so much so that Tav needs a day of rest, and Morgan needs a day of rest, and Kat needs a day of rest, and I need some rest, and Thrayle needs some rest. Maybe. Thrayle seems to go forever. Yeah.
Sleep is for the weak.
So you just take so it's true in the meaning or the message behind the story kind of way. Yes?
Yeah. So, like I always ask my son, I say, do you think that this story is actually happened or that it's meant to teach us a lesson? And he always answers correctly. And then I say, okay, so what do you think the lesson is?
I see. That's an interesting way to look at it. To be honest, that's how I argued to most of my traditional quote-unquote Muslim friends, that the Quran is meant to be understood as a story, not as a literal sense, because most of the stories are not in the Quran, most of the details are not in the Quran, they're more in the Bible. So here we just take the meaning of the story.
How do we know that they're meant to be taken as a story? Or is it just that we can find the
Because
value
you can't
in
take
them
them
as a
literally.
story?
Well, I think people tell them. Oh,
sorry, Arab, go ahead.
No, please, I insist.
I was talking about the Quran, but mainly what I would say, if you can't find the meaning to the story, you probably just discard it. But pretend like it doesn't exist.
That's fine. Similarly, I mean, I think like we should be able to find meaning in many things, and that things without meaning, like what am I supposed to do with that? And also, I think there's a value in acknowledging the process by which, well, first of all, people tell each other stories. It's what we do, it's like how we relate to each other. And I think that's like so beautiful and so cool. And, before the internet, can't remember what comedian talked about it, but like, people just bullshitted, like people just made shit up and like talked about things. And I'm not saying that that's like a good thing or whatever, but like, people telling stories is like, I can only imagine what the first campfire stories were like, you know? I think the problem really unfolds when people are like, this story is the story. It's like, why don't you just take a deep breath there, pal? You know? Yeah. Did that answer your question at all, Thrayle?
Kind of. You both kind of answered that it's the meaning that you apply to it. But isn't that just it? It's just a meaning you apply. So it's not that that's what it's meant to do, but it's that's the meaning you find in it. Just as anybody could find some kind of meaning in even the worst books.
Sure. I mean, I guess so. To your point, like, if I think what I find the most absurd is that like people just like pick up the Torah and are like, this is what it means. And it would be like me picking up, you know, uh, the Bhagavad Gita and like saying, this is what it means. And that to me is just like, like, or picking up, the stories of Anansi. Like, I'm not going to superimpose my own meaning on the stories of other people.
Thrayle, are you telling me that like somebody read Walden one time and thought that guy knew what he was talking about? I'm gonna go live in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
I live up there. It's not very far from here.
Walden is the worst.
And then you have to go into town
Right. Um, I guess my question was, if we're just applying the meaning to the book, can we do that with any book? Can I pick the worst book in history, like you were kind of alluding to, Rav, and find a different meaning in it? Then should I say, well, if you read it, at least, you should find this meaning. It's the way it's meant to be read.
I did say meant to be read, didn't I? Did you mute and then unmute ceremoniously?
Sometimes it's not ceremony.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess, like, yeah, that's totally fair. That's a fair critique. And I would probably retract the meant to be statement in favor of uh, discussion and questions and argument.
Do you think that's meant to be?
I think it's an important value.
Good answer. Way to turn my unserious question serious.
I saw a question in the comment. I'm not sure if I should engage it or not, but it's an interesting question.
Do you believe in resurrection? It's kind of there in the Torah. Is that the one?
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you believe in resurrection?
Um,
I don't know if that was to you or Tav, because it was Tab. But either one.
What was the question again?
Do either of you believe in resurrection?
No.
I knew that answer.
My answer is more complicated, but certainly still scientific. I don't believe in resurrection in the sense that I think that there's going to be, zombies walking around or something like that. I will say that after my grandmother passed away, I would turn the corner. I would take the elevator up to my grandparents' apartment where my grandfather still lived after she passed away, and I would turn the corner, and I was like I knew she wasn't going to be there, but like every time we would come when she was alive, she would be standing in the doorway at the end of the hallway, like waiting in the doorway in her house coat, waiting for us. And so, honestly, until my grandfather moved out of that apartment, um, I was convinced that I would see her, you know, um, not because I thought that she would actually be there, but because she was there prior. And in some ways, she, uh, I'm not crying, I'm cold. I'm also in my garage because my brain was conditioned to expect her to be there. And the fact that she wasn't there is like, death is a weird thing. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't think people are resurrected necessarily. But I do think that those who remember people become their afterlife, and that they are given new life in the memories, minds, stories, progeny of those that come after them. So I'm not sure if that's what you're looking for.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
It's reminiscent of the ofrenda for Dia de los Muertos.
It's not fair, though. I do this professionally. Paul, you're welcome to put up the verses in the Torah. Like, I'm sorry to be responding to the comments, Thrayle. I want Paul to understand. Like, I think that what people fail to sort of um, like Jews. This is what I was trying to explain earlier. There's a wonderful midrash that says that the Torah, and I think I've said this probably 10 times in the last 5 days, but that the Torah was written in black fire and in white fire. That the black fire are the letters on the page that you would bring up and cite as your example. And the white fire is the space between. It's for interpretation and argument uh, and flourishing and embellishing and uh, interpreting. And so I think like bring up the text, and push back and argue with me. Like I'd rather, be discussive than dogmatic. Thanks, Heather.
I would be interested if he does have the verse. I've looked to see if I can find anything referencing
Well,
afterlife.
Ezekiel would be what I would bring up. And if you're okay with it, I'm happy to sort of give the way in which that text has been interpreted in a modern sense.
Ezekiel 37.
Something like that, the Valley of the Dry Bones. So the Valley of the Dry Bones, if you were to go there today, it's in Israel. And if you were to go to Har Herzl, which is the Israeli National Cemetery, similar to Arlington National Cemetery here in the United States, it's at the same site is the Israeli Holocaust Memorial, named Yad Vashem, which means a monument and a name. It comes from Isaiah, I think 36 or something like that, where it says, "And for the eunuchs who keep my Shabbat, I will give for them within my house and within my walls a gift better than sons or daughters."
You get a place
A
of
monument
reverence
and
with
name.
statues or a monument. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, and so the idea being that if a eunuch has their ability to procreate cut off and their ability to speak cut off, and so those who were decimated in the Holocaust um, were essentially made eunuchs, and so their monument and a name is this, museum that sits atop a mountain that overlooks the Valley of the Dry Bones. And so, look, I think that any people who experience things like that, and many people have, and many people unfortunately are, and many people unfortunately will, know the yearning to see people that they love again. And so the idea of resurrection is not some, silly, stupid superstition, but rather like a deeply depressing hope that just will not be fulfilled. And I think, there are a few different ways to respond to such travesty.
Rav, he's dropping those verses in the chat.
Great.
It's like Daniel 12:2 and Job 19:25-27.
I'm just wondering, because we've gone to Ezekiel and Isaiah and Job now, and where's the resurrection in the Torah that he said there was? Or did we change Torah to just mean Old Testament or Hebrew Bible?
Yeah, maybe he meant Tanakh, yeah. Now I'm thinking.
Unless he's considering the Old Testament the Torah, which it's not.
So, to be fair, there are people who use Torah as a general term for Tanakh.
Yeah.
It is increasingly rare, but it is not an unfounded,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel 12 is the one people use to justify Revelation. So at that time shall rise Michael, the great prince, who has charge of your people, and there shall be a time of trouble such as never has been since there was a nation till that time. But at that time your people shall be delivered, every one whose name shall be found written in the book. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the firmament, and those who turn many to righteousness, like the stars forever and ever. But you, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. So that's probably the only time I see anything at all in the Tanakh about a bodily kind of resurrection.
To also say, like, to be fair, like the thing that set apart Sadducees and Pharisees and Sadducites and Trashim is resurrection of the dead. Like the Pharisees believed in resurrection of the dead, and the rabbis, like frankly, until the Reform movement, had Mechaye Hametim as part of the central prayer section, the Amidah, the Kibbutz prayer. So, I mean, it's not an it exists in Judaism, but I think you'd have to ask other Jews how they understand it. But like, I think it's not as central as perhaps, or I just think Jews prioritize different things than perhaps what might be. Yeah, Paul, good to see you.
Good to be here.
Welcome back, Paul.
Thank you.
Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
41, turning 42 this year.
And of course, I gotta ask the questions, but we know you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that.
I'm your typical Trinity believing Protestant. I believe in the Christian God.
Typical Trinity believing partisan. And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I'm pretty confident I've read all of it. I've had a lot of time, so yeah.
And you believe it all to be true and literal?
Besides some parts of Genesis, I take it mostly as literal.
Can you tell me what specific parts of Genesis?
So Genesis says that the world was created in 7 days, whereas I'm not a scientist, but I am told that the Earth is millions of years old, so something doesn't add up. I'm not sure who's wrong, but I'm willing to take Genesis as an allegory instead of literally.
Is the dog barking
I'm
the
sorry.
dog in the picture?
Oh, sorry, my neighbors have a dog, but it could
No,
be that dog.
it's okay. It's a cute dog in the picture. That's all I was gonna say. It's a good looking dog.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
King
you said
Charles
the Earth is
Cavalier Spaniel.
you said the
Sorry.
Earth is millions of years old?
With an M or a
It's,
B?
well, is it billions of
M
years
to the
old?
B, M to the B. Yeah, definitely billions. Yeah.
Yeah.
About 4.5.
I know some people say that the world was created old, so that doesn't sound very plausible to me, but I know that that's one of the ways people try and get around it.
How fast can you count to 100?
Probably take me about 60 seconds.
All right, let's do it. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
No, why?
1, 2, skip a few, 99, 100. I'm done. You know, the Earth was created old. I was trying to be funny. You get to skip
Oh, I see.
the intermediary steps. Yeah, sorry, there was a bad joke. I apologize. I'll workshop it.
That's okay. I mean, another thing about Genesis is you can line up 3 of the days with the other 3 days. Like I think on one day the heavens are created, and then on the next day, the corresponding day, the heavenly lights are created, and then like the sea is created on one day, and then on the next day the fish are, not the next day, but a corresponding day the fishes are created. So yeah, I don't know.
Did you want to talk about resurrection?
Yeah, I would prefer to. So, like, did you see in the chat the references that I put in? Some from Daniel, some from Isaiah, some from Job.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of those references?
I don't know. I don't know. Like, what do you? I like. I think that it's what I'm trying to demonstrate is that Judaism is a conversation over time, and it's like I think that if we were to ask ourselves what's the context that those people were writing those texts, like why were they writing those texts at that time? There are probably some pretty dark theological reasons to be discussing reviving, like that there's so many dead that you're hoping that they revive, you know.
Okay,
Well,
so you look at the historical circumstances of when things were written, and you interpret it that way.
yeah, I think like the Hebrew Bible is the documentation of really, I mean, truly oral history between 1300 BCE and 900 BCE, and then a sort of quasi-written, quasi-oral history from 900 to 600 BCE, and then people really started writing stuff down between 600 BCE and 500 BCE. A lot of writing going on in that century for the Jewish people, and really trying to record stuff and speak in code about the before times, I imagine. I mean, you're talking cataclysmic, 200-year cataclysmic experience. And, when they come back, it's like, whoa, like how affirming. And then the Greeks come in and it's like, we know what happened. We know what happened. And they're like, not going to happen. And they really pushed and pushed. And you've heard the Hanukkah story. I mean, it's not an untrue story. I think the lights are a little, it's a fabrication, but the idea that the Maccabees staved off the Assyrian Greeks to some real extent. I mean, it's sent a message at least for a few hundred years. And then, of course, Rome, finished the job, so to speak. Well, kind of. Didn't finish the resolve, even though Rome really tried.
So how do you read verses like the ones that I've shown you? It sounded like you said that you see it as like an unfulfilled longing.
Which verse? Let me look at it, and I'll respond.
Well, Daniel 12:2, I think. Let me just double check. I'm just gonna pop out.
Didn't I just read that one?
Sorry, yes. Thrayle read it. Daniel 12:2. That was the most clear one to me.
So it's ironic, actually, that you would choose the Daniel one to lead with, because what is Daniel referring to? What is the book of Daniel? Sort of what historical sort of goings on is Daniel referring to?
Was Daniel written in the Babylonian exile?
So it refers to the Babylonian exile, but it's not actually about the Babylonian exile. It's a very clear-cut example of apocalyptic literature, which is to say that it's using Babylon to talk about another empire.
A yet to come empire, would you say it's Rome?
Before Rome, Greek empire. It's the same.
Yes.
It's the same as the Hanukkah story.
Yeah, there was a guy who was sacrificing pigs on the altar in the temple. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. And think of Alexander the Great as the statue, the culmination of the statue of Nebuchadnezzar's dream.
Nevertheless, given the context, it just rising from the dust, some to everlasting shame, some to everlasting contempt. It just seems so clearly to talk about a bodily resurrection of some kind.
Sure, but in what context? Like, you're talking about like a massive amount of war that these people are experiencing, and being, brutally attacked by the memory of the Babylonian exile and the impending incursion of Macedonia.
Well, let me find something else from the Psalms, because that is predating the exile. So let me see what I can find. It won't be long.
I'll be honest, I don't have long. Getting there.
You're drifting. It's past your bedtime.
It's way past. I don't know how I'm up this late. Working. Kat, do you feel like I adequately answered the question about the afflicted comfort and comfort the afflicted?
Psalm 16, 9 to 11. I think you might say it's about the Messiah, but nevertheless it talks about unaliving.
Yes, I think that my question was adequately answered, Graf. Thank you very much.
Nine to 11, you said, therefore my heart is glad and my soul rejoices. My body also dwells secure, for thou dost not give me up to Sheol, or let thy godly ones see the pit. Thou dost show me the path of life. In thy presence there is fullness of joy. In thy right hand are pleasures evermore.
I got
Sounds
the
like sorry.
Oh, I just was saying my translation was quite similar.
Yeah, so not seeing Sheol, not seeing the pit. My translation said, "You would not let your Holy One see decay."
What's the definition of resurrection?
So as far as I know, it's like a bodily resurrection where it's like you die, you sleep, and while you're dead, and then you wake up. You wake up with your body again. The circumstances as to what you wake up to could vary, but that's it.
Fine.
It's like a bodily resurrection.
That's great. So, and what is Sheol?
The place where the dead go.
Great. So, in order to be resurrected, you must go to Sheol. You must die first.
Yeah.
One must. Great. So, what does the verse say again?
1 second. You will not abandon me to Sheol, nor will you let your Holy One see decay.
So, did they ever go to Sheol?
They weren't abandoned in Sheol.
For thou dost not give me up to Sheol, or let thy godly ones see the pit. You said see decay. Either one of those. Do they see decay? Do they see the pit?
Is that Rav's question or mine?
No, it's for you. That Thrayle was reinforcing or steel manning my question, I guess.
Well, in Thrayle's version, it's saying give up to Sheol. So, like, it's to say give up means to let go, just to leave them there. Like, I think it's not that they don't go to Sheol, it's that they're not left there.
I'm thinking of the rhetorical question or the philosophical question. It seems to me.
Oh, we're here. hearing you tap, Paul.
Oh, sorry.
That I'm sure Thrayle appreciates.
I appreciate all the taps.
And what a good reminder to all 122 people that you should probably be at 75K in the next 10 minutes or so.
Well,
Not
that
to
would
put
be
in,
amazing.
yeah, right?
Yeah. But also thank you to Donna B, Enki Bubs, Heather's Descent, Danny Grax, Jace, Thayu, and Catowitch for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
To me, I'm reading it as this person has avoided death. And it sounds like to me that you're saying that they weren't committed there, but like maybe there's a chance they saw it or something, like maybe they tasted death or something. And that's what the resurrection is, like a dip, like they do a little butt skip into death sort of thing. And I guess, you know, then at what point, like, what is the value of that conversation? I guess, like I would say to me when I see somebody who like arguably does not die, and you would say they died for a bit, they did a little bit of dying, but not all the way dying. And I guess like I don't know, I don't. I mean, what do we
Okay,
gain from that conversation? I guess.
one last one to look at. What do you make of Psalm 49:15? That'll be my last reference.
Okay, that's fine, but I also do want to hold you to that question because I'm curious to like I guess understand like what the motivation was. You said Psalm 49:19,
15.
59:19.
49 verse 15. And I would be happy to hear your question again.
$49.15. But God will ransom my soul from the power of Sheol, for he will receive me.
Yeah, I mean, I can see how that might be interpreted as evading death, but being redeemed, it sounds like you went there and then you were saved from it.
Thrayle, would you mind reading the verse prior to that one? By the way, the verse that Thrayle's about to read is verse 15 in the Jewish parsing, and the one that you read was 16.
Like sheep they are appointed for Sheol. Death shall be their shepherd. Straight to the grave they descend, and their form shall waste away. Sheol shall be their home. But God will ransom my soul from the power of Sheol, for he will receive me. Selah. I don't know what that standalone Selah is for.
You're in good company, Thrayle. Nobody knows what that word means. It's most likely a musical notation, but people say it they're full on spiritual. Sorry, I'm not gonna make fun. Anyway, it's like most likely a musical notation. It doesn't matter. Okay, so I think like, what do you hear the difference between those two verses, and how does the prior verse sort of inform the way you look at the second verse?
All right, I'll have another look.
What's that, Paul?
I guess I look at both of these verses as, at the very least, showing a longing for some sort of redemption from death. Perhaps this is something that's more fully revealed with the New Testament, but I guess we can leave that out of it. But it seems like at the very least there was a hope in Israel for a resurrection.
Yeah, I think you're right to see that it's in the text for sure. And also, I would say just from a hold on one second, I want to look at. I think there's a deep understanding of what actually takes place in the grave, and that it's turning.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know what Sheol is. Like, I'm thinking Ecclesiastes, it says the dead know nothing, which is true. But if people aren't conscious when they're dead, then I guess I've always thought it'd be like going to sleep and waking up again. You wouldn't sort of go, oh gosh, I was like asleep for thousands of years. That took a long time. You wouldn't have any sense of time passing. Yeah, but
So the
sorry, I
Hebrew
think
in
I
the
got
verse that you
sidetracked.
the Hebrew uh, that you brought up in the verse, in the verse that you brought up is yifte nafshi, and ufte kinumecha, like redeeming. Uh, the yafte is to redeem, and then nafshi is like this, the nefesh, the soul. Uh, it's like the animating life force is I
Yeah,
guess.
breath.
Yeah, kind of. Like people like to translate it that way. It's really not a great translation. Um, yeah. Anyway, it's like yes, 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 breath, but breath is actually hevel. It doesn't matter. Um, but it's not about uh, their chaim. It's not their life. It's their soul. It's their um, it's redeeming is to like to take back their like when somebody expires, it means that they breathe their last breath, to use your language. Um, their life force goes out of them. I don't think it's about a resurrection so much as it is acknowledging the way things are.
Fair enough. I guess I've asked you all the questions I wanted to ask, and I'm very honored that I got to hear a rabbi's answer on these questions. Never thought that would happen, so thank you.
Just one person, but anytime, truly.
Thank you.
And he really does mean that, Paul. He is always open to questions.
Thank you.
Pretty good at answering them too. Paul, are you open to continue up here questioning your beliefs, or should we move on to the next guest?
If you've got other guests, by all means, let them up. I'm happy to hang out in the chat.
I appreciate you, Paul. If you're up for questioning again another time, of course you're welcome up, but we'll go ahead and move on.
Thanks.
Big W's for Paul. He's been up here several times to question his beliefs. We do hit some walls. Sometimes there are things that I think he can still further question, but I'm not here to tell him that he's wrong about any of it. So I appreciate him. And there's one ghost in queue down. Maybe the other one exists. It never fails. I see other guests in queue, and I'm like, oh, we should keep moving because, I
You
do
should invite
appreciate
them
it,
up.
Paul, but yeah, as soon as we accept them, they're just gone. Off in the dust. Now, TikTok has been a little strange on the requests and guests lately. So if you've been requesting and you think I'm ignoring you, you could always put a 1 in chat or raise your hand and say, in requests, something like that, just to let me know. Because sometimes it just doesn't show up, and then we can try to get you up here another way.
Yeah, he ignored me this morning.
And Philly, and who knows who else I ignored this morning. Yeah. Yesterday morning. I think it's morning for a lot of people now, Kat.
It's all relative, man.
Okay, well, it's just barely past midnight for me, so.
So
That's the midnight.
Yesterday then. But yeah, if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning, there's a box on the panel for you. I'm not here to tear you down or burgle your gods. I'm not here to shame you or make you look like a fool. I just want to know if you even can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? We should make the panel that, yep, because that's the background I'm using.
I broke my headset. No, frustrated.
You broke your headset. Oh no.
It was 2 years old. It was time to get a new one, but I'm just kind of attached to it. It's a GPL Tour one. Love that one.
Yeah. I have a couple of, well, I don't have headsets. I have headphones. But I have a couple of pairs. And right now I've got the most comfortable pair I own on. And I would really, really be upset if they broke. But I do have a backup.
I mean, I have my AirPods. I just don't like them. Or don't like how they feel.
I have many questions for you, Malia. But, yeah, that would be what they'd be about. Like, why would you consign yourself to a belief that you're not fully studied in?
A convert and an ex-Muslim have a conversation. That'll be kind of interesting.
Isn't that the only way you can consign yourself to such a belief?
No, but I am curious about how it happens. But hello, Malia, welcome back.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, friends.
Wa alaikum salam. Hi.
Assalam.
So,
Can you remind me your age for TikTok?
60 and over. Yeah.
Okay, that'll work.
Yeah.
Do you have, I'll ask it anyways, do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that?
I do believe. I do believe in Allah as the one and only God. Yeah.
Why?
Why?
Yep.
Oh, who's asking me why? Thrayle?
Well, we're both asking why. I think we're all asking why. Everybody wants to know why.
Okay. Here's why. Growing up, I was Greek Orthodox. Never followed the Paul doctrine for whatever reason. I just fell in love with the chanting of Greek music, of the Greek words that I couldn't understand, and it gave me a faith that there was something hopeful, that if we do our due diligence as human beings on the planet in our social life and just be good humans, that was the role of our lives, to separate religion from being assholes in your other life. Okay, go to church to be a good person, but you can't be an asshole on your other life. So, in order to make sense of the things that occurred to me in my life, and I've explored everything from I've explored the darker sides of things because I could not justify what the Christian God of Paul was saying. Although I truly believed in, and Jesus was this really cool guy that somehow got kicked to the curb, and he was the rebel coming up against the Roman Empire, and they had to unalive him and show the people what was
I'm
happening.
sorry, Melody. I'm sorry to cut you off. I really am sorry to cut you off. But what does that have to do with your adoption of Islam?
Well, in my life, again, I have ridden side by side it with the Muslim community without really understanding the reasons why. I grew up in a small town, the dark-haired girl in a blonde, blue-eyed city who went to a Greek Orthodox church and not a Christian community, and not, the Catholic and I didn't go to the Lutherans. So I was already in an isolated viewpoint in the world of religion, but I still had faith in God because it was because of my mother's nurturing and the way that she had faith in humanity that made me believe that she was given this gift of this hope and life of that you will be at peace when you die, whether it meant it was a paradise or a gold paved road, which I never found intriguing anyway. It was just to be at peace. And for me, this chaotic Jesus God thing in this lifetime of money slavery, and I'm old enough to claim all this because I've experienced it, from the gut bottom ugliness of the dirt, the nasty side of corruption, to the wealth. I have experienced it, so I can claim that that's my switch. So when I discovered all of the things I spent
Malay, there's a lot of scratching.
As I deconstructed the Bible based on my first instinct when I said this, I can't do this. I cannot try to justify the rest of the world and suffer for it. I was becoming, I'm sorry, dropped you. I was becoming, I'm sorry, are you there? Okay. I was becoming insufferable. I could not function in the real world, trying to balance out my discomfort. So when the point came and I finally went, okay, God, my God at the time was the Christian God, but not the Jesus God one. Okay, what do I do now? What do I do? I have to survive. I can't give up my hope. That's my hope, was that he sent all these messengers for us to become something better than what we are. So that's my faith. My faith is actually giving hope that humanity will get it one day, but that's in one God named Allah, who,
Okay.
yeah.
How does that get you to Islam?
How does that get me to Islam? Because I believe that if you want to worship and pray and be appreciative, it is an act of diligence. I found in my own life, I was praying to God in my head more than 5 times a day, and I was praying for others, not myself. And then when I was able to thank God for getting me through
Maria?
Yes.
The first time you were here, I don't know if that's the last time you were here, but I know I was here the first time that you were here.
Yes.
The first time you were here, weren't you trying to deconstruct the entire world?
No, I was trying to deconstruct the Bible from the Anais point of view, from the Acts point of view. And I deconstructed that, and then I moved on. And so then I was able to conclude what I concluded. I'm working with a guy over in the UK to put this story together that I've created, which has led me to like I said, I've had a Quran in my house. I've read parts of it, but it never seemed that it was part of where I was headed. There's so many
what
things.
changed?
So what changed was finding the truth on my own, in my own research, and remember I asked you about Mary of Cleopas.
What truth did you find that led you to the Quran, to believe that the Quran was the truth?
I have not read the entire Quran to say that the Quran is the truth. I'm saying that the inspiration, or what was given to Muhammad, is what I'm going to read. But in anything, God allows for discernment and free will. I may not agree with the intention or the lenience in what anything says to me, but that is God's lenience. Now, if it does say in the Quran, I tried to look up 434 or whatever you said, Tab, and I wasn't very successful in finding it. I don't really,
I can pull it up right now.
Okay,
if you want.
okay, and that'd be fine. And that was about the beatings and everything. I don't understand what that what that means in any of these books, to be honest with you. But I surely know that if anybody raised a hand to me in any situation, I would leave. I didn't in the past, but I certainly don't think that that's okay. I wouldn't allow a religion or a book to tell me that that's okay. So if my diligence to doing good things is earning me points in my perceived paradise, I don't know what perceived looks like, but I know to me what a paradise would be just be peace.
So
I just want to
I want to ask you about this.
Yeah, okay.
I want to ask you about this. What do you want in paradise, or what do you think you're going to get in paradise?
I just want peace and understanding. I just want to know that what God gave me to work with, and how I was allowed to separate and be discerning in this life, I owe him a gratitude. If that is who was looking out for me this whole time, which I believe it is, because I've not ever denied a God, because it's not who I was. I don't know. You can relate my belief into generational trauma if you want to, because I can go there all day long as well. The sins of the father. What is America right now?
What is sin?
It's the sins of the father.
What is sin, Malia? What is sin?
Sin means not being a good human. It means turning around and going again, striking your child for no reason, or anything. Never striking your child for any reason, or being cruel or manipulative. Right? That's a sin, to hurt people.
Malia, take a breath. So sin is to hurt people or be a bad person, correct?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Kat?
Yes, and I have follow-ups, but I know you have something, so go for it.
I brought up the verse if you want, Malia. Want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Arabic or English?
Well, I don't know Arabic, my friend. Was that being condescending? I'm sorry.
No, not really. I thought that you actually tried to... most converts I know are trying to learn Arabic, so they usually tell me to read in Arabic. But it's okay, I can read in English. Okay, let's go with the translation of Ali Yusuf. Men are protectors and maintainers of women, because Allah has given them more than the others. Others meaning women. Oh my god, that's a bad translation. Okay, let's go Sahih International. Men are in charge of women by the right of what Allah has given them over the other. What they spend from their wealth, so righteous women are devotee, obedient, guarding in absence what Allah would have guard, but those from you whom you fear arrogance. Here God is talking about the wife. Those of you of whom you fear arrogance, first advise them, then forsake them, and then strike them. But if they obey you, seek no means against them. Indeed, Allah is ever exalted and grand. So the word strike them here is a bit of a it is a bit of a mistranslation. In Arabic, it says وَضْرُبُهُنَّ. وَضْرُبُهُنَّ means beat. not strike. But even if so, let's go with strike. Do you think that a man is allowed to strike you if you were arrogant to them?
Absolutely not. But that's a human trait. Now, sometimes the word
So
strike.
that why does God command?
Can you
wait.
beat down?
Malay.
No. Can you beat down a person in a conversation?
You're trying to do it right now, Malia.
Right. I know. So
Why are you doing that?
because it's the same thing. If you're
Why?
gonna,
Why are you
It's
beating
not
down
the same thing.
well,
in a
I'm trying to define the
conversation?
word beat. Then what are you meaning? A physical strike, or are you meaning a
It
correctional
literally
strike?
said. It literally said to strike them physically.
It says physically.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It says to rebuke them. It says to forsake them in bed. And then it says to strike them.
Physically.
Yes.
The word physically appears.
No.
Okay.
If you have rebuked them
Mm-hmm.
and you have left them in bed, not given them what you think they want, because that's what the book thinks they want. And then it says to step 3, strike them or beat them. What are you interpreting that to mean?
My interpretations are now really in line with my experience, and I am really truly believing that a lot of the words in the Bible are misleading as far as when it comes to.
This is the Quran.
Why are we talking about the Bible?
I'm sorry, because I wanted to show you the lineage as to why I'm going to give you a new understanding of why I don't believe the word strike in the Quran. So what I'm saying is that.
Wait.
What?
Give me a second here.
I'm.
This Quran, this book, was given to Muhammad, correct? The Prophet, yes?
Yes, that's what they say. Yep, that's what it is.
Okay. So
it was
it's supposed
presented
to
over
be
23
understood.
years. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's leave the rest of the lore out. It was presented to Muhammad. It was supposed to be understood in his own tongue or language, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So one of the interpreters, or mufassirin, gave an interpretation to this verse in his own tongue, because he was one of the people of Mecca. Okay. His name is Ibn Jarir Tabari. Tabari, you might have heard of him.
Isn't he the one whose daughter was Aisha? Was his daughter Aisha?
No, that's Abu Bakr.
Okay. All right. Close name. I'm sorry.
I could remember that you brought up Aisha.
Ah, it's okay. I get names confused as well. No problem.
I don't mind talking about Aisha.
Okay, we'll get there. So
I know.
He says,
I'm probably going to be too tired to get there, but I don't. I don't come. I can't speak the Quran because I haven't read it. So for me to be up here to try to debate it, I can't. I can only tell you.
It's okay, Malaya. We're not trying to debate it. It's okay. We're not trying to debate it.
Well,
take a breath.
I am breathing. Thank you, my friend. I'm breathing well. I've had a lot of coffee, so.
Okay.
Malia.
I told you earlier. I've been on here since what time?
Malia.
Thrayle, I told you coffee was on at 1:00, so I've been.
Malia.
Yes, ma'am.
It is Tav's birthday, and he is sitting here trying to help you learn. Right. And he is spending his birthday, taking his time, trying to help you understand the Quran and have a discussion with you about it. So maybe let's let him get out what he's trying to say.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, okay, Ibn Jalil Tabari said that the word wa'iduhunna which Thrayle translates, okay? He said it's a stepwise approach. So the first step would be to verbally talk to them, okay? Or advise them or whatever. The second one means to forsake them, as Thrayle said. It's usually translated into forsake them in bed, meaning don't sleep with them, don't sleep near them. Sometimes it means to leave them alone in the house and go take a breather, whatever you want to translate it. Third step, this is someone who lived in Mecca at the time of the Prophet, not me. He said, the third one, وَضْرُبُهُنَّ, means to hit them enough to not break a rib, and to avoid the face. And don't make the skin green. That's what he said. So he is talking about physically beating up the arrogant woman. It doesn't say spiritually or verbally.
Right. And I would not defend that. I'm sure that, I mean, I would not
So
defend,
this is
I would not defend that part of that being, I would defend that as being more of a man, a man instigated thing, and I just wouldn't agree with that whatsoever. In any capacity, in a human situation whatsoever. Right? There's laws and rules about it. So
shall we talk about the hadith? One second. There's a hadith that Ibn Jalil Tabari used to... Give me a second, Malaya. Let me just finish my thoughts, okay? There's a hadith that Ibn Jalil Tabari
all I
used.
was trying to say is I haven't read my hadith, but I have my hadith book. I was just complimenting the fact that you were going to go to a hadith, so it wasn't an interruption, but I'm saying I just got my hadith.
It's okay.
So cool. All right.
It's okay. So there's a hadith. If you want me, I can bring up the number, but I'm gonna do some Google. The hadith said, Ibn Jalil used it in the tafsir of this verse. It's basically a story of a woman coming to the Prophet, complaining of her husband, basically hitting her.
Okay.
The Prophet said, "What did you do to him?" Okay. She and the man said, she was, I think, annoying or denied to sleep with him or something like that. I don't remember the exact reason. The Prophet said, it's okay, just don't make it green. Okay? Don't make the skin go green.
Is that basically saying
that's
don't
the
leave
hadith.
bruises?
Yes.
Sounds that way. Yeah.
Just want to be clear.
So this is not just the Quran or a mufassir, someone who explains the Quran. This is also the Prophet saying that. And this hadith was narrated by Aisha.
Right. Remember that. Yeah.
So.
Okay. I'm not.
So
I'm not.
So
I'm not
are you
swayed by it in any way.
Are you saying that you because like we're assuming here that the Quran is the word of God given to Muhammad, and so if that is true, then this is the word of God, and so you can't really just like tell God, well, not that part, right?
I guess that's just depending whether or not you know, having a personal relationship with God is through the prophet and the word, or the way of how, I mean, people could see that as, you know, like whatever. I mean, there's certain laws that don't have things that I agree with. Like I don't believe in capital I don't believe in the death penalty, but that doesn't change the fact that there is one in the laws. So I can't.
The law isn't the word of God.
Verse. Is that what you're saying?
But this says the guidance is it's a guidance for mankind. So
the guidance for mankind is to strike your wife if not sleeping with her doesn't work.
I think when it says guidance is to say, you know, if they were looking for justification to strike a wife, wouldn't it have been the first thing to do instead of the third thing to do, right?
Why is it a thing to
stop
do?
sleeping with her first.
Why is it a
make sure
fucking thing
that
to do in the first place?
I'm not saying it is. You guys are trying to get me to justify something that is really everywhere in society.
Nobody's trying to get you to justify anything.
It is mankind that...
And you understand that we're not trying to argue or start a debate. We're trying to see if you can question your belief. And by presenting this verse, it's not trying to get you to defend it. It's trying to see if this is something that causes you to question. Can you question?
Absolutely not. Not right. Nope. I cannot question that. I cannot question my belief.
Why do you want Islam to be true?
I want Allah to be true. I want Allah.
Why do you want Allah to be true? What about Allah makes you want that to be the true God?
Because I saw in my and you can take this any way you want to, but I saw this in my mother's eyes and in my mother's heart, and how she taught me to understand God is your soul, who you know, and who makes you the good human. He gave you the gift of a conscience. I will never forget when she told me as a little child, you know, you have the gift to right or wrong. But you know, the sad fact is that as much as she told me how God is beautiful, the minute I turned 18 and the real world hits you in the face, it's deceitful. But I still believe, because of the love that filled my heart from my mother, I would even turn to her sometimes and say, "Are you God, Mom?" Because that was the example for which I set my sights to what a God would feel like.
Then Malia,
yes.
Are you saying that looking at Allah, that it is your mother, that you see your mother in Allah?
I do.
Your mother told her prophet to tell everyone to strike their wives.
No.
Your mother.
No,
your mother condoned the marriage of your prophet to a 9-year-old.
My mother. No, my mother was Greek. Nope, my mother's Greek Orthodox.
Well, but she's Allah, right?
No, I'm saying that I see her spirit. She's a human, and she passed away as a spirit. So
then, what does she have to do?
She
with
was in an because to me, the message of Allah, which is supposed to be the parts in the book that this Jesus God and everybody else's gods, the Buddhas, was to be a good human. You follow the laws.
Buddhists have a god?
Is hitting your wife being a good human?
Is that what?
Is beating your wife being a good human?
Absolutely not.
Then why did your God teach that?
You know that is such an open, generalized way to look at this. Let's pull another.
No, it's very explicitly written in the Quran, which is the word of God given to Muhammad.
I can understand you might feel piled on right
okay,
now.
I don't
want
want
to ask you. Let's dial it back just for a second. I want to
Sure,
ask you just a simple question, and we'll take a breath before we get there. That's your prerogative. The question I want to ask you is, do you know the 5 pillars of Islam?
I do know them by reading them. I reverted as a
very recently. I know.
Yes.
Within weeks.
So do I know? Yeah.
Do you know the 5 pillars?
I know. Yes. I'm not
going to. Do
you
know the first pillar? I know. I'm not asking all of them. I'm asking really the first 2. And it's fine if you need to look them up, or even Tav could.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't know them off the top of my head in order. Okay.
Okay.
So.
The first one is.
It's not a gotcha.
I'm sorry, Thrayle, to cut you off.
Yeah, no, I was just clarifying. It's not a gotcha, but go ahead, Tav.
So the first 2 are the Shahada. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah is the first one.
Right.
So I believe that I witness that there is no God but Allah. And the second one. And the second one is I witness that Muhammad is his prophet. That's the second pillar.
So.
I like I enjoy the community. It's the whole aspect of being grateful for something instead of being needy for something. You know, I'm not going to exist with a person that's going to beat anybody. Okay, that's just me. That's my choice. That's my free will. And if I'm that wife in that situation, you know, that's not going to be my situation. But that's because
Right.
I'm a Western girl. I
But I'm
don't know.
asking you about I'm asking you about the Shahada now.
Okay, all right. What about the Shahada? Are you
Okay.
questioning?
So, do you affirm? Do you witness that there is one God, and it is Allah?
I witnessed it. Yes.
Can you question that?
No. So.
Interesting. And do you witness that Muhammad is his prophet?
I believe Muhammad is a prophet. Yes, is his prophet, and that all the prophets of the Bible were also Allah.
Do you believe that Muhammad is the final prophet, that there are no prophets after Muhammad?
It says that.
Does it say that?
Well, I do. I do believe that that's what they say. That it's the final
That's what who
prophet.
says?
That the pillars say.
Do
I
the
believe
pillars say that he's the final
that he
prophet?
is the final. Yeah, he was
Are
the
you
final,
sure?
but I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure to be sure.
So,
but I am
okay,
aware
I
that he
want
was the
to ask you something.
final of these books.
Can
He
I ask
was
you
the
something?
final prophet of what Allah was trying to get through all the other prophets. This is what I believe. He was the last one to be able to
Okay, Malia.
what was on the first tablets that were broke by Moses. So that's what I think. Oh, there's an oh my God there? What God is that, Thrayle?
Oh, nice. You're learning.
What is your God, Thrayle?
That's a very nice touch right there. You sounded like you were born into Islam. So anyway, I want to ask you about the first Shahada.
Okay.
What does it mean that there is no Allah except Allah? There is no God except Allah.
You know, like
Does
I
that
said,
mean
I haven't.
there's literally no other gods? Can you give me a second? Let me just finish my thought.
Yeah.
Does it mean that there's no other gods except Allah, or does it mean that we only worship Allah, or does it mean that there are literally no other gods worthy of worship, or what does it mean exactly?
That there's nobody worthy of worship than the one who, you know, than the one that I believe in.
So there are other gods, but they're not worthy of worship.
They're not I don't recognize any other gods, just one. I don't recognize whatever everybody else is doing is up to them. It's not my God. It's not what I think.
I'm asking to clarify here. Earlier you said it's the only God that I should worship. Now you're saying that this is the only God that you acknowledge. Does that mean there are other gods that you do not acknowledge?
I just don't believe that there is any other at all.
So that's what that means? La ilaha illallah means that there are no other gods?
If that's his name, then that's who it is, yeah.
What's that answer mean?
That means that if that's the God that I perceive to be in my in how I discover, I believe it's the one God principle, and whether I believe in everything I read in the Quran will remain to be seen. And maybe
you mean Tawheed?
Well, you mean what? I'm sorry.
Tawheed. The doctrine that there is no God but Allah.
Okay. Well, I will be reading on that and embracing it the way that I want to. It isn't so much that this was a jump in with no idea what the Quran says. There's something we all have something mystical about us, don't we?
We all
and
have
that
something mystical
we are
about
all
us, don't we?
creatures of whatever
And that
experience we
What is
have.
we are all
Can I ask you,
creatures
how
of
did you
whatever
have something
experience we
What is
have.
mystical?
Can I ask you, how did you?
Our own likes and dislikes.
Mystical.
Because in somebody's, it's a spirited thing. If you have,
It's a spirited thing.
you
If
know,
you have,
okay, here we go. I love these.
you know,
you guys do this to everybody all the
here we
time,
go. I
and I
love
love
these,
it. Okay,
because you guys do this to everybody all the time,
and
and I love it.
joyous,
Okay,
are you feeling spirited? Are you feeling happy and joyous? Are you feeling spirited? Are you feeling full of joy and happiness? That's kind of a spirited situation, right?
So you're using
Meaning
spirited as this a
magical.
metaphor?
Yeah,
Magical,
yes,
is this a
yes,
metaphor
a magic-
for you using all these words for happy?
You mean magical and mystical?
Yeah,
and
why are
mystical?
you using, yeah, why are you using
Because
them
when you
for-
stop,
Why are you using all of these words for happy, and then assigning to some kind of supernatural meaning for everyone? Doesn't that seem disingenuous?
Well, when people
have a magical moment, like they went to a concert and it was such a magical
You're just
experience.
gonna talk past me. Ignore the question.
No, I'm
Leah,
not.
I appreciate you. Does anybody else have questions?
Wow.
I don't think you came all the question beliefs. We talked about
You
your
asked me
about your version.
So then talk about reversion and not.
Question it.
You didn't question reversion. You questioned.
I did.
Where I went to.
I did. You tried to, and you are going a mile in totally different directions. There's no way this is just caffeine. I'd like to just move on. Condescending laugh at the end. Drink some water, take a nap.
So I wanted. Even if she's gone, I'm gonna just make it losers. 2876 says, "Don't be happy. God doesn't like happy people." Sorry, Cap. Sorry, Cap.
Does it really say
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. It does.
Don't be happy.
This is a joke. This is a joke between us.
Happy people.
Yeah. In Arabic it says, "ولا تفرح إن الله لا يحب الفرحين." So it's the literal translation. If you want to debate that translation, you can text me or whatever. But it is the literal translation. In English they translate happy, prideful, and exultant.
That's not happy. That's not happy. Those are completely different words. Those are completely different words.
Yes.
Don't be happy. Yes. God don't be happy. God doesn't like happy people. I've heard. The funniest thing I've heard all night. Thank you. Thank you.
This is like a joke between ex-Muslims. This is like when they find you laughing ex-Muslims. When they find you laughing or happy. God doesn't like happy people. Don't be happy.
Did Rav actually fall asleep to that? Did Rav actually fall asleep to that?
Maybe.
How did anybody
how.
sleep to that?
Maybe.
How did anybody sleep to that? It was
superpowers. Conspiracy theories, superpowers. Space lasers. Conspiracy
really
theories.
glad-
We're talking about space lasers. I'm talking
I'm really
about
glad it
sleeping.
didn't happen last night when I was one of the sleepers. I'm glad that didn't happen last night when I was one of the sleepers because more than I would have been upset sleeping anymore and then I would have been upset about that.
It was just so. And there was fast, no slowing her down. There was no slowing her down, and it was pure defense and honest exploration.
She's doing really good
honest
at
exploration.
She's doing really good at the Islam.
Remember when she said which God Thrayle? This is literally what every Muslim does to me when I say Muslim does to me when I say Astaghfirullah, Alhamdulillah. What do you mean by Allah? They say that's why I laughed. What do you mean by Allah? Very Islamic of you. That's why I laughed and said, very Islamic of you.
Sounds very. I don't know. I don't know. Thoughts coming out of my mouth. They're about to be disrespectful. Thoughts coming out of my mouth. They're about to be disrespectful. So let's see if there's somebody who has a belief in the Kia or gods, or has a belief in a god or gods.
Fuck you, Cthulhu. I'm not a Jaraptor. Fuck you, Cthulhu. I'm not a Jaraptor.
I don't know how any grown women can choose
Oh wow, you brought him up, Thrayle, after he called me a Joe Raptor. Oh wow, you brought him up, Thrayle, after he called me a Joe Raptor.
Difficult, man.
Rebuke him right now.
He's an
Rebuke him right now.
popular. He's an incredibly popular podcaster, YouTuber.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Before I get to you, Satan, hang on just a moment. Cthulhu, I just need a reminder, age for TOS.
I am 35.
You're a little bit muffled, hard to hear.
I'm 35 years old.
Excellent. And I'm gonna have some questions for you in a moment. But Satan, can I get your age for TOS?
Well, I'm dateless. I mean, I'm Satan, right? No, I'm 45. I'm 45.
And do you have a God with higher power, anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could classify it as a god.
What do you classify it as?
Well, that's kind of philosophically technical, but I would say panentheism, absolute idealism, transcendental nihilism, metaethical nihilism.
What is transcendental nihilism?
That's complicated.
Give me the TLDR.
Read Ray Brazier's book. It's a great book on transcendental nihilism.
Right, that doesn't give me the TLDR. Can you give me the TLDR?
I don't know what a TD, whatever you said
Too
is.
long, didn't read.
Get the spark notes guy.
Oh. Look it up.
So you believe in it, you can't give it short little like blurb.
You can't explain it shortly what it is.
I mean, you can make that assumption if you want.
No, I asked you a very direct question. I have not gotten a direct answer. It's not an assumption.
Okay, so you're saying can you?
I'm asking what is transcendental nihilism?
I'm saying I can.
Why did you request up here, Satan?
Why not?
Okay. Because you didn't read the prompt. Transcendental nihilism would be the idea that because you assume reality, including whatever consciousness, time, verse, everything has no meaning or purpose. Then all life worthless. I was talking Cthulhu.
Oh, sorry.
Time there. You were talking.
My bad.
But since everything's devoid of meaning, then life is inherently worthless.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, he could have said it.
Yeah, he definitely easily could have said it, and
if he understood.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
But maybe it just made him feel fancy to say it.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
He's requesting back.
Hi, Cthulhu.
I don't see that. I mean, do you think he's actually read this prompt since then?
What's up, bro?
I don't know. I almost want to talk to him about it now. But...
We might get to it in a moment. Real quick, Cthulhu. Do you have a belief in a god's higher power or anything like that?
No. At my life, I'm pretty squarely an atheist.
And why don't you believe in a god?
I don't think I have any relevant experience, empirical or otherwise. There is one. I think I traveled abroad a lot, and it just didn't really seem like anything really clicked.
Can you think of anything that might serve as evidence to you of the existence of a god?
I suppose I could refer to science, but it kind of hinges on pseudoscience. So you've got near-death experiences, I suppose. But I know that's kind of in the realm of it's very hard to do scientific theory and empirical evidence for near-death experience. That's kind of beyond science. But other than that, not really.
Have we not ever talked about NDE?
I think we did a while ago. There's a lady from Canada. Thrayle had a commentary with her extensively.
Sure. I talked many guests about NDEs, and I just wanted to know if you... Okay, that's all.
Cat muffled, mumbled. I think I heard all of that. Cthulhu. If you had something convince you of God, some kind of evidence, would you worship or respect, venerate that God, just for existing?
It's a good question. I don't think I really have it in me to worship even if it existed. I'm not sure if I can really articulate it. I feel like a mutual understanding between a higher power and myself. I think I would commune with it in maybe a simple way. Maybe. I keep thinking about Buddhism, about gods. I think about the afterlife, possibility of an afterlife, really a single like man in the sky kind of thing. I guess.
Thrayle, can you drop the story? Sorry to cut you off.
Hey, take care.
Gotcha. Appreciate you.
Did I answer the question all right?
I think you did.
So I did read the prompt. Clearly.
Read the prompt.
But just because I don't want to explain every fine little detail, I get asked a million times a day, does not mean that I can't.
Why did you request a?
Are you going to ask me this question again to answer the prompt?
So you did request up to answer the can you question?
That's correct. Yes. I'm a philosopher forever.
That was response to condescension.
Right.
I'm still speaking to those who like you to shut the fuck up. So if you did read then you read at the bottom where it says be respectful. So far you failed. So I don't know why you're even here. Grow up.
I'm a philosopher. Well, that explains everything.
If you're a philosopher, then you would have been able to explain transcendental nihilism in probably three or four words.
My cat, philosopher.
Is my audio better now?
Yes, too much.
I just have to turn the headphones off occasionally, apparently.
I feel like doing this homework, get up. What did he say?
Transcendental nihilism. I can do it in 3 words. Life is meaningless.
Like all life, not like our lives, like specifically all life. Because nothing is meaningful. Life is meaningless. That is an interesting take that I don't necessarily disagree with, but it sounds a lot darker than it is in my mind. Does that make sense? Like it sounds very dark and edgy. I don't think it necessarily has to be that.
Sounds like you got some belief in hot topic.
I just mean like logically that follows, right? Like if everything is meaningless, if nothing has a meaning, then of course life is meaningless. Duh. Doesn't really seem like when you say it.
You put on things. Meaning is meaningless.
Right, exactly. But so like you can say it because life is meaningless. All life literally is meaningless. You can say it like that and make it sound dark energy. But really, it's just obvious. If you think that everything is meaningless, life is clearly meaningless.
Yeah, that makes sense. Doe. Adore.
And as somebody who is a nihilist, that just like yeah, of course, duh, like okay.
I think as an atheist, it's going to fall into nihilism a little bit into this whole life is meaningless and there's no point to anything. Until I realized community and how we live in a world even different. You can find value that way. It's like a bright cosmic horror kind of thing, I guess.
As somebody who's nihilism and never felt out, like life is meaningless and like it like even if you put meaning into it, ultimately that doesn't mean anything. Like my brand of nihilism is often called nihilism because I think that the earth in the grand scheme of the universe is completely pointless, like meaningless, and then the humanity in the grand scheme of the earth is basically non-existent, and in that way everything is meaningless. So yeah, everything is if you look at it like that. No matter how much meaning you put on it, it is ultimately meaningless. And I think that's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That doesn't make me sad or like depressed. It just is.
Gotcha. Oh, we're almost at 100K likes. It's special.
Hell yeah. I do appreciate everybody tapping the screen.
This is gonna sound silly, but sometimes I do wish I could be somewhat Christian in my beliefs. Where back to your question about there was a God that I could worship. Would I? It's kind of an innocent retrospect kind of belief. I guess thinking about some I guess not a man in the sky, but like some kind of entity I suppose where I could do that. It sounds kind of romantic in a simplistic theological way, I suppose. It'd be nice, I guess. If he was benevolent, I don't know.
What would be nice about it?
If there was a framework where there was a God that did exist, did actually oversee I don't know, administratively things like humanity. You'd have that reassurance, I guess. It's more of a personal thing, I guess. There's no evidence for it though.
Would it just be based upon the comfort it provides?
Yeah, pretty much. A lot of people don't really understand the difference between a theory and a scientific theory. And a lot about real life has to be tested with science before it becomes part of a body of literature. And a lot of religious beliefs just don't really hold up to that. Like Noah's Ark, for example. Okay, 149 likes right there. No.
Hell yeah. I think we have. No, we don't. We had someone in queue, maybe they'll appear. That happens sometimes.
Scientific theory is BS. That's pretty easy to say when you don't know anything. Like come back to me when you study all the different ways science actually comes to a definition. It's like multiple parts to it, bro.
Why would I 213?
Did you see that number that you're remember in the comments?
Yeah. Why?
I don't know.
I'm not doing your homework for you. If you believe in a God, the burden is on you. $83.1K. Bro, I could not go to sleep. It's like 5:18 in the morning here. I think I'm a vampire.
I don't know if I have questions for Cthulhu. But you are welcome to stay up and question. If we get a believer of any kind, the ability to be questioned, the ability to question their own beliefs. I don't think we have one in 140 people though. Either that or the requests are broken. So if you do have a belief in a god or power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. You think I'm just ignoring your request, then go ahead and put it on chat.
Jesus, Q just lit up.
What happened? Sleep. How do you guys?
Appreciate you, Cthulhu.
Bye, Cthulhu.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Mel. Can I get your age for TikTok POS?
Yes, I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god's a higher power, anything like that?
Yeah, I believe there's definitely something within the cosmos. I mean, there's a reason why we wish upon a star, right?
I don't know. Is there?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe so. I believe it.
What reason do you wish upon a star?
just seeing a shooting star and make a wish and it came true before, but that's not my story. I have a story where something did happen to me a couple years ago that I can't explain.
Really asking for story time. I'm more interested in what God you believe in and why. And you were saying there's something that cosmos because people wish upon stars.
Yeah.
Is that your belief that there's?
Yes. I mean, if that weren't the case, why do you?
Just overhearing every breath.
Oh, okay, my bad. I mean, why do people wish upon a star if there's something isn't within the cosmos?
Why do people wish upon birthday candles?
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm asking the same question as everybody else.
I mean, the way you're even saying, why do people wish upon a star?
Yeah.
Could that not be because it's been ingrained socially in media stories?
Maybe. I guess.
Could that be because it's gone back a long time to when people believed that the stars represented gods or spirits, and when they saw those signs.
Maybe. I just wanted to say the reason why I believe that there's a higher power was because I witnessed a supernatural phenomenon. That's all I have to say.
What do you mean by supernatural phenomenon?
Well, it's a long story, so I don't even know where to begin.
What kind of supernatural phenomenon?
Okay, so basically, I made something appear out of thin air.
How do you know you made something appear out of thin air?
Because one minute it wasn't there, and the next minute it appeared in my pocket.
Appeared.
In my pocket. I pulled it out of my pocket.
What was it?
So basically, I'm just gonna shorten the story. But basically, in 2017, the item was money.
So
Money.
Believe there was no money in your pocket.
Yeah, I didn't
reach in your pocket, and there was money.
Yeah, exactly. I had no money at that time. I was broke. I had no cash. And mind you, I was not the type of person to carry cash. I swipe. And this cash appeared out of nowhere.
How many times I have put on a pair of pants or a coat and stuck my hand in the pocket and there's been money in it?
Yeah, but this is money that I never had. I don't carry cash ever. I carry debit card. I don't carry cash.
So you've never in your life since before this instance had cash?
Nope. The only time I would carry cash is if someone handed it to me. But I usually never.
Has ever handed you cash ever?
Yeah, when people hand me cash, it's very rare. And on my own, I never have cash on me ever. Mind you, this happened. This happened. No,
Just I don't need you to give me more context. I'm just. I'd like to ask a question. Okay. So I'm noticing every time I begin speaking, you start to say something. Try to interrupt. Let's slow it down. Okay. Yeah. There it is. This is on purpose. Are you trolling?
No, I put down everything. I put down my dead grandpa's ashes.
What does that have?
Yeah.
Do with anything I ask? Okay. Can you question your beliefs, Mel?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. And do you believe This experience was supernatural.
1,000%. My boyfriend's my witness.
I don't see how a witness pulling your pocket supernatural.
Because we broke. We had no money.
Could it not be in any way, shape or form forgotten about this money?
No, because 100%. I never had cash.
Do you see how it doesn't sound like you're questioning your beliefs? Why did you request up?
I guess I just wanted to share my.
Cool. You did. Good job. Meanwhile, we're here questioning your beliefs to see if you can question your beliefs. So, guess we figured that one out.
I find money in my pockets all the time.
I don't carry cash either, but I do find from time to time. I just there.
I don't usually have cash anymore for years there. Like I pretty much only dealt in cash. And like I'd find money in my pockets all the fucking time.
Does she not leave room for the possibility for your friends the money in her pocket to surprise her in some way?
Or that like last time she wore those pants, somebody gave her a $10 bill, you know, like.
Yo.
Chosen, aka your age, TOS.
What's going on, brother? I'm 24 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or a higher power, anything like that?
Yes, sir. I do actually.
And what god do you believe in?
That's a trick question. Not a trick question, but a tricky question. So far, my spiritual journey has guided me to believe in the Christian God, Yahweh, Jesus. But at the same time, you know, not 100% sure, but I would say the God of the Bible.
Have you read the Bible?
No, I haven't. But I have read enough to get some basic understanding. Not some theological understanding like theologian, but enough to where I mostly
stories from the Bible to be true.
I do. Some of them seem a little far-fetched. Truth be told, some are really good stories.
What about the sixth-day creation? Adam is the first humans.
Sixth-day creation kind of like sits a little weird with me. The Adam and Eve story, I do. Sixth-day creation. I mean, truth be told, I do not know about that one because I'm also a little bit of a geek, or I guess a scientific Christian. So they do kind of contradict, but at the same time, it's difficult to say.
You say you're a bit of a geek. You like science.
I like science a lot.
Contradict sixth-day creation.
Right, for sure. Which is what an entendre, right? It's weird.
Does it not contradict the story?
Not really. Think about it. And if you really
do you know
who were the first two human beings? It's quite possible there was just first two Homo sapiens.
Is that actually possible according to science? Have you
what would you say?
I'm asking if it's possible according to science.
According to science, it could be possible. There's a possibility that there was first human.
If you were to look into the field of genetics and see if it's possible for two humans to not only be responsible for the diversity we see today, but also sustain the human race. Do you think that it would sway that there was a single Adam and Eve, that there were just two people.
Well, if you're gonna look at it through like the scientific lens, I would say, all right. So through the scientific perspective, it's we evolved from I guess apes or ape like animals. The Homo sapien, right? So obviously you have the Neanderthals and other pre-existing like humanoid apes or something like that. But science could back up the idea of like the first two evolved modern day human. Like, who knows where we went from the Homo sapiens to just all of a sudden being more conscious, more aware. Because apparently we originate from them science. But who were the first two? Was it like multiple that evolved and just kept evolving, or was there like possible there was first two male and female that were just the most self-aware ones and kind of gained I guess that human consciousness, right? So
what would they have eaten?
I have no idea. Animals, fruits.
How would they have done that if the second chapter of Genesis believed and there were no plants before the man? No animals either.
Which chapter is that? You know what? Actually, let me hop right back on right now. I'm working on security. But I'm checking a truck. But I'll be right back on after.
Yep. That got loud very quick. I think he jumped out of the security booth.
Why do people do that?
Jump on it at work.
Especially when they have jobs like that.
I bet. Depending on where he is, probably the smallest stretches of nothing. But that's still when you're being paid to pay attention to is the nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you were gonna pull a heist, wherever that guy's doing security.
Hello again.
This guy.
What are you doing back here?
The city is closed because we're not equipped to deal with heavy rain or snow. So closed till 3 p.m.
I see. Well, we have SST joining us. Did you join us? Felix. Saint Felix. Is that what it is? Did you mean to join us? Yeah, I can hear you. Can I get your age for TOS? Well, I can
Yeah. We both wait.
Here, let's try this. Maybe it'll work. Okay.
You've invited me to unmute.
I did. I realized what I did after I did it. And then he was gone.
I'm stuck home.
You're stuck home. Me too. I'm on day 3.
The storm hasn't letting up.
Oh, the storm let up. The cold hasn't. Everything's been this thick layer of ice. Hello. See, can I get your TOS?
I'm 23.
And do you have a belief in a God or higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in God.
Which God is that?
I believe in Jesus Christ, the God of Israel.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have.
And do you believe the stories within true and literal?
I think those are two different questions.
Sure.
I think that they're true. I think that they might be literal. I'm inclined to think that they're literal. But it would depend on where.
What about Genesis 1? Is that true in literal six-day creation?
Probably not. Because it's not written in any sort of literal what would you say conducive genre. It's written in a poetic genre. So like it's probably not literal.
Adam and Eve. Is that true and literal?
I think so. I think that definitely true. And as it pertains to the specific details surrounding the account of them. That might vary, but certainly the core story is both true and I would say the core story is literal.
So Genesis 1 is not true or literal. Is it something else?
I think it's true for sure.
How is it true?
Because the language used is expressive of something real.
Expressive of something real. How does that make it true?
Because it corresponds to reality.
How does Genesis 1 correspond to reality?
Well, I believe that humanity was created in a state by the God that I mentioned earlier, in a state of perfection, in a state of original kind of justice.
Perfection. What does that mean?
It might be best explained by antithesis, which is what happens later in the story of the fall of man. So introducing sin into the world.
I'm sorry. But what is perfection?
Perfection in this instance, especially between Adam and Eve, would be constituted by the mutual enjoyment of one another. No one using anyone else. No privation.
I was touching about Genesis 1. Why are you talking about Adam and Eve?
I think that privation. There's no privation for Adam in Genesis 1.
Where's Adam in Genesis 1? Have you read the Bible?
I believe Adam is created in Genesis 1, but the middle of Genesis 1.
The end or Genesis 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I don't have the 50 chapter book memorized, and I don't have the 80 book library of books memorized. So yeah, Genesis is 50 chapters.
Fair enough. So in Genesis 1, you're saying Adam is created the middle end. When it says let us make man in our image.
Yeah, Adam is literally the word for mankind. So Adam.
I see. So there it says that after our likeness and domain over the fish and the sea, the birds of the air, the cattle, and all the earth, and all that creeps upon the earth. So God created man in his own image of God. God created him, male and female. He created them, and God blessed them. God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply." Yep. So that's where you created Adam.
Absolutely.
That would have been the sixth day, right?
I think so.
Okay. But then in Genesis 2, when he makes Adam, that would be at 2:7, right?
Mm-hmm.
After if we go back to 2:5, when no plant of the field was yet, and no herb of the field was yet sprung up, the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no man to till the ground, but a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord formed the man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. So in this chapter, it says before they were plants, he makes the man.
Mm-hmm.
So does he make man on the sixth day after plants, or is that? Is it on day?
You're saying that
before the plants.
So with the two accounts of creation, you're seeing that in one instance it happens before the plants, and one instance it happens after. Is that what you're saying?
Isn't that what it says?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was the point you were making. Yes. I honestly haven't read it super carefully, which it would deserve in a good bit of time. Although it is a text I spent a lot of time with. I would say that even if there were that chronological difference, that it's not the point. Like the point of the story is
which one would be true?
I think they're true because they're expressive of the reality of the creation of humanity.
Expressive reality. How do you verify the reality of the creation?
I think phenomenologically. I mean, because I'm a human, I have eyes and ears, and see.
Because you exist.
That's part of it. For sure.
How does that verify that there was a creation event?
It's not just that I exist.
So then
phenomenology is like half me existing and then half me seeing and interacting with the world around me.
So what interactions with the world around you verifies that there is a creation event?
Gosh. Again, half of it, the mere existence of the world around me and of me, and then the other half of it, the beauty of it, and the intentionality of it, and then
what do you mean intentionality?
That's a great question. I think that I mean the apparent purposefulness in the beauty of the created world.
What do you mean? So what is the? Give me an example of purposefulness in the created world. See, you're interlacing your answers.
Well, I'm giving.
Sorry, interlacing your answers with sort of self-affirming assumptions. And I'm wondering, is that something? Are you sure?
Yeah, I think I'm coupling beauty with purposefulness. I think that
creation. You interlace your answers with creation. You see creation because creation is created.
No, I see beauty in creation. And I think that beauty transcends the created world.
You see beauty in creation. See you're interlacing. The question is why you assume creation. That there is a creation moment.
Yeah, I don't think beauty is created.
And so. Okay. I don't think you're quite hearing what I'm asking. So I'm gonna make it really simple. This might be the wrong one. No, that's the wrong one. Of course. What is creation?
Created things.
Created things. What does created mean?
Originating from finding its well, I think you'd probably have temporal onto it because it's not eternal, so it's created and existing probably in space and time. But not necessarily. It doesn't have to exist in space and time. Yeah, just temporal. Something that had a beginning, and will have an end.
So created is anything that has a beginning.
Yep, probably. I think that's good. I don't know if it's sufficient, but it's definitely a necessary condition.
And that's all that means to you. It doesn't imply anything about creator. That a creation must be created by an agent or actor.
I think it must. Yeah. Or at least a mechanism placed by an agent or actor.
So why do you assume agent or actor must be responsible for anything that exists?
Are you ready to rage quit? Because well,
am I ready to quit? Are you actually capable of questioning your beliefs, or you just try to get some kind of response?
But I don't think that's the dichotomy. I don't want a response.
But you can't question your beliefs.
No, I was going to answer your question.
So you can't question your beliefs.
No, I think that's what we're doing. Yeah, I was going to answer your question. I think it's a good question. What do I see? And it's a similar question we asked before. My answer would be there's an apparent purposefulness in the beauty, which is a non-created thing that transcends creation, namely. And I see that as indicative of the uncreated, the presence of an uncreated being that put these things into motion.
So you think beauty is all beauty uncreated?
No. Beauty is uncreated. Beautiful things are created. That's I would say that's the distinction. Beauty itself is the transcendent metaphysical thing. You can't touch beauty per se.
Have you ever touched my cat?
No, are you inviting me to?
No, I haven't really touched either, but sometimes I do, and he's beautiful.
He's beautiful, but he's not beauty. Capital B, if you will.
He's saying the idea of beauty.
Yeah, and I would say it's more than an idea. An idea is just restricted to the confines of my mind and yours. I think that beauty is a substantially real. And I believe in part that's expressive of who God is. So yeah. I think God is beauty.
Do you have a question, Tev?
No. I said it. It's like a concept, not an idea, maybe.
Oh no. To him, concepts are extant things. They exist in God's space with God, where God is.
I think that concepts are within our frameworks in our minds. I think that beauty more than a concept, although it is a concept, but it's not just that. It's also something substantial that you can touch, or not that you can experience.
Can you measure it?
Probably not.
Is it experiential?
Yes, certainly. Phenomenological, for sure.
Phenomenological.
But measure. You can consider the beauty of something in comparison to the beauty of another thing. But measure makes me think of like science lab, and no, you can't like have any specific diagnostics in that sort of way. Yet. Although I guess we're getting close because yeah. AI. I don't know. Maybe there will be better tools for measuring beauty.
How do you question your beliefs?
This is going to sound silly, but asking questions. I think that asking the right questions for me is most helpful because there are a million different questions that you could ask, and usually there's only a
question your beliefs.
I think it means to take seriously your own ignorance, and to acknowledge that you may not have it figured out, and search for the truth by excavating and penetrating what it is that you believe in your experience and surveying the experience and beliefs of others to arrive at what might be the truth.
Do you consider yourself an idealist?
I don't think so. I don't think I do. Depends on what you mean. I don't think I do. Do you?
No.
Yeah. I think idealism is full-schooled.
Why?
I think that idealism, like it almost assumes that you have this ideas like what would be the right thing or good. And so if you're kind of idealistic,
that's not what I mean.
Okay.
I meant the philosophy of idealism.
I was answering it. I was answering it. Such a shallow
The view that reality is fundamentally mental or immaterial, spiritual, something other than
No, I'm not a Gnostic. No, I'm not a Gnostic. If that's what you're asking.
No, he was asking if you were an idealist, but that's interesting that that's where you took it.
Well, because it's. I mean,
there's
there's a lot of parallels.
some parallel there, but only.
I just meant in the way that he. I just meant in the way that he took it, right, rather than just leaving it at idealism. Religious belief.
Yeah, it would
rather than just leaving it at idealism.
It entails that. Yeah, a lot of the 18th. I'm not a genius. It entails that. Yeah, a lot of the 18th. I'm not a genius revolution as it relates to the niche philosophies. French Revolution categories, niche philosophies, and categories of philosophy. Unfortunately, I think it's a cool thing to study. Unfortunately, I think it's a cool thing. We were happier, but so we were happier back in the day. So yeah, it varies. Yeah,
So you believe things are created because beauty, and there's inherent. But beauty is something that is conceptual. Beauty is something that is conceptual within the mind, but then its own extant space, in its own extant space. Is that not different from person to person? Is that not different from person to person?
No, yeah. So beauty is a concept. No, yeah. So beauty is a concept. Just like calculus is like just like calculus is like, but it's even though it's a concept to you, but it's even though it's outside of you, like it's there. It still exists outside of you to encounter. It's there to discover.
But you're saying that there's an objective beauty. But you're saying that there's an objective beauty. Then there's something is independent of.
That's right. And all of your concepts of beauty are merely you making. All of your concepts of beauty are merely you making sense of your encounters with this thing.
How does beauty exist? How does beauty exist beyond the mind?
Are you saying that? Are you saying that exists only in the mind because it's a matter of like art? Only in the mind because it's a matter of like art.
I'm not saying it does or doesn't do anything. I'm asking how it exists beyond the.
Well, I said that beauty is. Well, I said that beauty is united to God, or is substantially united to God, or is God.
Is that a presupposition?
I think that that's how I would.
Is that a presupposition?
I guess I don't ask. Like, I don't understand what sense you're asking. I guess I don't ask.
Are you just
I don't understand what sense you're asking.
That beauty? Are you just assuming God? That beauty is God, and God beauty exists, and therefore beauty.
No, I'm interpreting beauty as. No, I'm interpreting beauty as suggestive that there is a God.
Right, but why? But why are you doing this? Right, but
yeah,
why?
It's a great question, and I think that the purposefulness. Yeah, it's a great question, and I think that the purposefulness to be inherent in beautiful things. Like if you look at a sunset, in beautiful, all the others. If you look at a sunset,
but what you're categorizing as a beautiful thing is what you're categorizing as a beautiful thing is what is a beautiful subjective view. Your right subjective. So how are you saying? So how are you a beautiful thing? What is a beautiful thing? Like objectively, like outside of any mind, like how are you outside of any mind is beautiful? How are you categorizing what is beautiful?
That's a really good question. That's a really good question. I am a subject. I'm a semi-rational. Sometimes I'm rational. Sometimes I'm subject. And I may align my personal and subjective tastes and preferences may align with what is objectively and substantially beautiful according to the subjective standard that I'm suggesting is God. And it also might misalign or pleasurable. I might think that something is good or pleasurable.
Right, but how do you know what the objective standard is? How do you know what the objective standard is?
How do you know what beauty is? How do you know?
Yeah, like how do you know what the objective? Yeah, like how do you know what the objective beauty is? How do you know what beauty is? How do you know what beautiful is objectively beautiful?
I think that as it pertains to us as human subjects, as it pertains to us as human subjects, again, interacting with the objective rather. I think that means. I think it's phenomenological, and I don't think you can escape that. And I think that, and I don't think you can escape that. And I think that confounds a lot of people.
Okay, for just a moment. So I'm going to go ahead for just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and speak past you, so it's not to be rude. Well, it's didn't stop doing it. Stop talking. So doing well. It's didn't stop doing. All right, stop talking. Doing it.
I'm ready.
Okay, all right, stop talking to mute him because he can't. Okay, we're gonna have to mute him because he can't stop talking, mates. Figure out. Stop talking, mates. Thank you, Heather's Descent, Cat DeWitch in 96. Thank you, Heather's Descent, the Cat DeWitch in 96 for thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. See, it wasn't even about you, Felix. Phenomenologically, you assumed. Phenomenologically, you assumed because you're in your phenomenological. It was about your feels because you're in your phenomenological feels. Having your phenomenological over there experience because you like to just throw that experience because you like to just so your first person experience. So your first person experience is what you base beauty on. Is what you base their objective standard of beauty. So how is their objective standard of beauty? If your answer is it's my first-hand phenomenological. It's my first-hand
that's my experience of this objective thing. That's my experience of this objective thing.
An objective thing? How is there that is an objective thing? That is beauty.
How is there? How is there? I believe because God created it, but the reason why I believe because believe that God created it. The reason why I believe that God created it is because
there is. How have you determined that there is an objective
yeah, that's a more precise question. That is beauty. I have determined that's a more precise question. I have determined that what I understand to be the proper, what I understand to be the proper. The acquisition and interaction with transcendent aspect of reality, transcendent aspect of reality, fallible with my fallible of experience. Faculties. I believe I've experienced it. Yeah, I've experienced. I believe I've experienced it.
Can I change the topic real quick? I just have a singular. Can I change the topic real quick? I just have a singular.
Go for it.
I'm not asking, how were we happier before the French Revolution?
Okay, you guys are very kind.
How were we happier before the French Revolution?
Or are you not asking me that? Because that was what I said. Or are you not asking me that?
Because that was what I said. How are we happier before the French Revolution? I'm asking you that. How are we happier before the French Revolution?
I don't know. Less nihilism. I don't know. Less nihilism. Gosh, at least in the last 100 years, people don't have kids, in the last 100 years, making them people don't have kids, and that's I don't know. There's lots of reasons. Extremely depressed. I don't know. There's lots of reasons. TikTok, but TikTok. Yeah, I mean it's hard to say though. But history is. Yeah, I mean it's hard to say though because history is people striving to not die and people striving to not die, and that's really hard. So
we're not dying less now.
That's really hard. So
we're not dying less now.
In a lot of ways, that's played to our favor.
Less now.
In a lot of ways, it's played to our favor. The fact in a lot of ways, it's forced to strive in that way is not. The fact that we're not forced to strive in that way is not playing to our favor. So I think we find less meaning in life. So we find less.
Would it be better if we went back to a theocratic?
I don't know.
Would it be better if we went back to a theocratic theocracy? Would it be better if we went back to a theocracy before the French Revolution?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just too American, but I kind of like democracy. I mean, maybe I'm just too American, but I kind of like democracy. I think things move too slow to God willing. Messed up and, too quickly. Yeah, God willing. Yeah, and yeah, it's hard. There's advantages and disadvantages.
So you prefer it now? Then.
It's hard. There's advantages and disadvantages.
So you prefer it now? Then.
It's hard.
So you prefer it now? Then. Okay. I'm done with the questions, Thrayle. If you want to go. Okay. I'm done with the questions, Thrayle. If you want to go further.
Appreciate you being here, Felix. I don't have any more questions. Appreciate you being here, Felix. Okay. Did you have any more questions for Felix?
Okay.
Did you have any more questions for Felix? I'm gonna take that as
okay.
No.
I really appreciate
that. If anybody does have a belief in a God or God's if anybody does have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable go ahead and question your beliefs. Go ahead here to debate. Not here to debate. Disprove it interested. I just want to disprove it here, gosh. I just want to know if you can, what is it that you believe then? And why is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
I took my
Morning, Morgan.
Good to go. I took my
Morning, Morgan.
Good to go. Good morning, Tav. And Thrayle and Cat. Good morning, and Tav. Chat and everybody. And hello. And chat and everybody. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Did I miss anything good? Did I miss anything good? That answers the question.
What's good?
That answers the question.
What do you mean by good? What's good? Define. What do you mean by good? What's good? Define good.
Apparently my dog has something to say about it. Go lay down. Apparently my dog has something to say about it. Go lay down.
Unfortunately, Prodigy, he has. Unfortunately, Prodigy, he has. And failed to question his beliefs. And failed to question his beliefs. Ultimately crashing out using some kind of. Ultimately crashing out using some kind of bigoted language in one direction or another. Bigoted language is why he's on that account to be here. Which is why he's on that account to be here. Because the other one was removed.
Free Sub Mars was my first exposure. Free Sub Mars was my first. It was the first guest here when I was on panel. It was the first guest here when I was on panel. I remember very well. It was very annoying back then. It was very annoying back then.
I'm not sure if I'm interested in finding out. I'm not sure if I'm interested in finding out if he's changed today. I've given a little bit of room by not removing a little bit of room by not he returned removing him immediately, but he returned in this name. But we'll see where the day takes us. We'll see where the day takes us. But if you have a belief in it, but if you have a belief in a higher power, God, or anything that's a higher power, capable, or anything questioning you capable, then go ahead and request belief, and go ahead for a debate. I'm not here for an argument. I'm not here to make you look like a fool. I'm not here to make you really just like a fool. If you can really just want to know your beliefs, question what your beliefs that you believe, then what is it that you believe?
Do you remember Chalk and Cheese? Do you remember Chalk and Cheese?
I do. There's a prophecy ongoing. There's a prophecy ongoing.
Who's Chalk and Cheese? I don't know who that is. They don't ever come up here, so they don't ever come up here, so we have no idea who that is.
Couldn't tell you, sorry.
That's a good point.
We don't know him at all, Tab, because he doesn't. We don't know him at all, Tab, because he doesn't come up here and talk to
Are you
us.
saying they might not exist? Are you saying they might not exist?
Well, he might be a butt because he literally. Well, he might be a butt because he literally told me keep laughing from 7 feet. I don't know what that means.
Did he tell you that tonight? Did he tell you that tonight?
Yes. He also said Thrayle's time's coming. Yes. He also said Thrayle's
Well,
time's
yeah,
coming.
that's that's pretty normal, but
Apparently it's.
Don't worry about it, Cat.
Apparently it's.
Don't worry about it,
A handful of days until off this platform, off this platform, something else, preaching something according to Chalk and Cheese, according to something like that, something like that.
He is very weird about it. He is very weird about it.
yeah, that's fine. But what he said to Tab is not fine. But what he said to Tab is not fine.
7 feet, the 7 feet under thing. That sounds extremely intentional. Pretty sure that's.
So it meant what I thought it meant. I was asking you.
Pretty sure that's.
So it meant what I thought it meant. I was asking you.
6 feet. Well, usually it would say 6 feet.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. Yeah, that's why I was asking. But anyways, if you don't wish me to be laughing from yourself, if you don't wish me to be laughing from yourself, you don't believe like and you're respectful enough to question, and you're respectful enough to question, please request it.
7 feet under what?
I don't know. I don't know. No, even that song is 6 feet under. No, even that song is 6 feet under.
Strange choice of words. Strange choice of words. Notice they haven't commented in a while. If you have a belief in a god or if you have a belief in a power or God, anything like a higher power or questioning it, and you're capable of questioning one of those request buttons. Hit one of those request buttons. Let's put this down there. I suppose at this rate I should be preparing I suppose at this rate I should be preparing a know about what? Do we know about what?
About God hating. About God hating. You guys really know about that? People being happy. You guys really know about that?
I was not aware that God hated happy people. I was not aware that God hated happy people.
I should translate more of my joke. I should translate more of my ex-Muslim jokes. You guys are gonna appreciate ex-Muslim jokes. You guys are gonna appreciate Muslim. God hates happy people. Don't be happy. God hates happy people.
Does it say he hates happy people? Does it say he hates happy people?
So there's some context to it, but it doesn't change the fact to it. But it doesn't change the fact that being happy about something. I think one of the prophets is إن قارون كان من قوم موسى إن قارون كان من قوم موسى Okay, I'm gonna read it in English. Okay, I'm gonna read it and give you some context. Indeed, may give you some context. Korah is indeed Korah is the brother of Moses. I don't know if it's mentioned anywhere in the Bible. I don't know if it's mentioned anywhere. Was from the people of Moses. He behaved arrogantly towards us. He behaved arrogantly treasures that we had granted him. Such treasures that even their keys would burden. Some of his men advised him, "Do not be happy." Some of his men advised him, "Allah does not be happy." Surely Allah does not like. Happy. Of course, it's translated into prideful. Of course, it's translated into prideful and exultant. fuck does exalted mean anyway? Fuck does exalted mean anyway? But the literal translation is happy and happy. But the literal translation is happy and happy. God doesn't like people who are happy. God doesn't like people who are happy. Basically. So it's in context of someone being happy about something. It's in context of someone being happy about something. And God and his people advising him not to be happy because his people advising him not to be happy because God doesn't like happy people. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Literally sore winner, Cowie. It's literally sore winner. Yeah, something like that.
Kind of boastful. Kind of boastful, but not boast. Or is it a boast? Or is it a boast?
It's always understood as happy, but yeah, it's always understood as happy, but yeah, in context it could be read as boastful. Sure.
Don't be celebratory. Don't be celebratory people. God doesn't like celebratory people.
That's more accurate one, yeah. That's a more accurate one, yeah. But I know because we're filthy atheists. We usually use it as we're filthy atheists. We usually use it like as, hey, come on, don't be happy. God doesn't like happy.
Well, still, if it's don't be celebratory, if it's don't be celebratory, don't be boastful. Why does God concern? Why does God so much with the affairs himself? So much with the affairs. What humans do and don't do. What humans do and don't do. Why does that matter so much to a God?
Oh,
why does that
child.
matter so much to a God?
Oh, sweet that is scratching the surface. Did you know that you cannot walk scratching the surface? Did you know that with your right feet, you should always, with your right first step in the bathroom should always be the left one. Always, if it's first the right one, the bathroom should always be the left one. Because if it's the right one, you're going to fucking hell.
What?
Yeah.
What?
It's a hadith somewhere. Yeah. What? I'm gonna find it. It's a hadith somewhere. But it's a hadith. I'm gonna find it. I promise you. But it's a hadith.
Paul's been waiting in queue for a while. Paul's been waiting. Did you mean to request up again, Paul? Did you mean to request up again, Paul? Welcome back. Did you mean to request up again, Paul? Did you mean to request up again, Paul?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
Okay. No worries. I'll set
no,
you
I
back
didn't.
down.
Sorry.
I appreciate you. No worries. I'll set you back down. I appreciate you. Yeah, I was hoping we were going to get to question his beliefs again, but we did question his beliefs again, but he did question some really good questions, and he got some really good questions in on Rav earlier in the live.
Yes, it was on streak of questioning. It was on streak of questioning.
He does well at questioning his beliefs. He does well at questioning his beliefs. Though I always had more.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, so you know how me and Rav have that joke that we always laugh about, that big jokes that we always I heard him say one time, there's an echo. I heard him say one time, there's an echo that he was a Jewish rabbi that's Jewish, and that was funny. That he was a Jewish rabbi that's Jewish, and that was funny. So he always says that now. Well, earlier on Everlasting Live, we were up there. Earlier on Everlasting Live, we were up there, and this guy came up and something about Rav being a rabbi because it had something been said, about, and then he was like, "Is he Jewish?" And I was like, and then he was like, "Is he Jewish?" And I was like, "Is he Jewish? The rabbi, is he Jewish? Is that a Jewish rabbi? The rabbi, is he Jewish? Is that a Jewish rabbi?" It was so funny. It was so funny. It's the only kind of rabbi there is. It's the only kind of rabbi there is. But then that guy was a Hebrew Israelite, so.
Hebrew Israelite, what's that?
Oh, sweet summer child. Oh, you don't know what that is? Summer child. You don't know what that is?
No. Was that the thing people were making fun of Kendrick Lamar for? Was that the thing people were making fun of Kendrick Lamar for?
I don't know. Is Kendrick Lamar a Hebrew Israelite?
I don't know. Is Kendrick Lamar a Hebrew Israelite? I hope
think,
he's not.
No, people were making fun of him because he hung out with. No, people were making fun of him because he hung out with Hebrew Israelites. Calling himself, but I'm not sure what that means.
That okay? So the Hebrew Israelites are people. The Hebrew Israelites are people. They are the real Israelites. They are the real Israelites, and well, that's really what it is. They think well, that's really what it is. They think that they're people who are from people usually the North America region. Usually the North America region Israelites that believe that they are the real Israelites. They are God's chosen people.
Nice.
I don't really know.
Nice.
I don't really. Rabin wrote his dissertation on this. Rabin wrote his dissertation a lot more about it than I can. He could really tell you a lot more about it than I can. But that's the shorthand version.
It's really interesting.
Oh, it's something. Oh, it's something. Had one last night.
I always miss the fun ones. I always miss the fun ones.
They're not fun.
I always say this.
They're not fun.
They are. They are. Like asking a rabbi if he's Jewish, that's fine. Like asking a rabbi if he's Jewish, that's fine.
It was like, that was really, it was really funny that he was like, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. Is the rabbi Jewish? I'm a Hebrew Israelite. What? Is the rabbi Jewish?
Like,
what?
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean?
Because here's the thing, like, if you're gonna claim anything else and ask if the rabbi claim anything else and ask if the rabbi should, whatever. Fine.
But if you're gonna say I'm a Hebrew Israelite
But
and
if
then
you're
be
gonna
like,
say
is the
I'm a
rabbi
Hebrew
Jewish?
Israelite,
And
no.
then be like,
No,
is the
you don't
rabbi
get to-
Jewish?
No, you don't get to, no.
But is the rabbi Jewish though?
To be determined.
So Thrayle, going back into God, paying too much attention to God's lives, paying too much attention. Did you also know that there's a specific way? Did you also know that there's a specific way? If she did that, she's definitely going to hell. If she did that, because God pays definitely going to hell as well. Because God pays attention to that as well.
I have to cut my hair to go to hell.
Basically a big bun.
Why will that send me to hell?
I don't know. I actually don't know. It's just I actually don't think. It's just. Do you know the miracle? Do you know the miracle? Muhammad rode on when Muhammad rode on a horse hybrid and went to donkey horse basically Jerusalem. Do you know that? Basically Jerusalem, quote miracle.
I've heard of it, yes.
Quote unquote miracle.
So
when he went there, he didn't just go to the physical. When he went there, he didn't just go to the physical place, which is basically heaven, as they say. Which is basically heaven, sounds like, as they say. 7 or 8 layers, something like that. In one of the layers, he saw a woman who made that. One of the layers, he saw a woman who made that bun being hung from there directly to hell. So directly to hell. So there you go. There you go. Oh, I forgot. It also didn't go straight to heaven. I forgot. It also didn't go straight to heaven. It also went down to hell. So
how much of that moldy bread did he eat? How much of that moldy bread did he eat?
Funny thing, that's really funny. Earlier accounts of this story say that he dreamt it. Earlier accounts of this story say that he physically went there. But later accounts say that he physically went there.
Yeah, I think he ate the moldy bread.
Yeah, definitely did. Yep. And something else, but which I'm not gonna say. I guess. Oh, also nails. If your nails are tall. Oh, also nails. And if you did your eyelashes, you're also gonna be hung. And if you did your eyelashes, you're also gonna be hung from those in hell.
Hung from your eyelashes? Hung from your eyelashes? That's gnarly.
Yep.
That's gnarly.
Truly. Truly.
Why eyelashes? Why eyelashes?
Because they're haram. Come on, Thrayle. Do I have to explain everything? Come on, Thrayle. Do I have to explain everything?
I mean, there's a certain amount of pressure. There's a certain amount of pressure that would eventually.
No, God would make them inseparable. No, God would make them inseparable. He can do everything. It's God. He can do everything. Please don't think too hard into this.
It's
Please
like
don't
rock,
think too hard
paper,
into
scissors,
this.
God magic. It's like rock, paper, scissors, God magic. Rock, paper. Rock, paper, scissors, hydraulic press. What was it? Rock, paper, scissors, hydraulic press. What was it? Rock, paper, hydraulic press. There's rock, scissors, hydraulic press. There's rock, scissors, hydraulic press. But then what? Then the scissors don't make sense. But then what? Then the scissors don't make sense. Like, ow, okay, okay, ow, okay.
In what universe does paper stop rock? Let's be so for real. Stop rock. Let's be so for real.
Rock, scissors, hydraulic press is what rock, scissors, hydraulic press is what Thrayle changed it to.
No, it's been seconded. Motion carried. It's now. It's been seconded. Motion carried. It's now.
Defeat a rock. You need something that can both defeat a rock and be defeated by scissors. I'm sure there's other things. Makes sense. I'm sure there's other things.
I think hydraulic press is like almost a little bit, not a little bit, almost a little bit, not a little bit excessive.
You don't even
I feel
change the hand symbol. Like you can still do the paper thing. Just flatten it down. Just don't do it. Just flatten it down. Like don't do it sideways. Do it.
I feel like there has to be something less excessive. There has to be something less excessive.
What about a bucket of water? That could settle. What about a bucket of water? That could settle rock.
A bucket of what? A bucket of what? Water. But how did the scissors stop water? But how did the scissors stop the bucket of water?
They poke a hole in it.
Do I have to explain everything?
They poke a hole in it. Poke a hole in it.
Explain everything?
They just what about a bucket of cane toads? What about a bucket of cane toads?
As long as it's not tickled. As long as it's not tickled.
Water or there's a bucket of water or toads stop a rock.
Try throwing a rock at a bucket. Let's see what happens. Try throwing a rock at a bucket. Let's see what happens.
Or if it's an old enough bucket, you might put a hole in it. If it's an old enough bucket, you might put a hole in it.
That would be the scissors trap. That would be the scissors trap into this thread. You're thinking this is not a belief. This is a fact. This is not a belief. This is a fact.
I think hydraulic press still makes more sense. Bucket.
Don't like the bucket of water.
Yeah, I don't like the bucket idea, but I feel I don't like the bucket idea, but I still feel like the hydraulic press is excessive.
Are scissors going to stop a pickaxe? Pickaxe.
Well, no.
I was thinking more.
Well, no.
How about the element of water? How about the element of water?
I don't know how water beats rock. I don't know how water beats rock.
Erosion.
Also, the
Erosion.
Yes.
Okay, so we're waiting a million years. Okay. So we're waiting a million years.
The scissors would just rust. The scissors would just rust on water.
Scissor kid cut a string of water. Scissor kid cut a string of water.
Tab.
I'll shut up. I'll shut up. Just the one more.
So I feel like the scissors cut the hose on the hydraulic press 96. The scissors cut the hose on the hydraulic press 96, but I feel like that's kind of a cop out.
We'll get plasma scissors. We'll get plasma scissors.
Like the rock is smashing the scissors, the hydraulic press is flattening the rock, and then the scissors are just cutting the hose, and then the scissors are just cutting the hose.
Yeah, disabling the hydraulic press. Ornamentation was the point. Ornamentation at that point.
I just feel like. Well, and 96 points out that hose design on hydraulics are generally steel. Design on hydraulics are generally steel. You almost got away with it. You almost got away with it.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was. I also didn't see what kind of scissors they were. I also didn't see what kind of scissors they were.
Find me scissors that will cut through steel. Find me scissors that will cut through steel.
Bet.
Like actual scissors.
Plasma cutters.
Like actual scissors.
Bet.
That he thinks he's. Tyler has a microwave transformer that he thinks he's going to make a plasma cutter out of.
Interesting.
Paste.
Interesting.
I love Paste. He's amazing. I love Tyler. He's amazing.
Okay, we just swapped those scissors for bolt cutters. Okay, we just swapped those scissors for bolt routers. Bolt cutters, hydraulic press. Rock, bolt cutters, hydraulic press.
Now the poor rock seems to be at a disadvantage. Now the poor rock seems to be at a disadvantage.
Okay, let's change it with titanium. Okay, let's change it with titanium.
Why not just use like? Why not just use like? Sure.
Vibranium.
Unobtainium. Sure. We're really gonna go off. Unobtainium. If we're really gonna go off into the
You know what? Lava beats everything. You know what? And so that's lava beats everything. And so that's what I'm going with. Lava wins every time. Lava wins every time.
Included in the game. That's why they got included in the game. Everything is supposed to be a cycle.
Lava's cycle. Just wins every time. Just wins every time. Actually, I did learn that in Iceland one time they fought off the lava with like millions of gallons of ice water. Millions of gallons of ice water.
Okay, so Tav gets his water back. So Tav gets his water back. You gave me lava, and now you have water. So now you have what's left. Water replaces the
hydraulic press for you.
Replaces
hydraulic press for you.
Yeah, it's your hydraulic press. Yeah, it's your hydraulic press.
You can keep the Thrayle. I don't mind. You can keep the Thrayle.
Because after the water stops the lava, then you can crush the lava with the hydraulic press.
Yeah. You need to go to bed. You need to go to bed. Getting loopy over there. Getting loopy over there.
Hydraulic press might be a little outmatched here. Hydraulic press might be a little outmatched here.
No. It fits just perfectly. Let's just leave it. It fits just perfectly. Let's just leave it. I'm waiting for the full screen right now. I'm waiting for the full screen right now.
It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. I was trying really hard not to stop giggling. I was trying really hard not to stop giggling and not to start giggling again, but
actually, I think rock still fits. You have lava, water, rock.
Right, because no, wait, I don't understand. Because no, wait, I don't understand.
Yes. It's like Pokemon. Think of it like Pokemon. It's like Pokemon. Think of it like Pokemon. whatever piece, whatever beats, you know, I've never played the game. Whatever piece, whatever, you know, I've never played the game, so fuck it.
Then why are you making the comparison? Then why are you making the comparison?
Lava beats
I don't
rock.
know. I know that there's elements in it.
Stops
I don't
water,
know. I know that there's elements in it.
Lava.
Water
Oh, I see. So
Lava.
the rock is really
Oh, I
the
see.
superior
So
thing here. The rock is really the superior thing here.
Well, it's still kind of, you know, we're putting it subordinate to the lava. The lava can
Is the lava
melt
not
it, maybe.
rock?
Well, not when it's hot. Or I mean, maybe it's still rock if it's really hot, flowy rock, but no, the lava eats the rocks.
Does it eat the rock?
It eats the rock.
Let's think of it as fire.
Right. So does it get from the rock?
It's not fire necessarily, but like it's like the lava just eats everything.
I mean, you just damn, it could be water, lava, dam. Lava eats the dam. Dam stops the water.
Stops the lava. This is good. This is good.
There you go. So now
Yeah,
you're
we're getting
water dam. I think we just need a believer with a belief in God, a higher power, or something like that, to save us from reinventing rock, paper, scissors.
Do water on the dam. I still think that's much more reasonable than rock, scissors, hydraulic press.
Please, we're going stir crazy. We need to leave your question.
Yeah, paper still makes no sense.
Could be reinforced papers. Like we can make it. If we believe it.
How is paper stopping rock?
If it's reinforced with cement, maybe. If it's reinforced with
Then
cement,
it's not paper, it's cement. Then it's not paper, it's cement.
No, you're thinking too much about it. It's paper. No, you're thinking too much about it. It's
Reinforced with cement. How are the scissors cutting it? Cement. How are the scissors cutting it?
Then we unreinforce it. Take away the cement. Take away the cement. Okay, we're not gonna reinvent it again. Okay, we're not gonna reinvent it again. Whatever it is, let's keep it whatever it was. And remember, guys, we're being celebratory. Can't be celebratory. And remember, guys, we're being celebratory. Can't be celebratory.
God hates happy.
God hates that.
God hates happy.
God hates happy. Yes, God hates happy.
What is happy?
I'm gonna look up the verse.
Happy?
I'm gonna look up the verse. I'm gonna look up the verse. I'm gonna look up the verse where God actually smiles. There's a verse for that. Give me a second.
The Quran isn't that big of a book. How is there so much? Isn't that big of a book. How is there so much?
There's so much in such a teeny tiny little book. In such a teeny tiny little book.
What if we replace paper? What if we replace paper with rope?
So what?
This rope beat rock.
So what?
This rope beat rock.
By tying it in
So what?
Can rocks? Wait. Can rocks? Wait. Can rocks? Do rocks move on their own when not tied into place? On their own when not tied into place?
I have a funny answer for that, but I'm not. I have a funny answer for that, but I'm not going to do it.
Define on their. Define on their.
Do rocks have agency to move themselves? Do rocks have agency to move themselves?
Do scissors or ropes? Well, no, but do scissors or ropes?
Okay, if you tied the rock into place, then presumably the person who is in control of all these things could just untie the rock. Who is in control of all these things could just untie the rock.
Let's do, instead of rope, vine. Vine.
Same issue.
Vine can crack
Same
rock.
issue.
Vine can crack rock over time.
I don't think so, because you in a survival. I don't think so, because you use a rock to cut vine. So you use a rock to cut vine.
But vine can. But vine can.
Did you just say? Did you just say? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Please. Of the 164 of you in here. Somebody rescue us. Somebody rescue us.
Look, I didn't finish the question.
I found it.
Look, I didn't finish the question.
I found it.
What's the question? I'm so scared. What's the question?
No, you know what the end of it was. I just said it. No, you know what the end of it was. I just said it. It just chose not to continue it. It just chose not to continue it. Maybe that's what it is. The answer is maybe that. Maybe that's everything. What it is. The answer is maybe that beats everything. You ever met a person who's had a couple of those? Like, you ever met a person who's had a couple of those? Like,
absolutely
they can do anything.
Anything they set their minds to. Absolutely anything they set their minds to.
Okay, I have consulted an AI, which of course I have consulted an AI, which of course is entirely fallible on its own, but it does agree with me. It does agree with that a hydraulic press is probably the most logical solution.
Yeah, it agrees with you because it's your fucking AI. Yeah, it agrees with you because it's your fucking AI.
I was gonna say, of course it agrees with you.
Hold on.
Yeah, give me a second.
Hold on.
Yeah, give me a second.
I found the thing I was talking about. It wasn't a verse. It wasn't a verse. Yeah, you can find it in Hadith, which is. Yeah, you can find it. It says it's basically a story about someone who wakes up. It's basically a story about someone who wakes up morning, 4 a.m. something like that. Really early morning, 4 a.m. something like that. God talks to his angels and says, God talks to his angels and says, it says slave. Look at my means slave, but it's basically it says slave. Abd means slave. Look at my slave, huh? He's doing his job. Huh? Look at my slave. God smiled. He's doing his job. That's basically the hadith. That's it. That's all. That's basically the hadith. That's it. That's all.
They're not listening. They went to go. They're not listening. Google. Yeah. They went AI to go. Search. What Google? Yeah. Anything's better than search.
They're fighting your AI.
Hydraulic's better than a.
They're fighting your
Hydraulic Pro. Yeah. All of the other options include restraining. All of the other options include restraining the rock. You could simplify it. You could say. You could simplify it. You could say. Rock, scissors, machine, rock, scissors, rock, machine, scissors. A rock, machine, scissors.
The answer is clearly rock, dynamite, scissors. The answer is clearly rock, dynamite, scissors.
That was gonna be my suggestion.
That's what my AI said. That's what my AI said.
A hydraulic press is too much for a dynamite. A hydraulic press is too much for a dynamite is not.
No. Dynamite is perfectly reasonable. No. Dynamite is perfectly reasonable.
How would a dynamite stop a rock? Wait, how would a dynamite stop a rock? I'm curious now.
I mean, it might go boom. It might go boom.
Fair enough.
Could explode the rock.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Could explode the
What
rock.
about scissors? What about scissors?
Could cut the fuse. Could cut
I'm
the
getting
fuse.
Oh, the fuse.
I'm getting
It's true. It's still dynamite without a fuse. It could still blow. It's true. It's still dynamite
So
without a fuse.
I'm
It
getting
could still blow.
net instead of I'm getting net instead of hydraulic press.
Well, net is going to be a restraint base. Well, net is going to be a restraint based. So that was the problem with restraining the rock.
But
so that was the problem
that's
with
the
rope.
whole purpose of the paper. Is that
that's
it's a
the whole purpose
non-violent
of the paper.
encompassing
Okay,
a
how about a
non-violent encompassing
Okay, how about a hammer?
get over.
A hammer. Let's break the rock with the
Are we
jackhammer.
really analyzing fucking rock paper scissors, analyzing fucking rock paper scissors, guys? What is happening?
That's what happens when somebody wants to disagree with the hydraulic. Somebody wants to disagree with the hydraulic. Question that. Gotta question that.
So
No,
I was
actually,
questioning.
dynamite's pretty good.
I was questioning.
Dynamite's pretty good.
No, it's not. It'll blow up the scissors as well. What do you? It's not. It'll blow up the scissors as well. What do you?
Well, it's true. It could blow up the scissors. Too. Well, it's true. Hydraulic press
So
could smash the scissors.
The
Hydraulic press
whole
could smash the scissors.
purpose is that
The whole
each
purpose
thing
is that each
is like obviously you have like the scissors
thing
that cut. You have
like
the
obviously
rock
you have
that
like the
crushes.
scissors that cut.
You have the rock
like,
that crushes.
You can't have the repeated.
I think that's
you
one
can't
of the
have
qualifiers.
repeated.
You can't have a
I
repeated
think that's
function.
one of the qualifiers is you can't have a repeated function.
Interesting. Interesting. Thrayle. Someone in your chat said why did you Someone in your chat said why did you leave? Question was to me.
Okay.
The question was to me.
Would you like to answer? Would you like to answer?
Well, the simple answer is I didn't like it. The simple answer is I didn't like it. Let's go with that.
But Tav, what's not to like? Tav, what's not to like?
Yeah, that's true. I get to beat my wife. Why don't I? Yeah, that's true. I get to beat my wife. Why don't I like it?
I feel like if you tried to beat your wife, she would beat you. I feel like if you tried to beat your wife, she would beat you.
That's true. My wife would kill me. That's true. My wife would kill me. I'm alive. I mean, yeah, I'm alive.
For those of you commenting on the dogs whining, it's my dogs. It's my dogs.
They're very vocal. They're fine.
Cute. Don't worry about it. They're cute. Don't worry about it.
If you come around another day, you'll still
If
hear
you come
'em 'cause
around
they're still
another
gonna do
day,
the same
you'll still
shit
hear
no matter
'em
what
'cause
time
they're
of day
still
it
gonna
is.
do the same shit no matter what time of day it is.
That's what they do.
It do be what they be doing. It do be what they be doing.
And if questioning your beliefs do be what you should be doing, your beliefs do go ahead. You request on out. If a question you request on out.
You shouldn't.
If a can't.
I got him.
You should never say that again.
I got him.
You should never say that again.
The panel's getting too crazy. The panel's getting too crazy. It's the rock scissors thing. It's the rock scissors thing. It always gets. It's
Also,
it always gets.
If any of you have ever heard my cat scream at me, you can't. If any of you have ever heard my cat scream at me, you can't. That is at least. That is pitiful. As Morgan's dog's whining. As pitiful as Morgan's dog's whining.
So you have to understand both of the dogs. You have to understand border collie. Both of the dogs, and if they aren't outside doing their jobs, and if they aren't outside doing their jobs, so that's why they just squeak. So that's why they just too cold for them to just be outside all the time. It's too cold for them to just be outside. Because normally they free roam. They have because normally they're just
my cat's just a whiny little bitch. My cat's just a whiny little bitch.
Also that.
acts like he's never been eaten, or acts like he's never been eaten, or he acts like
Behavior is like they act like they've been fucking outside ever in their life.
Yeah, he acts like he's never eaten ever in his life. Right. Yeah, he acts like he's never eaten ever in his life. Right. I would just like to say that I love my cat. Just like to say so much that I love my cat so much. Thing ever. He's the best. But he's ever very difficult. But he's very difficult.
So, do you guys think it's stupid to leave a religion if you don't like it? Do you guys think it's stupid? You don't have to have any other reason. Like it. You don't have to have any other reason. You just simply don't like it.
I mean, I feel like that's a really good reason.
Interesting. What do you think, Thrayle? Interesting. And you, Morgan? What do you think, Thrayle? And you, Morgan?
Do I think that a religion being evil? Do I think that a religion being evil is a good enough reason not to choose it? Is that what you're asking?
No, I said.
I missed it completely.
No,
I was reading.
We're not paying attention at all.
No, I was not. I was reading.
We're not paying attention at all.
No, I was not. I was reading a copy.
I kill it, Thrayle.
Proofreading. Copy.
I kill it, Thrayle. I said, is it a good reason if you don't like the religion? I said, is it a good reason just don't like the religion to leave it? Simply just don't like them. There's no other religion.
Well, I mean, I suppose it could be a good reason. I mean, do you? I suppose it could be a good reason. Do you not believe the God is there?
God, I don't know. Just don't like it. I don't know.
Does this message strike you in some way as? Does this message strike you in some way as unhelpful or untrue? Unhelpful or untrue?
You're questioning too much into it. You just don't. You're questioning too much into it. Is that a good enough? You just don't like the faith. You left. Is that a good enough?
Don't want to beat your wife, and you decided. Don't want to beat your wife, and you decided.
I mean, I suppose that is definitely a good enough reason. I mean, I suppose
you wanted to be a happy person, and God hates happy people. You wanted to be a happy person, and God hates happy people. So
I can't believe I armed you with that guy. I can't believe I armed you with that guy.
We've got the man up here. Hello, the man. We've got the man up here. Hello, the man. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sorry, guys.
Doing great. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did you say 32 or 42? Did you say 32 or 42? If you back off the mic a little bit, it'll be easier to hear you. If you back off the mic a little bit, it will be easier to hear you. Do you have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power? Do you have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do have a belief in creator.
You have a belief in a creator. Is that a specific? You have a belief in a creator. Is that a specific creator from a specific tradition?
Research after establishing that there is a creator. Research after establishing that there is a creator. When you go Islam religions, you found that the scrutiny if it's only Islam could stand up. And it's not a good idea if you live a religion if you think that is. And it's not a good idea if you live a religion if you think.
So you're saying that's fine. So you're saying asking you to answer Ted's question. That's fine. I'm not asking you to answer Ted's question though. So you said that when you've established that there is a God. You said that when you've established that there is a God, and you see that only you look through the religions and you see that only. Have you read the Quran? Could be true. Have you read the Quran from beginning to end?
Yes.
From beginning to end in Arabic.
Yes.
In Arabic. And you believe that it is true.
Yes.
And you believe that it is true. Entirely.
Yes, indeed.
Why do you believe that?
I mean,
why do you
there
believe
is
that?
certain passages which is out of. I mean, there is certain passages which is out of our grasp. When establish that is when you establish that God's word, then there is certain things. Even God's word, then you cannot establish them. You just have to accept them like some stories. You cannot establish them. You just have to accept them like some stories.
Can you push the mic away a bit from your mouth? Can you push the mic away a bit from your mouth?
Sorry.
Please.
Sorry.
You're saying you said there's certain things. You're saying you said there's certain things that when you, even though you don't like them, that when you establish that it's God's word, then you just establish that it's God's word, then you just have to accept. When you say that there are certain things that when you say that there are certain things that don't seem you just don't like, does that mean there are things that don't seem to reality? Comport with reality.
No, there is some studies which we cannot establish. Like there is some stuff which we cannot establish, like historical facts. There is a lot, so you just have to accept. Stuff we cannot establish. So you just have to accept.
So you just have to accept the word, even though you just have to accept the word, even though you can't verify that it's true.
Otherwise, no, you could verify.
How do you verify that it's true?
Yeah, you have to.
How do you verify that it's true?
Like the whole thing. You have to take the book talks about like the whole thing. The book talks universe, about creation, legislation, universe, creation, legislation. Accept the hadith, not the explanation of it. Accept the hadith, not the explanation. Because I speak Arabic.
What about?
I don't need no because I speak.
Yeah, okay, I speak Arabic as well.
I don't need
What about? Yeah, okay, I speak Arabic as well.
Exactly.
What about?
I mean, if let's see, if here you stand up and you say I'm coming against this government and I want to say I'm coming against you beat this government and I want to wait. You say
okay.
Wait.
Let me translate it to the guys. Give me a second. Let me translate it to the guys. I've asked him about the hadith. Let me translate to the capital punishment. I've asked him about hadith about capital punishment. Go ahead, apostates.
Okay, so if you are apostate yourself, nobody's coming to your house. And if you are apostate yourself, nobody's coming to your house. And but if you like any normal law in any government, if you like any normal law in any government, and then if you're gonna stand up and say, "Listen, I'm against this," and then of course you're gonna have a capital punishment. So why is it have a capital punishment bad in Islam? Why is it for the secular government to do it? But it's okay for the secular government to do it. That's a bit of hypocrisy, no? Yeah, I'm telling you.
Sure. Yes, it is.
It is because there is capital punishment. If you are apostate, you keep because there is capital punishment. If you are apostate, you keep this is nobody's telling you nothing.
Okay, so how about? I know the hadith. How about if you're a Muslim? I know the hadith. How about if you're a Muslim?
Yes, but if you're gonna provoke right and stuff, if you're gonna provoke any right and stuff, that makes sense in any. Of course, if you don't believe no more, who's coming to speak to your heart? If you don't believe no more, who's coming to speak to your heart and gonna see?
No. If you believe, you're still a Muslim. You're a Muslim. You keep it to yourself, and you're still a Muslim.
Yeah, no. In Islam you have yourself,
or you.
No. In Islam you have to pray it. No, I mean is in Islam you have to pray it. I mean is an invited religion. So it's an evangelical preacher religion. Yeah, it's an evangelical religion. You're not supposed to evangelical religion. So I mean, you're not supposed to. You don't need to preach and not necessarily preach. I mean, but if somebody asks, you don't need to preach and not necessarily preach. No. Somebody asks, you don't need to preach. But if somebody asks, you cannot deny. You don't need to preach it. But if somebody asks, because then you don't believe in it.
No, I'm talking about apostates. So apostates should keep it to themselves. No, I'm talking about apostates. So apostates should keep it to themselves.
In the time of Prophet, they were hypocrites. Obviously, the time of Prophet, they were hypocrites even among. Unless you're a troublemaker. Yeah. Unless you're a troublemaker. Wait, and you look for the trouble. Unless you're a troublemaker overthrow the government. Why would you go up and overthrow the government? Why would you go up and publicize your anti-government beliefs?
Okay. I got you.
Anti-government beliefs.
Okay. So my next
so stop using him. Listen, so stop using him in God because I believe in God because of objective realities.
The man can ask you a question. The man. Let's say there is a caliphate that's been established. Let's say there is a caliphate announces that the Khalifa is back, and he's leading an army of Muslims that's coming to Europe. He's leading an army of Muslims that's coming secular country, or would they side with your secular country, or would they caliphate army that's coming to.
It's a relevant question, man. I don't even know what you're asking that. We're talking about. It's a relevant question, man. I don't even know what you're asking that. We're talking about the faith.
No, I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
It's just irrelevant and it's pathetic to be curious. It's just irrelevant and it's pathetic to be curious. What proves
Should be
that?
curious about. It's pathetic to be curious about.
What proves that?
It's pathetic to be curious.
You're just curious about establishing what I've told you. I believe in God. You're just curious about establishing what I've told you. I established that belief. Worry about yourself. You need to be curious about why you curious?
The man, this is not a debate. This is not a shutting you up. You don't seem to understand. This is not a debate. This is not a debate. You don't seem to understand. This is not a debate. Can you question your beliefs? Can you question your beliefs? Do you think he's still trying to figure out how to work the... Do you think he's still trying to figure out how to work the mute button?
No, I think he unmuted and said yes. It's just my connection. He unmuted and said yes. It's just my connection is not really there.
So I just didn't hear. This is not a debate. If you can question your beliefs, this is not a debate. If you can question your beliefs, legitimate question. Tavium asked a very legitimate question.
Yeah, that's fine.
So why won't you answer the question?
Yeah, that's fine.
So why won't you answer the question?
Because the question is just pathetic and tricky.
How is a question pathetic? It's not meant to prove. How is a question pathetic? How is a question pathetic?
It's not going to prove anything. I've told you that it's not going to prove anything.
Why are you so here?
I've told you that I
So
believe
then
in
you
God.
can't answer questions.
Just a debate.
You can't question. You can't answer. This isn't a debate. Are you seriously? This isn't a debate. Are you seriously?
What is an interrogation? It's not a rule. What is an interrogation? Like an interrogation, is it? Am I interrogated?
So you're not capable of questioning your beliefs. So you're not capable of questioning.
Are you a happy person? Damn it! Are you a happy person? Damn it!
Tired of you could have. I mean, he's welcome to request backup. You could have. I mean, he's welcome to request backup if the man has some questions. He says can't have some questions. And he says any demonstration of that beliefs, but I didn't see any demonstration to engage in simple questions that were failed to engage in simple questions that were even questioning his faith. Disproving or questioning his faith. He said it was an.
By the way, everyone, the answer is yes.
He said it was an.
By the way, everyone, the answer is outfit army.
Yeah, I think he made that.
That's why it's not outfit army.
Yeah, I think he made that.
That's why it's not answering. Man, I love it when it's irrelevant. Man, I love it when it's irrelevant. Literally told me. Dude threatened, like literally told me.
Probably smart.
But, yeah.
Probably smart.
It was fun. I like doing these. It was fun. I like doing ever, but they're always threatened to. No one would answer them ever, but they're always threatened to unallow me.
Really quick, I gotta make sure I thank Shannon. Really quick, I gotta make sure I thank Shannon DeWitt for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much with the previous goal. Appreciate you guys so much. Do appreciate you. Well, shit, I better thank Kung Pao for helping. Well, shit, I better thank Kung helping for knocking it complete. Yeah, that goal helping with knocking it complete. Yeah, appreciate so much, Kung Pao.
All right, Tab, he's back in the request. I'm gonna need your help when I ask you for it. He's back in the request. I'm gonna need your help when I ask you for it.
I'm always here.
Thank you.
Sure, I'm always here.
Thank you.
It's gonna be funny, but go.
Welcome back, man. So you say you can question your beliefs. So you say you can question your beliefs. It sounded like asking was actually interested in asking you some questions.
I wanted to know if you're a happy person. I wanted to know if you're a happy person.
Of course I am.
Are you happy?
Of course I am.
Are you generally happy?
I'm happy. I'm content.
Like generally happy.
I'm happy.
But God hates happy people, so how do you deal with that? But God hates happy people, so how do you deal with that?
The man, she asked you a question. The man, she asked you a question.
Doesn't it say that in the Quran?
Yes.
Doesn't it say that in the Quran?
Yes. No, it doesn't.
That God hates happy people?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. That's a lie.
No,
That's a lie. Quran
Okay,
emphasizes
That's a lie.
Quran
Okay, Surah
emphasizes
Al-Qasas.
relations,
Surah
emphasizes
Al-Qasas.
non-arrogance,
Can you give me a second?
love.
Surah
Emphasizes
Al-Qasas. Can
non-arrogance,
you give me a second? Please, can I talk? Can you give me a second? Please, can I talk? سورة القصص ولا تفرح إن الله لا يحب الفرحين ولا تفرح إن الله لا يحب الفرحين. Don't be happy. God doesn't like
You're
happy.
lying. Allah said لا يحب كل مختال. Allah كل فرح فخور. لا يحب when you are happy and boasting about it. When you are happy and boasting, you are arrogant.
Can I share the screen? Share the screen. Can I share the screen?
Yeah, don't script from front of me.
Absolutely.
And this trial as well.
Can you read this line? Can you read this line? Can you read this line? Can you read it? Can you read it?
Yeah, he's look. Yeah, he's look.
So what do you think of that line? You're cutting up the man. Your internet is not really doing it. The man.
Believe.
Yeah, cat. Same والله. Yeah, cat. Same والله.
حبيبي انت مأثر عليك شو اسمه مأثر عليك هذايا الهوست.
انا مش مأثر علي حد انا مش مأثر علي حد مأثر علي حد وربي ما مأثر علي حد. The host is not the problem. The host is not the problem.
الهوست هذايا دع بالك ديب
Bro, scratch.
He's not very happy right now. He's not very happy right now.
The man. Are you feeling
لا أنا مش متأثر بيه. لا أنا مش متأثر بيه أخوي.
of the way my voice sounds? Is there some insecurity that you need to project out on me? Does Allah have a problem? Does Allah have a problem providing a Wi-Fi service?
He's too happy. He's too happy. God doesn't like that.
Oh my God, that was amazing.
Are you being boastful?
Yes, I am amazing.
Are you being boastful? Is that
Yes,
that's the farah he's talking about. He's talking about this boast. That's the farah he's talking about. This is talking about this boast shouldn't be doing this arrogance. This is the farah. Shouldn't be doing
the man the one who was sitting here scraping the host.
Yeah, because you lead in all of these people. Yeah, because you lead in all of these people. You lead in all of these people. You lead in all of these people.
Well, look, wait.
You lead astray. You lead
well, look, wait.
How am I leading?
You lead people astray with your nasty.
Let
them disbelieve. You can't prove the non-existence of God. You can't prove the non-existence
nobody.
of God.
Wait. Okay, so nobody tried to prove nobody. But let's back up. Okay, so nobody tried to prove the non-existence of God. But let's back up. And we are having this conversation. We are having this conversation. This whole conversation happened because I asked you about like God getting happy. This is why this crash out's happening. Like this is why this crash out's happening.
But you're not happy.
You guys.
Are you having trouble with? Are you having trouble?
See, you guys.
Are you having trouble with the man? This is really tragic.
Wait, why would not having a boyfriend mean I'm not happy? Why would not having a boyfriend mean I'm not happy?
Nobody wants. You're not wanted. Nobody wants.
I want you.
You are reject. Yeah.
I want you to.
You are reject.
I want you to.
Don't you think the ideology is telling you what you think the ideology
Can I show you what it looks like? Can I show you? Can I show you what it looks like? What a reject. I'm just gonna help you identify what a reject looks like. The man.
No.
I'll be honest, I did not think Thrayle would allow this. I'll be honest, I did not think Thrayle would allow this, and Cat would go.
No, that was great. That was so fun. No, that was great. That was so fun. But you know what? We started out at a legitimate question. Like, there's a legitimate line in the Quran. Like, there's a legitimate line in the Quran that says God was a legitimate question. And
yeah,
that was a legitimate
question. Yeah, but you're missing.
Then he told me that Thrayle is leading me astray.
With his voice?
With his voice.
Ooh.
Yes.
Is he an incubus now? Fuck.
Yes.
Is he an incubus now? Fuck.
ما تقلقش اخويا ما تقلقش ما تقلقش اخويا ما تقلقش. I can't believe this happened. This is not real. This is the best. I can't believe this happened. This is not real.
Happy birthday, Chad. Happy birthday, Chad.
Happy birthday, Chad. Thrayle has the powers of
Thrayle,
the
stop leading me astray with your
Thrayle
voice.
has the powers of
Thrayle,
the
stop leading me astray with your voice.
The voice. The
Yes,
voice.
the voice. Yes, the
That was
voice.
just wild.
That was insane. That was
wild.
crazy.
Young lady,
That was
you are
insane.
not
Young
happy.
lady.
You don't even have a boyfriend. You are not
Young-
happy. You don't even have a boyfriend.
That was
Yeah,
the
Taylor
funniest
doesn't
thing I
exist
think he
anymore. I'm
said.
sorry, Taylor.
That was
Yeah,
the
Taylor
funniest
doesn't
thing I
exist
think he
anymore. I'm
said.
sorry, Taylor.
He's off like adventuring in the jungle right now, or
He's
off like adventuring in the jungle right now, or I would have
Hey.
just like yeah,
What's up, bro? Hey.
but like yeah,
What's up, bro?
That was fun. This is
Young
better than
lady.
what I expected to be honest. This is better
young
than
lady.
what I expected to
He
be
said
honest.
young lady. He said young lady.
You're being led astray by the host. You're being led astray by the host. I can do the accent. We're both.
Stop
from
leading me
I can do
astray.
the accent. We're both.
Stop
from
leading me
The first
astray.
time I ever had these thoughts was when I encountered Thrayle. The time I ever had these thoughts was when I encountered Thrayle.
Yes,
For sure. Without a doubt.
Definitely left Islam the moment I met Thrayle. I definitely left Islam the moment I
Pied
met Thrayle.
pipering everyone away from their God. Pied pipering everyone away from their God with looping music.
And a deep voice. And a deep voice.
Seductive voice at that, apparently.
Oh
A deep
my God.
seductive voice at that, apparently.
I wonder if he was feeling seduced. I wonder if he was
The
feeling
funniest thing,
seduced.
the revelation that he's from North Africa. The funniest thing, probably the revelation that he's from North Africa as well. He's probably from Morocco.
I had
So
the
that
same-
was
I
very
had the
funny.
same feeling. I had
So
the
that
same-
was
I
very
had the same
funny.
feeling.
Either Morocco or Tunisia. Either Morocco or Tunisia. One of these two. ما تقلقش خويا انا كلش كويس. ما تقلقش خويا انا كلش
How did you
كويس.
wait?
That was
What revealed the North Africa thing to you? What revealed the North Africa thing?
The accent. North African has a really tough accent. The accent here is Syrian speaking. It's very smooth, but you can hear Syrian speaking. It's very smooth. It's not the moment you hear.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Oh, okay.
It's not African.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Oh, okay.
Hello, sober widow. Hello, sober widow. Stuff.
Yes, I did.
Did you mean to request? Can I get
came
your
on-
age
yes,
for
I did.
TikTok TOS?
I
Can I get
came
your age for
43.
TikTok TOS? Do you have a belief in
43.
a God or God's higher power? Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power? or
A higher
anything like
power, God's. A higher power, God. I do. Are you going to try to talk me out of it? I do. Are you going to try to talk me out of it?
See if you
With his voice,
question your
maybe.
beliefs. Here to see if you
With his voice,
question
With
your
with your
beliefs.
voice.
Apparently.
I mean, with my I've already been through the questioning of my beliefs. I've already been through the questioning of my beliefs, and I'm no longer the indoctrination of being a Christian. I am no longer that.
What do you believe now as far as gods, or what do you believe now as far as gods? Or
I believe in all the gods. I mean, I believe in all the
what does
gods.
that mean
All
to
of them?
believe in all the
Yeah,
gods?
and I believe that I
What
am
does that
one
mean
as
to
well.
believe in
You
all
know?
the
Yeah, and I
gods?
believe that
What
I
is a
am
god?
one as well. You know,
What
I'm
is a
the God of my own existence, a creator. I'm the God of my own existence, a creator being. A creator some being. Of them are deities. Some of them are deities. It's kind of the vague question, really.
What is it, deity?
Kind of the vague question, deity.
What is it, deity?
Something named a God. Deity. By the true God. Something named a God. By the true
What
God.
is a true God? What is a true God?
In my opinion, of me and the rest of my creator gods. Of me and the rest of my gods. I believe in a creator God.
Why do you believe in a creator? Why do you believe in a creator?
Just because I like to have a little bit of hope in my life. Because I like that there's something, a little bit of hope in my life. Bigger than there's me something, out there. You know, bigger than me out there. Hope.
Hope for what?
Hope to hope. Hope. I like hope. Hope to hope. Being hopeless is not good. Being hopeless is not good for my mental, really, is why I have for my mental religious really, beliefs, why I think. Have
I mean,
religious beliefs, I think.
You're hoping for? I mean, I guess what is it that you're hoping for?
Hoping to get through this life. Hoping to get through this life. Lead and give light. You know, there's so much fucking hatred. Give light. So you know, there's so much fucking hatred. Somebody's got to love somebody. You know, I guess somebody's better than me to do it. You know, I guess nobody better than me to do it. That's all. I'm not a like. That's all. I'm not a like. All I can say is that I've went through. All I can say is that I've went through the whole. I've went through the Bible indoctrination and things like that. Bible indoctrination and things like that. I feel like I've rose above that at this point. I feel like I've rose above that at this point. I've been through too much.
Do you practice anything now? You practice anything now?
Some people would call. Some people would call.
We can't hear you if you're getting like an alarm or a phone call. We can't hear you if you're getting like an alarm or a phone call.
Sorry about that. I accidentally closed. Sorry about that. I accidentally closed. I forgot the question. I forgot the question.
Like what do you have any practice? Like what do you have any practice now?
But yes. But I do a lot of chanting. I do a lot of chanting. It's ancient, really. I don't do. It's ancient, really. A lot of the whole. I mean, I can't fully. I mean, I do believe that Jesus didn't die for my sins. I mean, that Jesus I don't believe one can die and take another sins away. I don't believe one can die and take another sins away. Jesus was my brother. Like, you know, he was not. Jesus was my brother. You know, he was not. I don't believe that he was. I believe he was just. He was man. You know, I think he was just a man. I believe he had a wife and children and all that. I believe he had a wife and children and all that. My own stuff, I guess. Whatever my own stuff, I guess. Ancestors, whatever my tell me to do. Ancestors, I do it. Tell me to do. I'm a collector of crystals. I'm a collector of crystals. Spell work, which they do on us, so we might as well do it back. Which they do on us, so we might as well do it back. Correct. The elites are raising all their children up to know how to do spell work. The elites are raising all their children up to know how to do spell work. We should also know how.
What?
Spell work.
What? What is spell work?
Spell work.
What is spell work?
Some call it witchcraft. Some call it witchcraft. But I wouldn't say that I'm a witch. I wouldn't say that I'm just somebody that knows my power. I'm just somebody that knows my power.
Does your power. What do you mean by your power? Does your power. What do you mean by your power? What do you mean by power?
They're gifts and talents that have been given to me. They're gifts and talents that have been given to me. Sharpening and fine-tuning for my whole life. Sharpening and fine-tuning for my whole life.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you're aware, but we can hear every single thing that you're doing. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we can hear every single thing that you're doing right now.
Yes.
Yes.
All of the background
Are you talking to me?
like you're making coffee
Yes.
or something. All of the background noise like you're making coffee or
I am
something.
making coffee. Oh my God.
Yeah, because we can hear every single thing that you're doing. Yeah, because we can hear every single thing that you're doing.
Why?
Quite noisy.
I hate
because TikTok doesn't have a noise filter.
I hate
because
and
I only say that because it's really distracting. And I only say that because it's really distracting. And that's the only reason I'm not saying it. That's not what I was saying. I was just not saying that. Like that's not what I was saying. I was just saying that like maybe.
Okay. Just make sure you wash your hands after you're being in the bathroom. Okay. Just make sure you wash your hands after you're being in the bathroom.
Like,
please.
I wasn't trying to get them to leave. I wasn't trying to get them aware of the fact that we could hear every single noise. Trying to make them aware of the fact that we could hear every single noise.
I was definitely having a hard time focusing on what
It's very distracting.
Be serious.
It's very distracting.
Appreciate it.
Seriously. When you learn that God doesn't like having Were you waiting for the moment to say it? Does it like have a...
No,
Were you waiting for the
no.
moment
I
to
think
say
I'm
it?
only gonna use it on.
I was so lucky that Muslim guy came up earlier.
I was so lucky that Muslim guy came up earlier.
Excited to use that one, and then I was so
right
immediately
excited
to use that one, and then the universe smiled upon me. It's like, I don't know, the universe smiled upon me. Oh yeah, I was so happy about that. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I was so happy about that. This is the best ever. Oh my god. This is the best ever.
I don't think one of you meant to be in queue, but if you did, one of you meant to be in queue, but if you did, definitely request back up, because I know you tend to pocket against been a while. But I know you tend to pocket. If you found yourself suddenly out of queue and you meant to be, if you found yourself suddenly out of queue and you meant to be, do request to have a belief in a God or God's higher power, have a belief or anything like that, God's higher power of question, or anything like that, you can go ahead and request on your beliefs. Then go ahead and request on. We can wait just a moment to see if a new believer requests.
Fucking A.
Would like believer requests.
Fucking A.
Would like.
If I would like what? I was talking and then I was on mute. If I would and I didn't realize I was on mute. And then I was on mute and I didn't realize I was on mute.
What was that? Was all of that on YouTube, Thrayle? Was all of that on YouTube, Thrayle?
If we ask him real nice, he might clip it for us.
I think it was.
If we ask him real nice, he might clip it for us.
I think it was. Yeah, the clips from TikTok work better than because YouTube. Yeah, the clips from TikTok work better than because YouTube lags sometimes. So the
what I was saying was I'm really sad that last guest left because I wanted to ask them. I'm really sad that last guest left because I wanted to ask them
the elites
about
teaching their children spell work.
The elites teaching their children spell work.
I needed so much more information about that. I needed so much more information about that.
The spell work
I know.
I was
and the elites
about the spell work too.
And the elites.
Who them is? who them is?
But you can always question quantum. But you can always question quantum reincarnation.
Goody. Oh, good. Goody. No, that wasn't sarcastic. I mean that. No, that wasn't sarcastic. I mean that.
Hello, Kev. How you doing?
I'm doing okay, I guess, except for I'm really questioning my belief, except for I'm really questioning my belief because of the unfalsifiable nature. If something is completely and utterly unfalsifiable, do you still have the logical acceptance that it is, illogical to believe something that cannot be false. Illogical to believe something with a coherent system to back up your belief. Coherent system. Do you have the right to carry on believing it as fact? Do you have the right to carry on believing it as fact?
Something for this. I actually have something for this.
Go for it.
So in my worldview, I have the same problem, but opposite. I have the same problem. I reject opposite something. I reject something that I can see logically. It is. I can see the more it is. The thing more that I should be accepting, if I accept things only logically, but if I accept things only logically, emotional, I reject it because personal reasons, emotional and like personal reasons. So my question to you would be, why do you believe in quantum reincarnation? Why do you believe in quantum reincarnation?
Because of child prodigy. Because of people that suffer brain damages. Because of people that suffer brain damages and then can speak never learn different languages, no knowledge, never learn being able to speak no knowledge of being able to speak the progression of evolution of technology, the progression of evolution of technology within human society. Also, it gives me a drive. Also, even though my life is generally quite shitty, even though my life is generally sort of an investment into the future of my lineage. The more I learn, the better my life will become. The more I learn, the better my life will become next time.
That last one was like kind of what I was. That last one was like kind of what I was getting. So there we go. Is that why it's important to you to believe in it? Is that why it's important to you to believe in it?
Kind of yes, because it gives me a reason to carry on feeling carry on, like everything I learn is an investment. Like everything I learn is an investment into a future self.
So okay. At this point, what I think is the answer for you is you have to sit down. You have to sit down, ask yourself, and is what I gain from this belief, what I gain greater than from this belief, greater than negatives, what that believing something that may be believing illogical, something that may be like illogical. What gives more benefit? Believing something illogical gives more benefit. Believing something illogical, these benefits of that gives you these benefits of the future lives and investing that in the future lives and that. Do the benefits outweigh the cons there? Do the benefits outweigh the cons there?
Well, the problem is my brain will always question. Well, the problem is my brain will always live in self-delusion, and I don't want to live in self-delusion.
So, is it self-delusion if you acknowledge self-delusion if you acknowledge the logic might be flawed? The logic might be flawed. However, this is what gives you this is what most this gives you more benefit most than believing the thing that believing appears to be most logical. Given the unfalsifiable nature of given the unfalsifiable nature of the thing, right? You can logically say it you can be either way. Say it could be either way. So is it going so to is it going to
Do you know the biggest thing for me is the biological question of it? Is the biological question of it? The biological question because ends in the same answer regardless of ends in the same answer regardless of that if consciousness is tied to biological process. If consciousness is tied to biological process ends, when the biological process ends, which means that so does the there will be nothing, which means there won't be an afterlife, there won't be reincarnation, there won't be anything. Reincarnation, there won't you are be tied to your specific you are tied to biology. Your specific your specific biology. Life experience your specific life experiences that shape you and when that is the only logical conclusion and that is anyone with half a brain can come up with. Anyone with half a brain can come up with.
Is that where you find yourself? Is that where you find yourself?
And then I'm struggling with the whole I'm struggling with why do people with brain damage speak different languages? Why do people with brain damage speak different languages? Never learned possess sort of skills child prodigies never learned before. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to find systems. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to find systems to explain everything.
How do we know we've never?
Sorry, go on.
They've never learned. How do we know they've never learned them before?
Well, I can't say that for certain, but someone that's never spoken Chinese, but someone that's never been Chinese or learned a life, or wake up speaking Chinese, learn Chinese, to wake up speaking Chinese.
Could they have been exposed to it?
A bit of a feat.
Could they have been exposed to it?
Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, if you watch an anime, maybe you've been exposed to it. If you watch an anime and get hit by a code and exposed to it, if you then get hit by a code and you're not being exposed to it by watching an anime, not sure being exposed to it by watching an anime is enough to be able to speak it fluently.
Someone in that state actually is. Someone in that state actually
That's definitely a question. I mean, that's something I can't answer. I just know that people have suffered brain damage and woke up speaking completely different languages and woke up speaking completely different languages.
I'm sorry to butt in here, but so usually they. I'm sorry to butt in here, but so usually they fluently whatever language it is. They don't speak it fluently. Whatever language it is, they don't speak it fluently. Ramble on. They just random words that they've heard, ramble on, exposed to. Random words that they've heard or been exposed to.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, the only logical conclusion you can come to. The only logical conclusion you can come to. There is no information carryover. There is no information carryover. There is reincarnation. The passengers left the train and a new passenger left the train and a new passenger got up. The two passengers are completely and utterly unrelated. Two passengers are completely and utterly unrelated. If you use a train as the metaphor for consciousness, use a train as the metaphor for consciousness itself.
Thrayle, I think we're being raided. Thrayle, I think we're being raided.
What is raided?
We got a
What is raided?
slay. We got a shadow. Hell yeah. Thank you, Shadow Slays, for the raid. Hell yeah. Thank you, Shadow Slays, for the raid. Slay all day. So, Kev, what do you think? So, Kev, what do you think? What do you think changes about? What do you think changes your outlook based upon this new your outlook based upon this new perspective?
I'm going to keep on keeping up with the research. Keep on keeping up with the research and the other people on it. You know that the other people, whatever fields that they're working on, in whatever fields that they're working into the idea of quantum consciousness, and looking into the idea of quantum consciousness and quantum zero-point field or something. One of the zero-point papers I was reading, one of the research papers I was reading was talking about look for evidence, even though it might be. Look for evidence, even though it might be confirmation biased. Confirmation bias. I like thinking in systems. I like seeing everything as a system. I like seeing everything as a system. And rebirth consciousness and rebirth consciousness. I want to see an over. I want to see like an over system of everything. An over system of cosmology wants a theory of everything. How cosmology wants a theory of everything, a system of everything, kind of life, death, rebirth, system of everything, life, fields, this, that, and everything else. Fields, this, it ties into the fields that I'm studying. It ties into the fields biochemistry, genetics, studying biochemistry, genetics, longevity sciences.
I wonder, Kev Wyatt, is it emotionally motivated? Is it emotionally motivated or intellectually motivated for there to be and for there to be a framework of rebirth, a framework of rebirth and afterlife?
It would sound mad if I say that I want to eventually become an intellectual god, wouldn't it? If information carries over into a specific lineage and each one of my incarnations works as hard as they can to further their own intellect. One day I could become an intellectual god, but that sounds absolutely crazy. So that sounds absolutely crazy. So I kind of want to dial that back.
Questioned you before on transhumanism. Questioned you before on transhumanism. I want to reincarnation. Somehow disembodied carriage of knowledge. Somehow disembodied carriage of knowledge from one life to another. That is the conclusion. That is the conclusion. Secretly not so secretly longful. Secretly not.
Yeah, longing for something and believing it. Yeah, longing for something and believing it. Clarify completely different things. I want to clarify that. I'm not mad as can be. I still believe in transhumanism. I still believe in transhumanism and looking at actually through biological cybernetics and biological cybernetics. That's part of why I want to study biochemistry, genetics, and longevity biochemistry, genetics, and longevity sciences. I have a belief that synthetic biology processes to de-age cell processes. Extending human lifespans.
We have this friend, his name's Blake. If he's up here, you should come in.
Why is he kind of on the same page as me? Is he kind of on the same page as me?
He knows a lot about science and biology and science and things like that. I'm trying to word this correctly, sorry.
It's okay, you can word it however you want. I promise I will never word it however you want. I promise I will never. When I have my brainstorming session, call me AI if I'm being delusional. Set it to call me delusional if I'm being when I'm being delusional. And it calls me delusional. Go right ahead. I'm okay with criticism. Go right ahead. I'm okay with criticism.
I just want to make sure that it's not even that. It's just that I just want to articulate the question that I'm actually trying to ask. Articulate the question that I'm actually trying to ask. It seems that it is important to you to believe that it is important to you to believe things that are true.
Yes,
Is
definitely.
this correct?
Yes.
How do you determine the truth value of a thing? How do you determine the truth value of a thing?
By the active research, by the active research and the projection of a time frame, increased knowledge of the thing, increased knowledge of the thing.
Can you say that one more time for me? Can you say that
Basically, the thing itself, if it's being actively researched, the thing itself, if it's being actively researched, and how it's progressed over the space, how it's progressed over the space. So if something's been researched, like synthetic biology, for say 10 years, and then the progression over them 10 years, and then the progression over them 10 years towards the goal of what I'm thinking. You know, like synthetic biology being used to de-age synthetic biology being used to de-age creating proteins and creating proteins and
has something been researched enough? Or when do you determine that a thing is true? When do you determine that a thing is true according to this process? Do you look at all of that and say, okay, this thing? Do you look at all of that and say, okay, this thing is I have determined that this thing is true?
It's very hard to because of ethical constraints. It's very hard to because of ethical especially when it's in biotech and especially when it's in biotech and synthetic because they test on like they test on like microorganisms on animals like mice and they test on animals like mice and things. You have to really dig in to find the negative to find the negative and as well cause tumours and cancers and things like that. Cause tumours and cancers and things like that. Metric and there's also a failure metric as well. And there's also a failure publishing the successes without the publishing the successes without the failures. You have to be careful, you know. So you have to be careful.
These are all very good points, and it seems like these are all very good points, and it seems like your critical thinking skills are. You know how to find good data. You know how to find good data and good research. This takes us back to things that are ultimately unfalsifiable. This takes us back to things that are ultimately unfalsifiable. What you believe is the truth about something that is ultimately what you believe is the truth about something that is ultimately.
That's why I'm struggling. That's why where the ethical constraints upon testing means that everything at the moment is unfalsifiable. Even within fields that are heavily researched, that are just because they can make a mouse live, like just because they can make a mouse live like an extra they haven't tested it on humans. They have to see what the failure metric is. To see but what also the with the creating of tumours, but also targeted cancer nanotechnology, targeted cancer nanotechnology, that's being actively researched. That's a real thing. So even if longevity science causes tumours in one area, causes tumours in one area, counteract that then as well. Other technologies so you put everything together as well. Hopefully, so fingers put everything together, and hopefully, fingers crossed and toes crossed, can be real. You know, it can be real.
Did I hear you, Thrayle? Did I hear you, Thrayle?
Did you have more questions for Gift? No. Did you have more questions for Gift?
I feel like I do, but I don't have them fully thought out. I feel like I do, but I don't have them fully thought out and formed.
I bet you Kevin will be back. No worries. And possibly I bet you Kevin will be back.
Yeah, I mean, especially since I'm actively now researching biochemistry, synthetic biology and longevity science. Synthetic biology and longevity science. I'm now adding biochemistry lectures to my daily routine. I'm now adding biochemistry lectures to my daily routine.
I hope you catch Blake sometime.
You know,
I really hope you catch Blake sometime.
Because I think it's fascinating. I really do. I mean, because I think it's fascinating. To extend the human lifespan. I mean, like, and then to extend the human lifespan using synthetic biology, and then using synthetic biological and then cybernetics, biological organs and things like that, potentially extending human lifespans even potentially extending human lifespans even further. It's fascinating to think that technologically we are about 50 to 60 years ahead. We are about 50 to 60 years ahead of what Joe Public sees.
Oh, bye, Tab.
And we lost Tav. Happy birthday, Tav. And we lost Tav. Happy birthday, Tav. Kev, I appreciate you coming up and answering the question. Kev, I appreciate I'm ready to move on. Answering the question.
Yeah, perfect.
I think I'm ready to move on. You're waiting there.
Yeah, perfect.
So I appreciate you. I hope that you keep asking questions. I appreciate you. I get to talk to you.
And I can't wait to speak to you all on the Discord. I can't wait to have conversations on the Discord when it can be a conversations about sort of when it can be a debate.
You can
sort of thing.
Request organized debates, or see if you can request organized debates, or see if you can get other people in. There's a whole section for debating or pontificating these kinds of ideas and getting pontificating these kinds of ideas.
I will just say one thing before you kick me. I will just say one thing. It's just a brilliant way to further knowledge. It's just a brilliant way to further knowledge in that you're not shouting over each other, but taking turns. Where you're not shouting over each other, but taking turns.
Respectfully.
Do you know what I mean? Doing it sensibly.
That's the whole goal. Respectfully. I appreciate you, Kev. I hope you go. Keep asking questions. I appreciate you, Kev. I hope you keep asking questions on the Discord for sure. We'll see you around the Discord for sure. You get to the Discord by going through the link tree. Get to the Discord in the back by going through the link tree, and either one gets you there. You just gotta make sure either one gets you there. You just gotta make sure you read the rules when you get there.
So you can find out that you're not alone.
So you can find out that you're not
alone.
It just didn't feel right. Find out that you're not like. It just didn't feel right.
Yeah, I couldn't help it. I had to do it. Yeah, I couldn't help it. I had to do it.
Kiki, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Hey Kiki, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods? And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I am an ex-Christian turned atheist. I am an ex-Christian turned atheist. 23 years. After basically 23 years.
And what is it that has turned you atheist? What is it that has turned you atheist, as you said?
So, I started researching different religions. I came to the conclusion. I feel like religion is like a coping mechanism, like to feel better. A coping mechanism, like the reality is that we're just animals on a rock. The reality is that we're just animals on a rock. And when you think about that, and you take the time to actually understand it, actually understand it, so people rather have. I feel like they'd rather have something to live for. I feel like they'd rather have something to live for, or just make them feel better. Like there's this energy out there that's going to save you at the end. Energy out there that's going to save you at the end. When I heard him talking about becoming a god, when I heard him talking about becoming a god, this is not a movie. I just thought it was so funny because it's like this is not a movie. We're not in a movie. This is not like we're not in a movie. This is not like all of a sudden you gain power to the universe. I feel like if anything, you gain power to the universe. I feel like if anything, like energy that's been exchanging, probably like energy that's been exchanging at the end of the day, because we're energy deeper than energy. But I don't
what is energy?
Like I don't.
What is energy?
I don't have a formal definition, but let me see if I can. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can. Give me 1 second. So I searched up the definition, and I don't even. Saying believe that's life forms. I feel like there's energy that it doesn't have life forms. Even be with life. I feel like there's energy that doesn't have to. I couldn't explain it. I guess like
you found a definition of energy.
I guess like
you found a definition of energy that has to do with life forms.
I believe. I don't know. I wouldn't know how to define the energy, but I do believe there's energy. I wouldn't know how to define the energy, but I do believe there's energy. I don't think there's a sky daddy, but I don't think there's like this magic guy who comes out and says you're going to heaven or hell. I just out and says you're going to heaven or hell. I just think like energy transfers from your body out, but that like that's it. Energy transfers from your body out, but that like that's it. You're not talking to nobody or experiencing anything.
I'm still not quite sure what you're saying energy. I'm still not quite sure what you're saying energy is.
Okay, so you know when they say like when you pass away. Okay, so you know when they say like when you pass away, you're there for like. Oh, give me 1 second.
Okay. Okay.
Is that a drive-through?
I think it was.
Is that a drive-through?
This break brought to you by this tapping your screen. Thank you guys so much for tapping your screen. Thank you guys so much for tapping the screen over 140,000 times. Really appreciate all of you. Really appreciate all of you.
Okay, I'm back. When they say I'm back away and you're when they say basically they say like I guess there's energy in your brain they say like I guess there's energy in your brain that stays there for but your body's not there minutes. So I guess I'm talking about something like that. So I guess I'm talking about something like that.
Energy that stays in your brain for a couple seconds. That stays in your brain for a couple seconds. You said your body's there.
Yes.
You said your
like your body's you passed away. You can't move. You're like your body's you passed away. Like your body's there, but you're not there. But there's like your body's there, but you're not there. But there's energy flowing through your brain.
Energy flowing through your brain. Energy
like your heart has stopped, but your brain's still functioning. Like your heart has stopped, but your brain's still functioning.
Yes. Yes. And if everything is shut down, the brain is. And if everything is shut down, the brain is still functioning because there's obviously I might not have the perfect word for it. There's something going on in there.
Electrical
I might not have
impulses.
The perfect word for it, but okay.
Electrical impulses.
Energy, yeah. Okay. Electrical energy. Yeah.
Does it? Well, you just said electrical energy. Cat said electrical. Well, you just said electrical energy. Cat said electrical. Does that mean the same thing to you? Does that mean the same thing to you?
Just pay for our food. Just pay for our
food. Makes sense.
Wonder if she got anything good.
Quick drive-through for this time of day. Quick drive-through for this time of day.
Depends on where she is.
That's true.
Depends on where she is.
That's true. She's in Hawaii. It could be really quick. She's in Hawaii.
There's nothing open right now.
Quick.
There's nothing open right now. Jack in the Box might be open actually. Jack in the Box might be open actually. There's one 24-hour McDonald's, but they start serving breakfast at 1 24-hour McDonald's, but they start serving breakfast at 3 o'clock in the morning, which I think is bullshit.
You think they should serve it sooner?
No, I think they should not
You think
start
they
till
should
5.
serve it sooner?
No, I think they should not start till 5. At 3 a.m., I'm still on the night before. At 5 a.m., At 3 a.m., I'm still on the night before. At 5 a.m., it might be breakfast time. I've been fucked over by that fucking drive-through so many times. I've been fucked over by that fucking drive-through so many times.
All day. They should just make all of the food all day.
No, they're not going to do that. That's crazy talk. No, they're not going to do that. That's crazy
I'm
talk.
back. Sorry, guys, I'm at Dunkin' Donuts. I'm back. Okay. Sorry, guys, I'm at Dunkin' Donuts. Okay. Yeah, I just got me an iced coffee.
Dunkin'. Did you get blueberry coffee?
I just got me an iced
They
coffee.
have blueberry coffee at Dunkin'. Did you get blueberry
Caramel.
coffee? They have blueberry
No,
coffee at Dunkin'.
shots of caramel.
Yeah, the blueberry is
Shots
better.
of caramel.
Yeah, the blueberry is better.
Yes. So yeah, I don't have like definitive terms. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't have exactly what I'm talking about, but I do feel like there's energy. Exactly what I'm talking about, but I do feel like possibly energy. Like I don't think there's a god or like possibly some special afterlife. I don't think there's a god or like I don't think it's some special afterlife. I mean, if it is, that's cool. Possible, but I doubt it. I mean, if it is, that's cool, but I doubt it.
Does it matter to you if a God exists?
It used to bother me, but now I'm like, it used to bother me, but now I'm like, I don't really part of the ecosystem. I turn into dirt. Part of the ecosystem, I turn into dirt. I mean, I'm okay with that. When I try to tell myself, it's like I don't remember being born. When I try to tell myself, I don't remember what it's like before I was born. I don't remember what it's like possibly what it's gonna be like after death. It's just not gonna possibly what it's gonna be like after death. It's just not gonna. Don't know. Just nothing happens. It's very simple. I don't know. It's very simple, I think.
Does this seem like the most likely answer to you? Does this seem like the most likely answer to you?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Does this seem like the
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
most likely answer? Does this seem like it is the most likely answer?
Yeah. I mean, I still do research, but I still do research. Personally, it just makes the most sense for me. Because everything else in this world is like very like black and white. Because everything else in this world is like very like black and white. Like when it comes to science and like it's like this is what it is. So why is it when it comes to like this is what it is? What's gonna happen after? Why is it when it comes to like what's gonna happen after? There's so many religions. It's like theories and there's so many religions. It's like this is what this is. But with other stuff, it's so cold cut. This is what this is. I think it's just. I don't know. I think that's all. It's just blackness. And that's it. It's just blackness. Nothing's gonna happen. And that's over. And there's nothing's gonna happen. And it's over.
How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that?
Are you still with us, Kiki? Are you still with us, Kiki?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear your question. What you said?
She said,
oh, sorry, I didn't hear your question. What you said?
She said,
how do you feel about that?
Oh, it's fine. Oh, it's fine. I like it. I like it.
It's fine, you like it. Appreciate you being here, Kiki. I think we're going to go ahead and appreciate you being here, Kiki. I think we're going to go ahead and let's go for answering the questions. But thank you so much for answering the questions openly and honestly, and I hope that you keep asking questions.
I really like that answer. I really like that answer. It's fine, I like it. It's fine, I like it. I love some very cat answers, isn't it? I love some very cat answers, isn't it?
Happy. If it makes you happy.
It's fine.
I did just accept up what might be a ghost. Just accept up before taking the next one. Ghost. We'll wait just a moment before taking the next one on. And maybe this one's a ghost. Maybe this one's
Maybe
a ghost.
You're a ghost. Maybe you're a ghost.
The fuck is a
the
ghost?
Fuck is a skeleton? The fuck is a skeleton?
I have to do a what the fuck is a ghost, don't I? I have to do a what the fuck is a ghost, don't I? But I have spirits and souls and energy. But I have spirits and souls and energy, and they all look ghosty.
It's fine.
I wonder why you have to have so many of those. I wonder why you have to have so many of those backgrounds, Thrayle.
I wonder if it's because people want to just apply. I wonder if it's because people want to just apply words wherever they want to make mystical than they really sound more magical or mystical than they really are.
It's fine, I like it.
Perhaps that's the best understanding
fine, I
we
like it.
have. Perhaps that's the best understanding we have. Individually, I mean, I'm not speaking individually. I mean, that was not the royal you. That was not the royal you.
It's fine. I like it. It's fine.
It's
I
my
like
favorite
it.
answer ever. It's my favorite answer ever. Such a good answer. Such a good answer. Tyler's trying to adopt the feral cats. Tyler's trying to adopt the feral cats.
What do you mean trying? What do you mean trying? He is actually adopting the cat right now. Adopting the cat
He
right
apparently
now.
found this black cat. He apparently found this black cat on the property that he has taken a liking to. That he and has taken a liking to. And I said, "Do you want to?" And I said, "The black feral cat our cat." The black feral cat. Well, I mean, if he becomes part of the family, then he becomes part of the family. Then he becomes part of the family. Oh, you're trying to adopt the feral cats now. I gotcha. You're trying to adopt the feral cats now. I gotcha.
Of acceptance, absent the appearance of expectation. So, I think it's coming up to poem time. And I have Two of them kind of I have maybe a little bit ready. Two of them kind of need maybe a little bit ready. Fixing. Still kind of need a little. But somebody had asked me the other day if I. But somebody had asked me the other day if more, or maybe it was brought up waiting more. Or maybe it was brought up the way that I thought I goddess read. I haven't read in a long some back goddess poems.
Yay.
I haven't read in a long time.
Yay.
So I have one that is. I don't know that I've one read it or not before. I don't know that I've read it or not before. And then I have another usual kind fair. Yeah, our usual. I'm not sure which way to go, so I'm not sure which way to go. I think it might be a poem poll. I think there might need to be a poem poll. I think there might need to be a poem polls.
No, I don't think you.
Poll.
I don't think you can mash those together well. I don't think you can mash those together well.
Poetry poll. A poetry poll. I did a poet poll.
I think you're really having a hard time with the words tonight. I think you're really having a hard time with the words tonight.
Column, nope. Don't like that.
Try it.
Column,
Try it,
nope.
Kat.
Don't like that.
Try it. Try it. Poem poll. Hey, say poem poll.
A poem.
A poem. Like rhythm, but worse. Like rhythm,
It's a
but
poem.
worse.
It's a poem.
Like golem with a P. Like
golem with a P.
With a P.
Like golem with a P. I don't know why we're mashing those two words together, but that's how you do it. Why we're mashing those two words together, but that's how you do it.
There. That's kind of a poem poll. It's kind of a poll. It's kind of a poem poll. It's kind of a poem.
Column. Column. Words are silly. Words are silly.
So there is a poem at the top. So there is a poem in the top left corner of your screen. In the top left corner of your screen, what kind of poem voice your opinion without kind of for the end here. Should I read which is for the end here? Faster writing. We may take one more guest. Faster writing queue. We may take one more guest. I see a couple in queue.
Thrayle, I'm not sure if putting up a poll was. I'm not sure if putting up a poll was particularly decisive. Particularly decisive. Okay. Okay.
There, I made it decisive.
Oh, okay. Is that what it means? Oh, okay. Is that what it means?
Sorry, I know you guys probably heard that. Sorry, I know you guys probably heard that. Oh, and you probably heard the dog too. Oh, and you probably heard the dog too. She has to make the beanbag comfy. She has to make the beanbag comfy.
Hello. Hello, affordable pest management. Hello, affordable age for TikTok TOS. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I didn't hear that.
58.
I didn't hear that. And do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power? And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that? Which god do you believe in? Which god do you believe in?
Abrahamic
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end? Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
Do you believe all the stories within the Bible to be true? Do you believe all the stories within the Bible to be true? Every damn one of them. Interesting choice of words. One of them. So you believe the choice of words. 6 day. So you believe the true.
Every last thing that's every last thing that's.
And you believe the Adam and Eve story then to be true as well. And you believe the Adam and Eve story then to be true as well.
Remember half God said? Yes. I remember half God said. Interesting. I remember that too.
So, interesting. So, half God said. Half God said.
So, you can get somebody to question their beliefs. So, you can get somebody to like Satan did in the garden. Like Satan caused them to stumble. Maybe cause them to stumble.
So are you here to question your beliefs? Are you here to question your beliefs or sermonize condescendingly past the sermonize condescendingly?
I'm not here to defend my beliefs, and I'm not here to defend my beliefs and to get you to question why you're on here.
You're trying to get me to question why. You're trying to get me to question why. See if anybody can. I'm on here to see if anybody can question their beliefs. So if you're not capable, I'll move on to the next.
Oh, I'm definitely capable. Yeah. Oh, I'm more than capable.
I see.
I'm more than capable.
Are you interested in actually engaging in? Are you interested in actually engaging in shit on this, or are you just here to shit on it?
Go ahead.
So, what is it that actually causes you to believe? What is it that actually causes you to believe creation? Stories such as the 6 day creation or the Adam and Eve.
First thing I do is I start with the reality of whether God actually start with the reality of whether God actually exists. Then I'll move to his book. God doesn't exist.
I see.
Get thrown into the garbage, right? Then the
so you've determined somehow that a God actually exists. So you've determined somehow that a God actually exists before ever.
Absolutely. I had to establish that as a fact, a fundamental. I had to establish that as a fact, a fundamental fact.
How did you determine as a fundamental fact that how did you determine as a fundamental fact that God?
Well, I came to the conclusion that reality has to have an identity. I came to the conclusion that reality has to have an identity.
That reality requires an identity. Why did you conclude that reality?
Because for reality to exist at all, it has to have an identity. For reality to exist at all, it has to have an identity.
It sounds like you've determined that to be the case. It sounds like you've determined that to be the case. I'm asking how. How did you determine that?
I determined that based on the facts. I determined that based on the order of the cosmos.
Which order is that?
Order of the cosmos. Just look around. There's order.
Which order is that? What do you mean by order?
Look around. There's order. There's order.
What do you mean by
universe? The fine-tuning of our universe.
Sorry, you're just saying there is fine-tuning, and there is. You're just saying there is fine-tuning, and there is order. What is
the fact that we have seasons? Order is the fact that sunshine, we have air, we have water. There's order. Sunshine, we have air, we have water. There's order because if it was not order, we would all be dead. It was not order, we would all be dead.
I'm not sure what does the word order mean in the way I'm not sure what does the word order mean.
Order means that there's life. Life always comes life. Life always comes from life.
How did you determine that life always comes? How did you determine that life always comes from
basic common sense? It's basic. I've never seen common
sense. You say
it's
basic common sense. You say it's basic trying to determine how you. I figured this out. Trying to determine how you. Some pathway through this common sense. Some pathway through this common sense. How did you determine that life must always? How did you determine that life must
just look
always
around
come
you?
From life? I'm looking around me at the moment I see it. I'm looking around me at the moment I see it. I live by a red light that's warmly lit by a red light. How it is that you've determined? You tell me how it is that you've determined that life must always come that life must always.
Well, I'm looking at birds playing out in the. Well, I'm looking at birds playing out.
And how did that clue you in that life? And how did that always come that life must always come from life?
Well, their procreation doesn't happen. Their procreation doesn't happen.
Are you watching them procreate?
Dead when they procreate? Or are they dead when they procreate? Or are they?
Are you watching them procreate? So, how did you determine that life must always? How did you determine that life must always come from life?
Because I visually see. Because I
visually see life.
I visually see life. And life never ever. I've never seen life. Life never ever. I've never seen life come from death. I am alive.
Is that a dichotomy?
I am alive.
Is that a dichotomy? Is that a true dichotomy?
When I
is that a true dichotomy? I asked you a question.
I'm alive.
I asked you a question.
Rephrase your question, please. Rephrase your question, please.
Is it a true dichotomy that if life doesn't come from life, it comes from death? That if life doesn't come from life, it comes from death?
Well, I can only draw that simple conclusion. I can only draw that simple conclusion. Imagine life coming from anything other. Imagine life coming from anything other, either from life, unless you can come up with a third reason. Unless you can come up with a third reason.
The only representation of non-life. The only representation of non-life.
Are rocks dead? Are rocks dead?
Yes. Yes.
How can they be dead? Were they alive before? How can they be dead? Were they alive before?
Rocks are inanimate objects. They're not living. Rocks are inanimate objects. They're not living.
It's not
that
living.
Makes them dead?
It's not
that
living.
Makes them dead?
I'm not saying there's not molecules. I'm not saying there's not molecules. I'm saying the rock itself has no physical. I'm saying the rock itself has no physical expression outside of being a rock.
So are you saying that? Right. So it's not. So are you saying equals dead? Not living equals dead.
That's the only conclusion that I can come up with. That's the only conclusion that I can come up with, unless you can come up with a better one.
Why can't it just mean not living? Why can't it just mean not living? Because dead implies that. Because dead implies it was living before. It was living before. We can agree that there was no point in which the rock was living. There was no point in which the rock was living.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about rocks. I'm not talking about living beings. I'm talking about living beings, biologically functional, functional, breathing, living beings, thinking people, breathing, or plants beings, or animals, people, or plants or animals. Can you name one instance where people where people came from living people?
Do you know what abiogenesis is? Do you know what abiogenesis is?
Perfectly.
Do you understand it perfectly? Do you understand it perfectly?
It's inconclusive.
And God is conclusive? And God is conclusive?
It just doesn't prove evolution. It just proves God.
God said it.
God said it. You said it proves God. You said it proves God.
God set abiogenesis in motion.
So you're saying. So you're saying abiogenesis. You're saying abiogenesis, the mechanism through which God created life.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. It's a mechanism. It's a mechanism. A biogenesis. But when God a mechanism. But when God formed, made, and created him, in the garden.
Are you trolling?
What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
A troll. It's definitely a troll.
You're a troll. Half God said. Half God said.
It was a lot. What the fuck was wrong with you? It was a lot. What the fuck was wrong with you? Stupid are you? Than how fucking stupid are you?
I've actually been working on it. What the fuck is wrong with you? I haven't decided on which image to use. Maybe on the Discord I'll let you. Maybe on the Discord I'll let you help pick it.
Need coffee.
He might really believe it. He might really believe it.
Well, then the other question that I just said would apply.
Well, I think he thinks abiogenesis is life creation. That's what he means.
Separate
Creation.
words as
That's what
opposed
he
to
means.
singular words, as
Yeah.
opposed to the A being a prefix. As opposed to the A being a prefix, it is a space.
Yeah. Also, like instead of it being like a, also like instead of it being like a being like the absence of a being like the absence of it's like a space. It's like a biogenesis. A biogenesis.
A process.
Hey, I see stars. Can I get your age for TikTok? I see stars. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Do you have a belief in a god or gods? Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that?
No.
Why not? Why not?
Close your eyes. Close your eyes.
I'm not interested in closing my eyes. I'm not interested in closing my eyes. Can you tell me why you don't believe in a god?
My grandma said. My grandma said.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. You said you're 25. You said you're 25. 24.
24.
24. And that's the reason you don't believe in a god. And that's the reason you don't believe in a god.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're kind of muffled there. I see stars. It's hard to hear you. Muffled there. I see stars. It's hard to hear you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, it's still hard to hear you. Okay, it's still hard to hear. The reason you don't believe in a god is because the reason you don't believe in a god is because your grandmother. The reason you don't believe is that the only reason you don't believe.
No. No.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think I'm all out of questions. Well, I think I'm all out of questions there.
Okay. Okay.
I think I'm all out of questions, so I think I'm all out of questions, so. I think one word and I think one word and answers aren't connected. All the answers I needed. So maybe Sathium has a belief. Maybe Sathium has a belief. Didn't mean to request. Maybe Sathium didn't mean to request.
Poltergeist.
I think the poem is almost ready. I just need the poem is almost ready. I just need the last two stanzas. The last two stanzas.
I can't believe I painted this whole fucking painting.
Is that awe or
I don't feel like it's finished, but there's paint on all the numbers.
So who's the fun part? Oh well, we can talk about it in Discord.
Hello, Lucid. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
32.
And do you have a belief in a god or do you have a higher power god or anything like that? Higher power or anything like that?
I believe in creator. I believe in creator. This was a really fun topic. I thought this was a really fun topic.
Can you question that belief? Can you question that belief?
Can I question it? Not really. Just based off of, I believe everything has a spirit. Even inanimate objects, has a spirit. Like, even inanimate objects. Question was funny. For example, that rock question was funny. Yeah, so spirit lives in everything. Yeah, so spirit lives in everything.
What is a spirit?
And as far as like,
What is a spirit?
it's just the source of energy. It's just the source of energy.
I want to ask you questions, but I want to ask you said that you can't question your belief. You said that you can't.
Oh, well, I mean, I can. I love a challenge. Well, I mean, I can. I love a challenge. I love a challenge. So go ahead.
What does it mean to question your beliefs? What does it mean to question your beliefs?
To wonder if I'm incorrect. To wonder if I'm incorrect.
And do you ever do that? And do you
All the
ever
time.
do that?
All the time. It's just the way that I was raised. It's just the way that I was raised. So everything has energy. It's important to everything has energy, and it's important to stay positive and think the water, the land.
What is energy?
The ether. The ether.
What is ether? What is ether?
The particles that which make this reality. The particles that which make this reality.
You're saying ether is the particles that make ether is the particles
spirit.
that make the reality.
It's kind of hard to explain. Spirit. It's kind of hard to explain.
Is it something that actually is? Something that actually is? Or is it a feeling to process? A feeling to process things we don't know.
I suppose a little bit of both. I suppose a little bit of both. If you think about it, like it's the construct of reality, like it's the construct of reality that exists. We don't know what we know until we actually know. We don't know what we know until we actually know. A complicated subject. So it's kind of a complicated subject. But
you said you believe in creator. You said you believe in creator. You believe things are created.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I guess it means that. This is so fun. This is so fun. I guess it really just means that. I guess it really just means that a higher source that we're not aware of. A higher source that we're not aware of. There's a core to all existence. There's a core to all existence. That includes the fabric of our reality. The fabric of our reality.
If you're assuming that there is a higher core, if you're assuming that there is a higher core aware of, that we're is that not you? Is that not you either feigning or claiming either feigning or claiming awareness?
I don't think we're as aware as we. I don't think we're as aware as we realize. There's so much more to realize. There's so much more to learn.
What is it that compels you to believe that what is it that compels you to believe that there is a source or creator?
I suppose it's the way that I was raised. I suppose it's the way that I was raised. We worship the land. We worship the water. We worship the land. Everything around us. We understand we're one with it. We worship everything around us. We understand we're one with it. We're a part of this world. We're no different or better than the trees, the sky. We're no different or better than the trees, the sky, the air.
What motivates you to continue your practice? What motivates you to continue your practice?
I can appreciate. Go ahead, Morgan. Sorry. Go ahead, Morgan. Sorry.
Morgan,
what to continue your practice? Continue your practice.
Well, unfortunately, there's been a lot of erasure in my culture, and it's important. There's been a lot of erasure in my culture, and it's important to me that I continue learning and I share the teachings and practices to the next generation. To the next generation.
Why is it important for that to continue to future generations? And for that to continue
it's like a language, for example, that it's like a language, for example, that it's important to try to remember those. There's so many things that were lost in history. There's so many things that were lost in history. Hang on to that, and if we can continue sharing, hang on to that. It's keeping that culture alive. It's keeping that culture alive.
Why is that important to you? Why is
I'm
that
indigenous.
Important to you?
It's important to all of us. I'm indigenous. It's important to all of us.
So you would say it's important to you because it's a. So you would say it's your identity to you because it's a.
Yeah.
Your identity.
I would say so. Yeah. I would say so. I do love learning about other religions and cultures. I do love learning about other religions. It's kind of one of my hobbies. That's why I thought this live was kind of one of my hobbies. That's why I thought this live, for example, pantheon gods. Really interesting because, like, for example, pantheon gods. There's no one god. There's no one god. I believe every belief actually. I believe every belief, the energy that comes from it. And I guess that's what the energy that comes from it. And I guess that's what comes back down to spirit. If your intentions are good, if your intentions are that's good, where it kind of gets really weird when it comes into that's where it kind of gets really weird when it comes into theoretical physics and quantum healing. Physics. So, for example, if you speak negative to water, for example, if you speak negative to water, it's put under a microscope. I mean, I'm sure everybody's heard of this. I'm sure everybody's heard of this.
Heard of it. Yeah, we've definitely heard of how it's been debunked and misused and misquoted. Been debunked and misused and misquoted. Why would you believe that it is true that if you speak? Why would you believe that it is true that if you look at it under a microscope, that it would look at it under a microscope, affected in any way?
Okay, this is a different example. Okay, this is a different. There was an experiment done with, I believe, rice. There was an experiment done with, I believe, rice. Children would speak negative and to every day rice. Children would speak and then the other bowl of rice. They would speak the other bowl of rice. They would speak positive to it.
Can you tell me what experiment this is?
It was done at school. I can try to look it up, but
Is this published, or is this just a grade school experiment?
It was not a college experiment. It was not. They were talking. They were teaching children. I believe they were talking. They were teaching children. I'm a mom, so I'm over here trying to teach my children. So I'm over here trying to teach my children. Power in positivity. There's power in there's power in negativity. And there's power in negativity.
Sorry, what is positivity? Sorry, what is positivity?
The opposite of negativity. The opposite of negativity.
What is negativity? What is
something
negativity?
That makes you feel bad or makes you feel bad or hurts others or yourself.
Something that makes you feel bad. Something that makes you feel bad is necessarily negative.
Not necessarily, but if you have malicious intentions, I suppose is negative.
So only if it's malicious. Maliciously intended. So if I fall and scrape my knee, necessarily negativity. But if I push someone and they push their knee, then that's scrape their knee, then that's negativity.
Yeah, I would say, kind of falls under that category.
How are you able to determine? Negative? What is negative from? Like, is there negative? Like, is there negative for everyone and the positive? Or is it independent? Or is it?
I think it's independent because if we really think about, like, for example, philosophy, that's a great one.
I'm sorry. I meant to ask. Is it dependent on the perspective? It's dependent on the perspective.
It's totally dependent on the perspective. It's totally dependent. So, like, if you have an antinatalist, and a Christian in the same room, that's a dumpster fire waiting to explode.
Yeah, I don't see how that actually follows from the question. Just kind of like waiting to say that. Anybody, I know what they are. I know what they are. I don't need to be questions for this guest. Any questions for this guest?
Not at this time, no.
So may I ask? May I ask you guys what are your beliefs?
I guess if it's a question the questioner, you could, but that's not what we're doing right here. Lucid, I wonder. Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
I suppose. At the end of the day, we're going. Somewhere our spirit is. That's what I believe. I just feel joy in my practices.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter. I guess. Then I guess.
Yeah, I guess not.
Okay.
Okay.
Appreciate you. And that's not why I dropped you. I was just done asking questions. Close to poem time. So unless there's anybody left in queue, yeah, the beliefs are interesting, and I'd be curious to question them more. I just felt like we were disjointed resistance.
Yeah.
And that's fine. And
Totally
that's fine.
fine. Totally fine.
Okay. Okay. And the reason I don't think I read this poem before because it was this poem before because it was enough. But I think it's good enough. But I think it's passable. Anyways, it's a poem. Something. Anyways, it does what poems do. It does what poems do. All over itself. All over itself. No. I don't know how to finish that. No, I don't know how to finish that.
Words are hard. Words are hard.
So I prepare them beforehand. For the outro. Questioning that I remember. The ones I remember being avoided. And that can be nauseating. So thank you both for all of your questions. I appreciate you.
Always, Thrayle. Always, Thrayle.
Always.
I hope you both.
Is it Torah time? Is it Torah time?
It is supposed to be. Hang on me. Hang on me. Fix there that. There we go. Now it's toroid time for both. I appreciate you both. I appreciate you. Rest well. Of course. Rest well. Of course. Keep asking questions like I need to tell you. I almost dropped myself. That would have been fun. And thank you all. Best audience on TikTok. Best audience on TikTok for tapping the screen, sharing questions, asking your questions, engaging in respectful conversation. And of course, thank you for those of you who did show up and fall asleep. I appreciate all of you as well. I appreciate all of you as well. Thank you. Of course, to the mods. Of course, to the mods of you. Big W to all of you. Really are. You really are. Space can be the right space for the best audience. So thank you all so much. And if you do want to see what we get up to behind the scenes, where I hide between the lines. And of course you can find in the link tree in my bio, or in Batcolyte's bio, or in Batcolyte's bio. Either one takes you there. Of course you want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise it might look. But if you can't agree to them, you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo, or the Cash App in that link, that you want to show your support that way, it is always appreciated. always appreciated. I really do think all of you. I really do think all of you. It does make all the difference. It does make all the difference. Thank you so much. So thank you so much. And I think, there's really only one. There's really only one thing left. Before the lie, learn to speak. The Lumbra split the dark without a sound. The dark without a sound. No will was cast. Promise, no smuggled in. Just the raw, unclaimed, all around. A trollith set the bones, but not the law, from repetition's itch. We call it truth because it holds us up. Some mistake structure, for a guided stitch. Tenebria, what structure cannot keep. The unsolved enigma, the edge, undone. Not evil, only what remains when light has spent all itself, and still it has not won. We do not pray. As if the wings were raised for us, as if the span had chosen aim. Because motion, message, depth, not thought. The void does not remember our name. No judgment inside the stellar sweep. No ledger hides the cosmic frame. The universe expands through cold continuance, indifference to our hunger for the same. She never spoke. We taught the dark our tongue. We crowned the echo, dressed it up as will. Three names. Creation, structure, mystery. None owed us answers. None were ever still. So stand beneath her skeletal arc. Let certainty grow brittle, crack, and fail. The question cuts more cleanly than belief. And still, she spreads her wings and tells her tale. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness, and seek wisdom together. I love you all. Take care.